many important ideas were voiced, and we'll save all these presentations in recording in English and Russian, so those who didn't take part in other sections will be able to get familiar with this at our official website. So thank you for participation and making interesting presentations. And today is dedicated to the issues of human development and with the trends of digitalization and development of artificial intelligence, natural intelligence, how it will happen, how education system influences these processes. And so at 3 p.m. we'll have a meeting, and if no unforeseen, we'll have a meeting with Anatoly Wasserman that will gradually turn into the ground table where we'll discuss the issues of interaction of natural and artificial intelligence. I hope you will like today's deliberations. And it is my pleasure to introduce George Mabas, who has been working with us for many years, cooperating, and presents his interesting works in Organization of Human Society. Sir George Mabas is the president of International Society of System Sciences. And from the United States, Tahoma. So, George, the floor is yours. So the presentation that George will present is called Evolution of Gaia Brain.
So I'll start sharing my screen.
Да, спасибо.
Yes.
Okay. And first I want to say thank you, Svetlana, for inviting me. It's been a great pleasure over these years to speak with all of you. And I hope I can offer something that will hopefully be inspiring, but I've got a few things to say that might be a little well, disconcerting, shall we say. I have been described as a short-term pessimist, but a very long-term optimist. And maybe that'll come through in this talk. I'm going to presume that most of you know what the Gaia hypothesis is. It's quite widespread. And it's a metaphor for the Earth as a living system. I'm thinking about the next stage or phase of human evolution and the evolution of the planet Earth in the context of the Gaia hypothesis. And I don't think it involves a simple coalescence of nation states into some kind of global governance based on civilization as we currently find it. Rather, I think the future of the human social system looks very different from that which we observe today. Not more of the same as we have today, mushed together somehow. For example, like it is attempted in the European Union or the USA as a federation of states, or the former Soviet Union. For one thing, the challenges of global warming and decline of fossil fuels will mandate a completely new kind of organization. Moreover, in that change of state, humanity becomes not a cancer to the planet, but a basis for providing the Earth, Gaia, with a new kind of brain and a new kind of consciousness. So in 2018 at the SANE conference, I presented a concept based on systems analysis, systems science, systems engineering for an architecture or design for the human social system. And this was based on the notion of what I've been calling a complex, adaptive, and evolvable system. And this is a model of living systems that is more comprehensive, I think, than some of the typical or historical models, such as the viable systems model of beer. And within that is a concept I call the hierarchical cybernetic governance system. And this is, I'll speak a little bit about that, but this provides for the long-term viability to any complex, adaptive, and evolvable system. Then in 2019, at the Systems Economics, Socioeconomic Cybernetics, and Soft Measurements Conference, I presented the notion that this architecture actually, surprisingly, I guess, looks a lot like a neocortex structure as we find it in the human brain. And with this, I began to propose that a future human social system organized along the lines that I'm proposing actually could fulfill the functions of the neocortex in the human brain. So what does the cerebral cortex do, actually? In humans, this gives the brain a medium in which to encode, that is to learn images or models of other systems in a more complex environment. What we do is, through our life development, is we observe the environment, things in the environment, systems in the environment, and encode these into our conceptual memories. It also provides for the mechanisms for computing those images, which is essentially what we call thinking. And thinking, by the way, is not just conscious thinking, but also all of the subconscious thinking that goes on in the human brain. And what benefit this provides us is it leads to a far more flexible approach to tactical planning and execution. And by tactical planning, this is part of the hierarchical cybernetic governance model. Tactical thinking or tactical planning and execution has to do with how we coordinate with the external environment or entities in the external environment. So how we hunt for food, how we gain resources, how we interact with other entities that perhaps take on our products as outputs. But furthermore, something very interesting, the prefrontal cortex provides thinking that is extended in time and space, and this gives us what we call strategic thinking, or modeling for the future. Why would Gaia need a neocortex? So the basic Gaia hypothesis already accounts for what we might think of as the autonomic and endocrine system regulation of the basic operations of Gaia. The carbon cycle, the water cycle, all of these kinds of things have automatic regulations built into them, feedback mechanisms that keep the system operating. And all of this is tied in, of course, to the nature of life itself. But the planet has no tactical coordination. That is to say, if we think about okay, thank you. If we think about the planet, basically Earth is subject to all kinds of interactions with other bodies in the solar system. But presently, there's no real control. Now, more recently, we humans, through our sciences, have begun to think about how we could actually protect the planet from any future meteorite or comet strikes, similar to what happened 65 million years ago, taking out the dinosaurs. We are also thinking about things like extracting resources from asteroids. And certainly we're thinking about increasing the capture of solar energy. So these are all tactical kinds of interactions with the rest of the solar system. But at present, with the human organization that we have right now, it's just sort of hit and miss. We don't really have any kind of coordinated way to attack this. And thinking even further out, the idea of strategic management of the Earth as a whole is something that's really not in our sights right now. However, we're undergoing such activities as I think most of you are familiar with SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. That is a strategic approach to interacting with the galaxy. The seeking of life on other planets, intelligent life on other planets, speaks to how we are going to go forward interacting with the rest of the galaxy. And of course, today we know, at one time, SETI was sort of a pipe dream, but today we know there are many, many, many exoplanets, and many of which are Earth-like in nature. So the idea that there could be other intelligences in the galaxy is not a far-fetched idea any longer. But a question sort of remains, why could a human social system organized along the lines that I'm going to show you some examples of in a bit, why would this provide something like a neocortex to Gaia's brain? I want to start with the basic idea in system science that there are many kinds of patterns of organizations and systems processes that appear again and again at larger scales of time and space. We call these isomorphies. And this is one of the basic foundations of why system science can actually address the transdisciplinary questions that we come up with across all the sciences. And among those isomorphies, what I've noted is the human brain is a perfect example of the pattern that I've been working on for years, called this hierarchical cybernetic governance system, which forms the basis of the governance of the complex, adaptive, and evolvable system model. And the HSS could be organized such that it would actually function in a similar fashion to the human neocortex that was in my 2019 paper. That organization, it turns out, and happily, could actually produce a more humane situation for all humans. If you think about it, we evolved in the late Pleistocene in an organization, in a tribal and group kind of organization that allowed what amounts to the maximum amount of freedom subject to the constraints of the environment. And we know now that human beings do seek to self-actualize. That is, they want to become more than just some slave to labor. And they do have a desire to be in harmony with the rest of the planet. So this organization could provide a lot of benefits, as well as provide a way to collect data locally on the state of the planet and the information processing needed to conduct tactical and strategic decision making. So just a brief review from the 2019 presentation. The brain, the neocortex, is organized in a way that allows this hierarchical composition of the things that we typically think of as perceptions and conceptions. And here, this diagram simply shows on the left-hand side, a large number of sensory inputs that contribute to and activate what we're going to call feature number 3, numbering from left to right. And then a set of features, all of those features in that diagram also have their own corresponding set of inputs from sensors. And so the great collection of these things then in turn contribute to a perception, what we're going to call perceptions of attribute number 3. And that row of conceptions, maybe I can just show that. This row collectively then contributes to something I called a sub-concept, but we can think of it as a simple concept. And then there are multiple simple concepts. And remember, each one of these has a similar kind of hierarchy input from all of these sensory starting at the base. And all of these then lead to a concept of a thing, and thing 1. So a concept of or a model of an actual thing in our experience. And what I'm trying to show here is there's a very similar set of functions going on in another, and these dots represent, well, it's sort of like this over here, but I haven't drawn all of those in. But eventually, this comes up to present us with something we might call a concept of thing number 2. But then there's also
И здесь мы видим вторую концепцию.
There's also the idea that these concepts have to be related in some way. And so this is the process that takes place in the neocortex of the human brain, and it allows us to interact with the world in ways that other animals simply could not interact. If we take a quick look, again, this is from the 2019 presentation, we take a quick look at what I was suggesting would be a more ideal kind of social organization for humans that was more natural to our evolutionary background, in which we have a small group of, in this case, I call them domiciles or homes, families that come together and form a community, and they're governed by something that's ancient, which is a council. In this case, a council of the elders from each of the domiciles. And we have other such communities that in a hierarchical fashion contribute. So take the wisest individual from each of these councils in these communities and form a council that we can call a tribe or a clan. This is exactly the structure of most of the indigenous peoples that existed both in Asia, the Americas, in Australia, and so forth. It is a natural progression of ways to coordinate the activities of multiple peoples, while at the same time allowing them the local autonomy to make their own decisions and contribute to the community in which they exist. Moreover, all of these communities can be, all of these domiciles can be the points of collection of data about the environment in which they exist, feeding that data up through the council for processing to say, here's the state of our world. This is what we're seeing happening now. And, this is what we think we should do to react to any changes that are unfavorable. This can go on in all of these different communities and feed through a council that goes up to a higher level of organization. I've called it a nation in a vein similar to what the American indigenous populations had formed. There could be other tribes feeding into it, and so on up to a global human social system. I have suggested that the mode of establishment of how these councils are formed is what has been called an epistocracy. That is, the people who participate in these councils are knowledgeable, not just, it's not a meritocracy where whoever earns the most money gets to become a member of the council. And in fact, in the episteme, we would focus on who are the wisest members of any module that could contribute to the wise decision-making of these councils. If we look at the current global human social system, and it is global today, we've pretty much connected with almost everybody, but it's based on sovereign nation states, huge, complex organizations. And in fact, these things are beyond our capacity to coordinate. We're based on an unsustainable economic system. Whether it doesn't matter what the politics of a nation state are, most of these nation states are acting under this concept of competitive capitalist markets. And almost everybody in the world now has become a consumer without regard to the status and state of the environment that they live in. We're certainly overpopulated throughout the world. There have been numerous attempts to try to determine what the optimal population size for the Earth is, and it certainly isn't anything like 7.5 to 8 billion people, let alone 10 billion people. If you look at almost every institution in every nation, you're going to see that they have become basically dysfunctional. My favorite example is the American education system. Not only K-12, but the college level educational system it has become incredibly dysfunctional. Even with the best of intentions in education reform. For example, when George W. Bush proposed and forced through the idea of no child left behind in K-12 education in America, it had disastrous results. And I can go into that, but trust me, it did. And this is because we have no real coordination management. The globe depends now on things like so-called free trade and capitalist markets believing in the invisible hand. But the invisible hand doesn't exist. So when we look at that system and we ask ourselves, well, how do we get from what we've got now to what we would like to have? If others study this problem and see the architecture of a human social system similar to what I'm suggesting and agree with that, how do we get there? And here's a fundamental problem. We have scales and complexities that we're not likely to overcome. We're not likely to change. Not the least of which we know that there are people in the world who have incredible power and incredible wealth, and they like it that way. So they're not likely to just give that up. So reforming and finding the right policies for institutions has not worked. I mentioned the so-called education reform. There's been numerous attempts to reform the formal processes of science and science reporting in the literature. And I think most people now are aware of the problems with so-called peer-reviewed literature and tenure-based publications and so on and so forth. So again, I won't go terribly into that, but it's just not working. However, let's ask, what do we see from a system science perspective? And I will take for that just one simple example from living systems. And this is a cyclical example that involves both decay and rebirth, as it were. So everybody knows that in fall, the deciduous trees drop their leaves after having produced seeds. Those leaves on the ground decay, and thanks to our lower life forms, are turned into nutrients that then pervade the soil, and the seeds are then fertilized by those nutrients, and the cycle begins again. Perhaps, I suggest, we are looking at something like that going on for a phase transition for the human social system. And so there's a lot going on in this particular page, but I would just suggest that collapse is almost inevitable, that the organization of our current civilization is completely unsustainable. But what we can do is provide the seeds of a revival of something that is civilized. It is a social system, but it is not based on consumerism and all of the kinds of things that are going wrong with the system that we have right now. I'm using the model of permaculture as an example of what actually could provide the seeds for a future society. And so if the social system does in fact collapse, there can still be these small, isolated or semi-isolated communities using permaculture to adapt to and survive in whatever kind of calamitous climate system we're going to eventually have to worry about. And they will be able to get resources that are left over, the detritus, if you will, of the current system. There will be lots of purified metals and other kinds of resources that might be called upon. And hopefully they can begin to reconnect in the future and perhaps form the kind of tribal and national communication structure that I described above. And key is if they possess the knowledge of information processing and agency that comes from the neocortex or neocortex-like structure, then those societies might intentionally begin to try to recapitulate that architecture as an isomorphic form in an evolving human social system. We have to take the very long view. I think the planet is about to undergo a major phase transition. And as many phase transitions involve a chaotic dynamics where you cannot predict what's going to happen, but there is some kind of strange attractor dynamics that brings things together ultimately. And I do believe that the human race could emerge and organize itself to live in a harmonious relation with the planet and provide a significant higher brain functions, that is, tactical and strategic thinking for the Earth. So Gaia would have an evolved brain. What this could mean, and this is pure speculation, I admit, but our brains produced what we know as human consciousness. And no individual neuron, nor even modules of neurons, actually have that same kind of consciousness. But collectively, the society of neurons do demonstrate what we know of as human consciousness. And it's interesting to speculate on the idea that Gaia might also show some kind of emergent consciousness that is beyond our individual consciousness. We as individual human beings might participate in producing that consciousness, but we don't necessarily know exactly what that would be like. And I'm simply falling back on the notion of isomorphic forms to derive this kind of I wouldn't call it a prediction, but an anticipation of what might happen in the future for the Earth. And one important point is that we human beings, by virtue of our autonomous natures, we represented a transition from a pure animal kind of consciousness to a much more elaborate self and other kind of consciousness. And perhaps based on that, we might yet participate in or have access to some aspects of Gaia's consciousness. If I had to say I had faith, it would be faith in evolution. And what we know about evolution today is that it's not entirely random. It is not entirely pointless. We don't live in a universe of pure randomness. And so there is a direction, does seem to be a direction to evolution. Now, that doesn't mean, that's no guarantee that evolution on Earth will produce the kind of system that I'm trying to describe. However, there might be a good chance that it will. As long as energy is flowing through the system and we are able to devise ways to collect more of our solar energy, then it's altogether possible, not necessarily likely, but altogether possible that we will achieve some kind of future in which humans participate as active members of a structure and computational process that provides the planet with this kind of higher consciousness. So that's what the slide was. And so this is just saying, okay, here's Earth with a network and some kind of supra consciousness. Well, thank you very much.
Большое спасибо, Джордж.
Thank you very much, George, for your fascinating presentation. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions for George? May I, please? Vyacheslav Marachaev first. Vyacheslav Maracha, and then Mr. Ivanos, Alexander Ivanos is next. Thank you, Svetlana. George, thank you very much.
It was very, very interesting and impressive. And I like your idea of neocortex, but there is one very important question. It was important for Durkheim and many other thinkers. The question is, what are subjects of collective reason or collective consciousness?
Thank you, Slava, for that. But let me clarify something or understand something. You said, what is for the collective, and then I didn't quite catch the word?
Subjects of collective reason or collective consciousness.
Okay, if I understand correctly, I would answer saying, well, that's science. What we have achieved in our historical development over time as a species is the movement from just, well, we can't explain it, so we just leave it to there must be some gods or some forces that we don't understand who are doing this to us, to a point where we now say, well, there must be some natural cause. If we don't understand it, we have science to try to investigate it. And if I understood your question correctly, I would put science as being the means for the collective reasoning process that we can use going forward. Is that close to what you were asking?
The science is a very good answer, but who is the concrete actor? Scientific community or the state or some institutions? What are the actors?
Well, my hope would be it would be everybody. Right now, if we look at the way we educate people right now is absolutely abysmal. There's no reason if people start with a basic understanding of systems and systemness, what constitutes making a system. And based on that, they can go into any of the scientific areas and become generalists, become polymaths. There's no reason why we can't educate people to understand, not become scientists as, say, chemists or physicists or so forth, but to become knowledgeable about the subject matters of these sciences, because with system science, you get to integrate all of those into a coherent picture. And if you start out educating children about how all of nature fits together and works together and is systemic, I contend that you will actually produce people all over the world who are able to participate in a scientific endeavor. I have actually experienced, I've taught a number of courses to what we call general education students. They haven't declared a major in a particular field, and they're just trying to sample a number of different courses. I taught a science course that was actually system science. And the way I taught it was I proposed to them, how would you go about feeding a group? This sort of gets back to the permaculture thing I was talking about. How would you go about feeding a group of, say, 50 people? Well, it wouldn't matter how many, but I'm just saying that for to make it concrete. What would you have to do? And these people are going to be in a farm situation near Seattle, Washington, and so they're getting a certain amount of sunlight over the months and so on. And I walk them through that problem, and then instruct them on how to build a model that would answer that question. And they come out of that course looking at the world in a totally different way. And I've had numerous of those former students who've come back and said, I decided to go into biology or geology or whatever the case might be, because that course showed me that I could understand those things.
Thank you very much, George. I like your optimism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Вам спасибо.
Александр Иванович, пожалуйста, ваш вопрос.
Добрый день, Джордж, спасибо вам большое за интересный.
Hello, George. Thanks for your interesting presentation. My question is, look, you suggest this super system that has this conscience, super conscience. So, based on this system of super conscience, should there be a subsystem which is a super subsystem that generates new knowledge at a higher level rather than it is done by the people, by the human? It should be some super system of generating new knowledge which is more effective and forming and generates new knowledge about nature, about life, and how it will look like.
Yeah, I think so. I can't particularly say what that would look like, but it gets back to that notion of science provides us with at least the kind of formal structure for such a system. I do imagine that system science itself, being what I would call a meta science, does provide that kind of organization to how to accumulate and then disseminate that new knowledge. so I see really no difference between using system science as a way to understand what exists, what knowledge exists, and system science guiding the different sciences into how to acquire new knowledge and then put it into a structure that is accessible to the rest of the world. So I would see it possibly along those lines. Now, I don't know if that is what you were getting at, but that's the way I would address that.
Спасибо, спасибо.
Коллеги,
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for an interesting presentation. I have a question. Today, we see that the planet is a symbiosis of homogeneous systems like space. In your model that you described, good management is done at the level of tribes, like Asian, Indian, and what you mentioned. But today, humankind entered some deadlock where there is a mix, a drastic mix is basically machine food for humankind, decrease of birth rates. I will not count them, but today the science provides us one interesting means to achieve achievements of genetics, allowed to establish biological closeness of people and a kinship of people. How do you think reformatting of planet management based on the same genetic principle, is it possible or not? And is it going to influence on improving climate of management and life of Gaia as a planet?
Right. I haven't mentioned it, but I have another book which is currently available online, but it's about what I call sapience, which is, I define the brain's capacity to gain and use wisdom, as opposed to just knowledge as such. I derived this from the literature, the psychological literature on what wisdom is, how you can recognize it, how you can measure it, and so on and so forth. There's quite a rich literature on that. And then I went into the neurological aspects and evolutionary aspects of how the brain developed to see where the seat of that capacity might be. And it turns out that, and I can't go into very much detail here, but it turns out there is an area of the brain, the newest area of the brain, that is right behind your eyebrows, that expanded immensely about 150 to 200,000 years ago, about the same time that we think that that language was more fully developed in its current form in modern human beings. And this patch of brain tissue seems to have completely reorganized and reorchestrated the way in which we acquire and use knowledge in general, but specifically tacit knowledge that we gain over a lifetime. It is conceivable that we can use the knowledge of genetics, what genes are active during the development of that particular patch. And I should say, I back off and say, it appears from the evidence available that the vast majority of human beings have a somewhat underdeveloped Broadman Area 10, this patch I'm talking about, as compared to people who are or exhibit that which we would call wisdom, wise behavior, wise decision making. If that's really the case, it's possible that we could conceive of intervening in future human evolution by promoting, through some means, by promoting the exhibition of the gene, the variotype that the particular alleles of the genes that are active during that brain development period, leading to what we would hope would be a wiser population. And that's what it's going to take. I currently am thinking that, look, civilization is going to collapse. I don't think there's any way around that conclusion. If it does, I suspect and hope that some of the wisest people in our population will prepare for that, will take whatever actions are necessary to adapt, and they will be the representatives of the species in the future. They will be the ones whose progeny will go on and hopefully form this kind of society that I'm envisioning. Does that even remotely address your question, Sergey?
Relatively, it does. Yeah, thank you. Okay, good colleagues. Now we have to move on. Thank you, George.
Well,
I
thank you.
ask you to send your book in electronic form. We'll send it out to all participants if you don't object.
No, I don't object. It'll only be available for another couple of months. It's going to be in print form. And so I'll have to take it down from the web, but I will send that URL out. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Svetlana.
Спасибо вам большое. Мы рады были вас видеть.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to see you.
Same here.
Colleagues, please turn off your mics, all of you, because otherwise some noises are interfering. If you want to ask question, please use if you hold the button, then your mics are on and turns on. Next, system analysis of economics. Chair Dragobsky Ivan Nikolaevich, role modeling of management activities. So the floor is yours, and I launch your presentation. And you please tell me. Thank you, Svetlana, for understanding and for your help. I will say a few words while it is launching. I will say why the name of presentation is different from the topic of my report. When I provided thesis, I didn't know that I would be included in plenary session and I will have more time. So when I've seen that I have 45 minutes, I decided to elaborate on this and to expand this topic so that to give it in full scale and in all its beauty. So regarding the topic of presentation, and we cannot live without management and functioning of any economic system. Means management and governance means certain violence over the system that makes them produce what is required by the society, and the award for these those successes that economic entities achieve during its economic activities. So Next slide. If we look that way at management, then on the one hand, it's a two-wing system. It's practical management, planned, purposeful human efforts. On the other hand, it's a science that moves this for improvement and effectiveness. And of course, for both lines of management, we need a model, a general understanding about management, first of all, in order to prepare new representatives of these kind of activities, and second, to successfully develop it. In any case, in both cases, we need a model, especially for those who work with management in scientific terms and tries to improve it and increase efficiency and make these activities more engineering based, like it exists now. Many people think that there's more art in management now than science. So people who are dealing with managerial science are trying to make management closer to engineering science because it's massive activity, and on this way humankind has some successes on this way, and we'll consider them now. So, while reviewing the literature on mentorship, I dedicated 4 types of models that one way or another include this managerial literature: role model, functional model, factor model, and positioning model. And we'll discuss each of the model later on, and then we'll see how we can combine it in one thing to make management general and then move on together, like as a one front. I mean representatives of managerial science. So the role model of management, what is it and where did it come from? It's a quite simple stratified model with the basis of idea of Henry Winsberg, who represented this model as tablets, as he called them, like 3 tablets on top of each other. And we creatively approached this representation and put the whole science of management into some kind of like eggshell and separate 3 stratas from where management is executed. As you know, it cuts this space of management, and it is limited on the one hand by external environment, and on the other hand, structural divisions.
And actually, all this space inside it represents management in a nutshell. And the goal of management, as you understand, is to provide resultiveness and efficiency at the current moment of the system and in the nearest future, foreseeable future. How can this be provided? Now, the manager may The manager may work in three types of situations. Here you see the external environment, people, and information. Linear managers usually work at the bottom rank. They usually take part in the operational processes, in the work. So that means they are actually at location and they are driving the production or something else. Every level of management, every strata has two functions, one internal and one external. So, if we speak about action, internal action is impact and external is attitude. I think they're opposites, so that actions could be performed, a good relationship, not it should, the relationship should be strong with all the stakeholders that can impact these actions. And this ladder you see running from bottom to top projects ways of entering this sphere of management activity. From the bottom is more preferable, because when a person begins from the bottom, linear management roles, this provides experience. With time, he moves up the hierarchy, gains more experience of the subject connections, and ultimately rises and pretends for the leading spot, either the first management spot in the hierarchy, the top role in the hierarchy. Another method we're speaking of is getting appointed to top roles, which happens quite often. However, people often have no idea what is going on below. They're even afraid of looking at the lower levels, because then his lack of knowledge of the subject could be revealed. Now let's move up the strata. The next strata is people in the middle. In this case, management decisions are implemented through other people. He motivates them, manages them, inspires them. And this is not impacting the work processes, but actually the people. Once again, speaking of the functions, internal and external, internal is supporting internal relationships. Managers are full-fledged representatives of the units, the diplomats. They promote the company in the outside world, lobby its interests. On the other hand, they collect the information from the outside world and then distribute it to the staff in limited portions to guard them from destructive influences and provide for comprehensive, dynamic work at the managed project. This is regarding the rhythmic function, and here is the role model of management. Now, speaking of leadership, a lot has been written about leadership, but of course, many connect leadership to job description. Others recognize instead informal leaders. However, leadership, whichever way we look at it, provides provides for care about professional growth of staff at any management level. And third strata is information. So managers in this context, in this case, use information first of all for planning, for managing the current state of the company, and also for managing activity, for managing impact. As you understand, if a person has been appointed to the top management position, if a person has been appointed, they will never be able to gain the lower levels of information because this will reveal his ignorance of the subject. But hiding behind the plans developed by the bottom layers, behind the schedules in this management role, it is very possible to exist a very long time. This is, as Henry Means said, in literature, any model is a list of functions or attributes that managers carry out in their work, in their jobs. And these lists provide, these descriptions provide an understanding about the nature of management. But this is hugely different from real-life work. And this idea was also borrowed from Henry Weisenberg. Next model is is a more common model, is a functional management model. Any manager in any organization in this top position, as you see on the slide, has 10 functions. This is a functional model beginning with marketing through to goal setting and planning. And this perimeter, this circle ends with regulation. Or control. I can go into detail on the functions, but I think we all know them very well. Some functions, it's natural that other people that are experts on the subject can list even more functions, but this 10 is enough to reflect the inner logic of marketing. Naturally, in the market conditions, everything begins with market research. So marketing here plays the role linking the social and business. And the maxim is only produce what can be sold in a free market. And going by the needs of the environment of this external setting, this is used for planning business capacity that has to satisfy. Now, marketing function, forecasting is focused outwards of the system, because we always speak of forecasting the future state of the object. We have to instead forecast the future needs of the system, of the outside environment. So forecasting has to define the longer-term perspective of these needs, external needs. So the focus outward provides the whole specific methodology that is used for forecasting. However, it is carried out more or less successfully. Further on, when we have discovered what the social needs and how long it will need it for and the period, then we begin with the goal setting. And of course, there are many methods of goal setting. As you know, The goal may be structural, may be expressed in a graph or in a tree form. This is all part of management textbooks, and then it goes back to traditional management, planning, analysis, regulation, all the internal functions of management. So the functions focused inward, this system, and every organization, regardless of its character or production, products or services that they provide, naturally uses different methods, some of them more or less developed, but this is more into details. Let's go to the next model. If you understand the roles and functions, having analyzed the previous two models, they are closely intertwined, and this takes management contexts. It isn't always possible to separate the two or to understand what exactly is the case in a particular story. And this is the factor model of management. There are many factors, external factors impacting the system. This model lists about 15 of them, separated into 5 context groups. Each factor has its own culture, has its own attributes, and the first, culture, sector, and industry. Everything is clear with the culture here. Lots of research has been conducted recently. We're talking about the cultural environment, which provides for the specifics of economic systems. Because if we use systems analysis to solving problems in a subject field, then economics and other socio-cultural systems are very different from other subject sectors for application of theory of systems theory and systems analysis. If natural and artificial systems use both traffic of nature environment, so the links have a very long-term nature between the elements. In a social-cultural systems, the key relationships between the active elements, between the people. And because these relationships are subject to changes, often quite drastic, modeling or forecasting the behavior of a managed socio-cultural system is quite complex. So the job of the managers of socio-cultural systems is much more difficult than managing engineering system of artificial nature. However, it should be noted that this culture, this medium where these relationships take place is constantly researched, and corporate culture concept has become routine, mundane in management, down to corporate religion. And regarding the other context groups, I'm speaking of organizational, that includes organizational structure, size, and the age of organization. Of course, the structure certainly bears impact, is relevant towards organizational management. First of all, it analyzes the channels for distributing management impulses, management impact, and allows for taking decisions. And also, it's natural that big systems and multi-hierarchical structures are much harder in management. Regarding age, it is better not measured in years, but in life cycles. But then we need to specify the life cycle towards the economic system, and the level of the scale and the functions also play an important role to the level of hierarchy of the manager. Yes, the scope of responsibility, depending on the staff subordinate or the number of subordinates, I think this has to be also further addressed and researched. Different characteristics and factors that also impact and surround this organizational management are the personal factors that have recently been addressed in literature. Regarding experience, work experience, length of experience, and well, in this case, the longer the better. The longer the person has worked in the management roles, the better. Regarding management style, this is a different case. It's a very important point that often receives enough attention. However, the debate is controversial. It's addressed from many angles. I like the interpretation of Itzhak Hadjis when he says to successfully be able to manage, the manager has to be able to perform 4 types of activity: execution, management, coordination, and entrepreneurship. Yes, naturally. And also, he provides a measurement scale that allows for measuring the performance of these management styles. But there are many other management styles, new, innovative, and revolutionary, that only have verbal designation and are not represented in a measurement scale. So, to a certain degree, this model is also widely covered in literature, and it should be included in the universal model. Next slide, please. Positional model of management. As you understand, naturally, these various management contexts that we discussed earlier while interpreting the 3 previous models, role, functional, and factored. If we analyze them jointly, this confuses the situation. The situation becomes over-complex because there may be many repetitions and many different interpretations. We need to bring it to a common denominator, find common definition. And contemplating this issue, Henry Means said, let's assess the activity of a manager not by the functions on the activity that he performs, but by the position. What does he mean by the position in this case?
That's main management patterns and similar models of management behavior where managers, and they are determined by patterns that are typical models, patterns that are interpreted as positions. In this case, he dedicated about 8 positions of that, but in order to better understand in which position certain manager is located, we try to expand this interpretation and put it in some managerial field which has common things like science, art, And things like that determine either desire or the style of management that I was talking about earlier. So within this managerial field, we were selected 8 positions, managerial positions, which is called sustaining work processes, external contacts, so functions that many managers perform. I'm just look at the time to be on schedule. So I will not dwell on this and run through it. So sustaining work positions is fine-tuning for employee to get specific results. This is continuous work of managers wherever they are located. It should be done. It is done based on their authorities and enforcement power, where authorities and influence, sometimes it requests, sometimes it makes people do, but it should sustain this working process within structural unit or the whole managed organization. So external contacts, we already mentioned when we spoke about role model that all managers perform that. Being in any stratified position, a position of action or information, one side of managers' actions are directed outside. It's establishing contacts with external world. Regarding interaction, that's a managerial position. Managers have to connect those internal managerial processes at managed object and with external world, and that's ensuring contacts of internal world and external world as production, logistics, operational decisions and strategy, and this all should be aligned in one unified processes. Within this managerial position that Henry Menzel called ensuring interaction. First, then remote management, it's more characteristic of the level of top management for this strata management of information, but you understand that currently organizational management in many cases is going outside of managed system. There are companies that provide managerial services, but in the middle between these organizations are by themselves. So we need to combine that. Strengthening culture is a continuous task of managers because we function in cultural environment, and that's strategic interference means if managers are interfering where it's breaking in case of failures, and they use all their power and aim their actions to remove these bottlenecks. Speaking about inertia management, is more characteristic of middle management, where they make decisions by certain traditions. If there's resistance to this order, it's revolutionary management. But if it is aimed outside, then it's very fine, intriguing game that requires a lot of skills and consulting. Some managers are advisors, that help developing management decisions. So we considered 4 types, 4 models that represent management and naturally represented in any case. And it was like one-sided. There was a desire to combine it together, and the first effort was to draw something general, which is characteristic to all of these models, and this should be in the center. But unfortunately, this effort was not successful. And while it wasn't successful, we went in a different direction. We have taken one of the models and put it in the center. And all the rest we use as complementary to these models. And this second effort, we put the role model. So initially, it was the name of my presentation. So this model should be complemented by other models, especially in the part that don't have this central role model. So, Svetlana, do you have the last slide? Okay, we have it. So, if we look in this direction, then we get something that I tried to draw up yesterday. So, on this universal model, all the functions and roles and factors are included on external part of this initial egg of role model, and in 3 other sections you see others are on external. Managerial functions or roles aimed outside are on the surface, and all functions of organizational management and roles and factors acting internally from the other side. So this universal model, as you see, we remove some redundant things, but included those for the people who work on improving organizational management. But most important, this model is what needs to be included in the programs of courses for management in all educational institutions. I mean, managers who start their practical activities, that's what they should be aware of and connect in one wholeness. Because I will work on this last configuration, I think I can represent it as a soccer football ball, where it will assign certain roles and factors, and we'll try to make it more coherent, and you see what it turned out now, and that's where I complete, and thank you for your attention. Any questions, colleagues?
Есть вопросы к Ивану Николаевичу?
Any questions?
Ну, скажите, вот, значит, ролевая модель,
функциональная. So, the role model, functional model.
Затем, какие еще у вас, напомните?
Other, remind me, please. Factor and positioning.
Еще раз повторите вопрос. Традиционные факторные.
Well, traditional, factorial, I've heard. Well, I tried to list those patterns, those models that you mentioned today.
Не слышно меня?
You hear me?
Слышно, говори.
Yes. Go ahead.
Я перечислил модели, которые...
So I enumerated those models that you mentioned, but the last one, how do you call it? Integral.
Я даже свою звук отключил, я не слышу вас. Я вижу, что люди
I don't
говорят,
hear you. I see people talking
я с планшета веду. Если вы мне кто-то...
from my tablet. Okay.
У меня был русский перевод. Может, я...
Oh, I have Russian
Должен быть нормально. всё
Да,
правильно.
но я вас слышу, Светлана
translation channel, but I hear you, but not others.
Ну, Георгий Борисович спрашивает, что вы...
Georgi Borish asking that you mentioned 4 models, but offered the 5th one, integral. Does it have a name? Yes, I called it universal.
Универсальная модель менеджмента.
Working name, universal model. Well, universality is something different.
Это какая-то обобщающая, да,
It's some kind of generalized model that shows.
Так, ну не слышит Иван Николаевич, да?
Okay,
Не знаю, почему у нас...
he doesn't hear. I don't know.
Может, я отключу свое видео и звук, когда я вас
Maybe I
услышу.
turn off my sound and then I will turn it on.
Иван Николаевич, переводчики говорят, что вам нужно включить канал перевода. А почему? У нас же должно в русском канале идти речь всех русских. Может быть, там надо что-то обновить, перенастроить? Мгм. Иван Николаевич, уберите, пожалуйста, перевод пока, потом снова включите его, и вы будете слышать. Девушка, ну, наверное, в любом случае вы скажите свою реплику для остальных участников.
Но я хочу вопрос все-таки сформулировать в виде вопроса.
I want to ask a question and to hear their opinion. The question is, can these models, is the subject matter of management changing? In one case, Ivan Nikolaevich said about information, in other about the people, third about actions, and the basic object, like the enterprise that managers are in charge of. Like we understand managers in, it could be like a sales manager of some electronic devices. That's one understanding. But Ivan Nikolaevich means manager as managing of the enterprise. Is the vision changing of the object of management when moving from one model to another?
Иван Николаевич, вы слышали вопрос?
Ivan Nikolaevich, did you hear the question? Yes. Yes, I heard the question and I'm responding. I can turn on the video.
Предметная область управления
The subject matter of management is one. Like understanding of various managers about managed system are different. So in the role model, we have the 3 stratas. Linear management usually work in the strata of actions, like middle managers who play important role in economic systems
топ-менеджеры,
of the people and top managers and strategists
топ-уровня, они работают
of top level, they work in the strata of information. So the object and subject of management activity is one. But the coverage or system vision of this management is different for different managers. They see this system their own way. So does it mean that the vision of the system as a whole moves to the background for those who think about information, action, or dealing with it, or not?
Нет ли тут какого-то противоречия
Is there a contradiction here of the system that you describe, like shifting from the view of managers, of general vision?
Думаю, что нет.
I think not.
Тех менеджеров, которые
Obligations of those managers working in information strata,
обязательно должно быть представление о всем.
they should have the understanding about the whole system. Regarding lower managers, linear or middle management, they are working to have a broader understanding about managed system and go up to the level of top managers. Otherwise, how can you go up if you don't see what you're managing? There's no conflict here. Colleagues, we have to move on.
Иван Николаевич, один вопрос еще.
So, one question, one more question, and short answer in chat. So, when moving to remote mode of work, do we need to make changes in existing management models? I think not. The only thing you need to define those moments where external organizations will collect information and interfere in management process. So this distance between various control points should be calculated the way so that to reduce costs for managing this external organ and reduce probability.
Уменьшить вероятность увеличения затрат
of increasing costs due to the need of certain changes by the reason of untimely control in retrospect. So the answer is no, but there could be some specifics.
Все, спасибо большое, Иван Николаевич.
Thank you, Ivan Nikolaevich. We'll let you go. And thank you very much. And I give the floor to Oleg Ivanovich Lavrushin, the presentation Trust in Financial Markets and System of Economic Development Assessment.
Пожалуйста, Олег Иванович.
Доброе утро, уважаемые коллеги.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you, Svetlana. It's a pleasure to get you familiar with some research done by the department. It's about trust in financial markets to the system of assessment of economic development. And I need to say that this topic is quite complex by several reasons. First of all, it's not clear, this subject matter of discussion is not clear. What we are going to discuss further, there is no enough methodological base. People speak a lot about trust, although methodology, how to calculate it based on which criteria and indicators, it is still in the development phase. It is not only related to this country. This topic is broadly discussed in the West, but advancement in this direction, unfortunately, very small. And really, trust relates to one of the most important factors of economic development by assessment of international community. Confidence improves connections between economic entities and loyalty and obligations and in economic system and a certain competitive advantage. On the other hand, if there is no trust, then definitely it slows down economic growth and is a factor of vulnerability of economic system.
Once again, factor for vulnerability of economic system. There are many factors impacting levels of trust to the institutions, but from the consumer viewpoint, speaking of serious research, there hasn't been much. We were able to examine it from the viewpoint of history. The development of the theory of this issue. I was more into loans, but credit also involves an element of trust. And having analyzed the statements of a number of foreign authors, it should be noted that as far back as in the 19th century, the leading Western scientists and philosophers were viewing this category The discussions continued in the 20th century, and I'm remembering the memoirs of the famous American finance genius Morgan. He put trust foremost. He described a case when a young man approached him asking to borrow $1 million. Morgan felt so much respect for the young man that he opened him a credit line to the tune of $1 million. And having discussed this case later in the U.S. Senate, he reaffirmed his conviction that trust in economic activity is the primary factor, the foundation for the deal, for the transaction to actually happen. And he was asked by the senators about the guarantees, the collateral, liquidity, whether these were important issues. He said, yes, they were relevant, but they were secondary. Primary for me is trust. Trust, including the person who approached him and who he opened the credit line, as he told the story. Certainly Morgan could have been not telling everything. Of course, Morgan put his own spin on the story. He could have made his own inquiries into the project about the future of the young man and not have taken a wholesome risk. But management in the Soviet era was also mentioned in terms of trust, although the very definition of trust, the term trust, was not really favored. I used to be a credit loans inspector at the bank in the Soviet era, and I remember when we used to issue loans of trust. These were trusts which were provided to an abstract balance when he had no income at all, no sources of income, and we used to provide the 20-day bridge short loans. He had to provide no data. We provided this overdraft. We defined the limit, and this only provided this to facilities, to organizations with good history, but we did that. In the modern era, a lot is being said about trust, and certainly from the practical viewpoint, it is necessary to remember that when back in 1990, Deutsche Bank wrote a motto on their flag: trust comes first. Trust is the strongest currency in the world. And he was right in a way, because if a man or organization is trusted, this is very important. This is a serious competitive advantage. This is an extremely relevant factor. And when we saw the crisis of 2008-2009, trust became even more relevant in the debate. And certainly this was not accidental, because something needed to be done. The levels of trust were falling, and as is continuing to happen today. Now you're seeing the results of the national poll of the National Agency for Financial Information is the level of trust to the institutions' financial markets, according to the polls. And we can see that year 2019 showed lower trust levels compared to 5 years ago. This had to do mostly with the banking industry. 59%, please note, it used to be 5 years ago. Now it's 58. And if we take preceding years, we can see the falling levels. Certainly, our research concerned more the banking industry predominantly, but because we were talking about trust in the financial market generally, we were also looking at other players, such as insurance companies and also others. It must be noted that this is not only observed in Russia, speaking of these falling levels of trust. We note the same phenomena worldwide. According to the recent trust rating, we have taken one of the last positions in the rating. Certainly, this is regrettable, but it must be noted that other countries and banks and certainly bank-oriented countries have not gone far ahead of us in the ratings. Germany, France, the US, the UK. The statistics that are provided in the field shows that the leading nations, developed countries, are not presenting a bright example, a shining example in terms of trust levels. Moreover, worldwide, the levels of trust are falling. We know that this is one of the reasons for something to be done from the practical viewpoint, to use these indicators for actual reduction of this potential of trust. And the relevance of the subject is related not only to the practical viewpoint. Certainly, it is also based on the perception of trust. And certainly, we are interested in the practical aspects. If we say that trust must be strengthened, we have to be aware that we're speaking of the same concepts, whether there is the same perception of the issue, same understanding. Unfortunately, we don't have that. This is the existing perception of trust. We see dominating characteristic of trust as an expectation, as a state of expectation. In terms of trust, Fukuyama is one authority. Let me read his definition of trust. Trust appearing with members of society is an expectation that other members of the community, of the society, will behave predictably, honorably, honestly, according to common norms. And this is the first thesis. We note it on this slide. About 1 year ago, I had a chance to take part in an event at one of the universities where we discussed trust. It was an international discussion, and one of the international experts asked himself, "What is trust?" It was a rhetorical question, and then he provided an explanation. In his viewpoint, the highway, let's imagine a highway, and we can see two cars approaching each other from opposite directions at a huge speed, and there is a sharp bend ahead. Certainly the drivers do not see each other, and in his opinion, this was a correct representation of the expectation that another entity, which in this case of economic activity, economic relations, will behave correctly, let's call it that. So this is a representation of trust as a state of expectation. It can also be interpreted as an understanding of motives, actions of the other party. And let me also refer to Fukuyama, a big authority on a subject. In my opinion, Fukuyama is the biggest authority in the field. Let me go back to Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, to OECD. And OECD, according to OECD definition, trust means belief, faith of a person that another person or an organization, entity, will act according to his or her positive expectations. And this is also part of this list of trust definitions here. I will avoid mentioning that often trust is associated with the semantics of the verb to believe, to trust. And in my own research, I always note the terminology and definitions. I go back to the thesaurus, to the Russian thesaurus, to the dictionary of Dao, and because often understandings concepts and definitions are very important. And without semantic understanding, without the correct understanding of the matter of conversation, it is hard to move on, to follow up on this. Certainly, thematic understanding of a subject cannot pretend to understand the essence of things. However, we have also presented other definitions that can be found in various literature. We have provided quite a rare piece of research in terms of the data we have collected. And now let us go back to international experience, to the international definitions. I think that for the theorists, the theory is very important, but it turns out to be not just a not just a sport of theory, but very important for understanding what do people actually mean when they're talking about trust. And it turns out they're talking about it for a very long time, and it's very important that trust is being often recalled. But understanding the concept of trust actually isn't always straightforward. Prepared to rely on a bank as a psychological state and others. So these are the existing understandings, concepts of trust in morals and in some feelings. So in general, this is a name to express it in emotional context. And emotional and moral context, of course, it's a necessary, it's a given. However, it is often not only the concepts in our consciousness. We begin to see more often that trust doesn't exist just in our consciousness. It actually does exist in human relationships, in human communication. Yes, there is certainly the emotional aspect, the moral aspect, the psychology, the ethics. But if we view ethics and morals, well, ethics, yes, it has strong relevance. But trust, in our opinion, is a subject for further research, also in terms of law and economics. And we view trust as a multidisciplinary category, as belonging in a multidisciplinary category. And later on, I will prove that trust exists in many factors. If we try to express a definition, provide some indicators for it, some measurement scales, we have to understand exactly what is the subject matter of the discussion. So trust is not an abstract concept, it's not an abstract idea, it's a specific event, specific phenomena, which based on economics, law and other activity takes material basis. And trust and economic activity exist not separately, however, but in full interaction. However, they do not lose the essence of each. While if we look at the economic activity against the background of trust, taking the new coloring, new trustful coloring, and not losing its origins. And each of these factors in the relationships is completely independent. So this convinces us that trust is not just an emotional state. I'd like to once again reiterate that there is a strong emotional and element of mood, but this is a certain parameter of human activity that exists and in economic relations takes special significance and expression. So quite often when trust is discussed, only one party, the approach is one-sided. Usually we speak about the person trusting giving trust, trusting into something. However, in our viewpoint, the trust is not a unilateral approach, it's a bilateral relationship, and the assessment of loyalty, the assessment of trust should certainly be multilateral. And here we have to separate the concepts of trust and loyalty. When I trust someone, for instance, I'm very comfortable in speaking about the loans, since my background is in finance. I trust my borrower, trusting he will use it in the right manner and will give me ROI. So I trust that. However, there is the reverse of the coin, and this certainly is very important with the banks. Banks do not only banks function based on function from loans. They control the money, and the more clients place money on deposits, savings accounts, the more loyal the clients are. Certainly, the more trust exists, and the reverse is also true. Vice versa, if I also provide trust, if I trust my borrowers, if I provide active financing, especially in crisis conditions, this will certainly be important in the future. He will trust me, he will sympathize me, he'll come to my bank, and not just any other bank. So these are two separate processes. There is a loyalty assessment of customer loyalty, and there is assessment of loyalty and customer assessment. So loyalty as the reverse of trust is what we're separating here. So what are the attributes of trust? Here is the classification of attributes. Next slide. And of the signs of trust. So we have to recognize here that trust is purely voluntary. This is completely obvious. There is no imperative here, whether you like it or not, whether you can or you can't enter a relationship. Trust. So this trust is a very important element. It's not the essence. It's one of the attributes. The essence, it becomes domineering only when one of the attributes becomes domineering. Certainly, trust is important. It's free here. This is another attribute. It's free. Services provided within trust. Trust has no specific term. However, it changes. It doesn't mean it's infinite, but the levels of trust fluctuate. They may rise and fall. It's a dynamic process. However, there is no specific term. As a loan, for instance, because a credit of trust is one. They say that credit and loan came from the word of trust. I trust you, I believe you. And there is to be credible. The etymology is the word credible. So another attribute of trust here is the right to refuse the borrower, to refuse trust, or a person providing the trust. The person trusting can also refuse to trust.
Частое присутствие аффективных компонентов.
There are often effective components in trust. Of course, it's good attitude, readiness to resolve problems, communications. These are important things, and certain properties existing. Foreign authors also note as a property of trust is lack of control. If you are trusted, then control diminishes. However, we shouldn't forget about control. Even Germans have the saying, "Vertrauen is good." So control is good, but trust is better. And Russians said, you trust, but you verify. Because if lack of control is attribute of trust, this increases the need for controls, for monitoring of what participants are doing, etc. So what are the factors? We move to some modern part of trust and confidence, okay? It goes down and we concede. And what are the factors that limit trust to participants of financial markets? We haven't considered trust from the point of view of one of the participants. We mean trust in financial markets, and we are considering banks, first of all, and insurance companies and other institutions and participants of this market. And here we have four factors. That's economic soundness, health, socio-economic, focus of entities, development of new technologies, and financial literacy. In each of these blocks, factors of trust that characterize instability of macroeconomic environment. We note inflation, high level of interest rates, economic decline, unemployment rate, everything that we note when we review economic soundness and economic situation. So this block is primary for that. Second, is social economic orientation of participants. That's redundant risks that focus on only on profit seeking and low attention to well-being of society members. Unfortunately, this social orientation is not shared by the large part of participants of markets. But the world experience tells that trust is increasing and expanding when we're talking about relations of customers and banks that share the principles of corporate social responsibility. It turns out this bank would have bigger profits and it will be sustained during crises than a regular enterprise that oriented in classical way. Because we paid attention to another factor that can positively or negatively influence the state of trust. This is digitalization and those risks coming with it. This is a special issue, and we studied it. And we made a study of 457 respondents that we questioned also regarding trust and how it impacts financial markets. And the last thing is the state of literacy. Insufficient literacy directly influences the level of trust. Next, what I wanted to tell you is about the Russian practices, how we measure this trust, and what is measured in the West. In Russian practices, I think from 2012, 2013, we can see the research, public opinion foundation where study public confidence, and they ask questions to population also regarding bank deposits. The second is analytical center of National Association of Financial.
Что результаты всероссийского опроса.
These are results of all Russian poll of population. Before 2019, these studies were carried out on a regular basis, and in 2020, this study was continued. And recently, we used the data published a month ago. Third institution which is concerned about trust assessment is Bank of Russia. In 2019, there's a report about comprehensive study of confidence in financial markets. Speaking to central bank employees and discussing on various issues of trust, we understood that in this regard, they also make a lot of work. And the central bank is based on results of questionnaires of analytical center. We also know about the experience of Levada Center 2018 poll, and the factor of approval is specified, but approve but not trust. And the results can show. And another company is a holding Ramir index of confidence is calculated as difference between positive and negative assessments of trust. This is the Russian experience. The foreign experience is multifaceted. So on the one hand, what is more important? In the beginning, I said about indices used by the Chicago School, the Index of Financial Confidence. It shows the readiness of Americans to invest their savings in objects that they trust. In Japan, Consumer Confidence Index, where consumers respond to important questions about the general state of economy, increasing revenues, labor conditions, etc. Also can take the industry confidence index or NPS used in EU that shows the sentiment of people regarding current and future state of economy. But what is concerning, the assessment is done predominantly based on polls or interviews, and indices are based on the opinion of physical persons. And rare cases, polls are made at company managers level, and it seems it makes us we can challenge this methodology of assessment with confidence. However, to summarize what is done abroad and here, what can we say? Organizational and methodological issues. Next slide. Who are we going to assess? First, we assess predominantly physical persons. And what do we assess? The loyalty of customer and loyalty of seller and loyalty of lender, and is not done, is not calculated. The object of confidence assessment of trust is predominantly consumer purposes of physical persons. Also, assessment of current and future situation in the country, what we mentioned regarding Japan. The basis of assessment is subjective opinion of population based on polls. Objective and quantitative indicators are not used. In each country have their own approach to the object of assessment. International regulations are not established, and predominantly assessment is done once a year. So along with the national assessment, there's a mutual individual assessments of market participants. What we can say in general as lack of a unified methodological approach and lack of general regulations where we can say where this dangerous line where confidence stops and that can lead to negative implications. So we try to approach assessment of trust not only based on interviews, questionnaires, because assessment of trust based on these interviews not always show the real situation on financial markets. I think it's more practical to ask more competent people in assessments. So I think more reliable is assessment based on experts' polls of financial markets. And the index of confidence to market participants, I think, will provide more reliable information when we're talking about using objective indicators. Indices and indicators are not always the same for all. It all depends whom are we interviewing and who is responding to us for each type of financial institution. Subject to their interests, indicators may vary. So, but we try to create certain integral index that takes into account all these indicators that we take as a basis to calculate trust, estimate confidence. Our model is the following. First, we build integral index and we pay attention to whom we're supposed to assess in this regard. And inside of each participant, we need to determine which indicators are more characteristic for them. And what's especially important, since we assess the confidence of participants' financial markets, we need to look, is there a corresponding statistical base? If we say that we not only need to interview and take into account subjective opinions, but important to assess objective indicators, it's important to know what indicators can be used and what are statistical indicators that can directly provide information to us about what's happening in terms of whether people trust or don't trust. So that's our approach that we try to implement while developing this model. It showed that in modern conditions, of course, the level of trust declines if it's about subjective indicators. When we use quantitative characteristic, certain variables, it's not so easy. I think there is no foundation that it's all going into worse direction. It's not always substantiated. So we interviewed not the population, but experts. And this is the data available and presented on this slide. Main results out of 4 market participants that we analyzed, the most level of trust with banks, 82%, central bank, 75%, insurance companies. For the last 12 months, the level of trust overall was sustained, and 66-77% told about this. Respondents, was when we are guided not by the opinion of some passerbys, but we ask experts. So these 457 is a physical persons, but people working in banks. These are scientists and people dealing with this, and they that can professionally respond to this question. So these are results of this polls. Hold on a second. Very important to see regarding digital technologies. It's a broadly discussed issue. But the market responded positively, according to our estimates, and experts positively assessed the implementation of digital technologies. Either it didn't influence confidence, where small financial institutions are responding. And regarding banks, digital technologies, the focus was that it increased the level of trust. And negative impact of digital technologies was specified only by 3 to 7% respondents. Since we also analyzed international experience, it's not so straightforward. Digital technologies, although they positively influence overall, but they are still concerning. Recently, German sources, an international organization in Germany, published its research regarding digital technologies, and it's not so straightforward. 2 out of 5 respondents, groups of respondents, considered that so-called direct banking, those equipped with technologies, with newest technologies, considered that these banks have lead to a lack of trust. And yesterday, research was published here that digital technologies
возможности человеческого такого общения. Вот очеловечивание не происходит. Необходимо очеловечивание.
Don't lead to human communications,
Поэтому, конечно, риски
which is fair, and the risks are significant. We cannot deny them. And factors of digitalization are important.
Цифровые технологии,
but still digital technologies
и оценки вызывают определенные
assessment
когда говорят, что
lead to some questions, especially in the case when they say that digital technologies will lead to the situations where banks will not be needed, and maybe other platforms that will perform this function, including for lending, etc. So these were all the issues related to development.
Обстоит дело со временем.
Время закончилось. Время закончилось. Да, время закончилось.
We're out of time,
Я думаю, что будут вопросы, я отвечу тогда.
Well, I will answer if there are any questions. I will be able to comment. I haven't been able to tell you about our proposal, economical proposal. Okay, dear colleagues, Oleg Ivanovich, Churikov, Alexander Churikov, may I ask a question? Yes, please. Oleg, thank you very much for your presentation. It allows us not only to reflect, but makes some certain assumptions. It's it's not. I'm not countering your proposal. It's a counter concept. So what happens here is we're making a fetish of a concept of trust. There are researchers that say, well, there should be a high level of mistrust, institutional, interpersonal. Let me provide a quotation by Thomas Jefferson. It was applicable in politics, but it's also applicable for a country. Free state is based not on trust, but actual awareness of who we provide with authority. So it's very adaptable to the context of our country. So historically, we have proven the more financially literate is the citizen, the higher is his mistrust to the financial tools and financial market. It's very interesting. And it's very interesting that this interesting trend for theft and illegal distribution of various databases, whether it's COVID or others, COVID patients or others. So the appearance of various fraud schemes and unfair and practices in the financial market. What is your position on the correct interaction of these two concepts? Trust as the result of activities of financial institutions and mistrust as a necessary element of financial culture of the population. Well, thank you. It's an important question. It also characterizes the relationship towards the subject. Certainly, it is very hard to describe trust as a type of awareness. This is also an important moment. But we need a certain characteristic of what it actually means. On the other hand, I'm aware of the fact that association of Russian banks is more and more speaking of responsibility. The more responsibility, so the higher the vigilance, the more people, the higher the alertness, the more people trust each other with high levels of vigilance. So vigilance is an important concept, and as you said, when you were speaking of awareness, and also the psychological assessment of trust in terms of morals, in terms of moral obligations, performance by the client. Our model, however, endeavored to connect, to link the psychological assessments with other assessments that can be used and can be expressed in various indicators. And also when the levels of trust are falling, certainly it is falling, and in this connection, in connection to the falling levels of trust, it is the result of what is happening in the community. And if this trust is falling, well, appropriate measures are necessary to strengthen, to bolster this trust. And I would tend to consider that important issue when characterizing trust is what the community has achieved, what the society has achieved, economic and social indicators that were achieved. So based on them, we could endeavor to identify what is missing in these relationships between economic entities. So this is my response. May I ask, says George Kleiner. Certainly I cannot refuse you, but it's the last question since we're 5 minutes over the agenda? Well, it's an important question. It may be vital for all of us. Oleg Ivanovich, very interesting research you have conducted, but I would like to move you from the heights of banking to the problems of our daily routine at the financial university. We are both professors here at the university. Would you please tell me what is the trust level of interpersonal and interpositional, for example, superior versus subordinate in the financial university? What is the dynamic of trust? We see more and more confirmations when we deal with various questions. Then we need to confirm the confirmation and approve and reapprove. Do you think in our daily life the level of trust is it changing or not?
Сторонник такой, в общем-то.
Well, as you're aware, I'm the advocate of the traditional school, old school. I'm used to trusting people. So, similar to any person from birth, they have the highest category of trust. Then with age, they shape own opinions that to a certain degree begin to correct that initial viewpoint. And also, this applies in the community, in the society. And certainly, it is undoubtable. We have to trust. Highest levels of trust are preferable. But as far as I understand, trust is based on what we're trying to measure and how are we trying to measure certain attitudes, certain relationships that exist. We cannot exclude the possibility that availability of certain documentation, reporting documentation, moves away from the whole scope of trust. As we said, trust is a voluntary thing. It cannot be directed. I trust if I like, or I don't trust if I don't like. But how do we measure these levels of trust? The interest in defining it correctly today, especially particularly in our university, it's a concerning fact that also concerns the administration to a degree. But I suppose that our university, the institute, is subordinate to other hierarchical structures. The information we are sometimes called upon to provide is not just conceived by our electorate, by the ministries. We're required to. And on the background of the news of a new assessment, a new certification or accreditation oncoming, and within the framework of the requirements presented to the university, the administration is forced to analyze data, confirm data, because certainly trust exists when control isn't necessary on the one hand. If you give trust, what sort of control can there exist? But if you exercise control, then one of the key attributes of trust is missing, this voluntariness. And the issue here is as to how often and how much is there of certain paperwork. Yes, I share the idea that there is a lot more paperwork, and me as a creative person, I would like more basic traditional trust in that regard. This would be my reply to the question. Thank you very much, Georgy Borisovich. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. A very interesting subject. I have questions from my side. I'm sure others also do, but we must move on due to the agenda. Thank you very much, Oleg, for your interesting presentation. And now I'm pleased to give the floor to next two speakers, Vladimir Prespikskin. Rank his professor, and Vorontsova Natalia, the Associate Professor of Education Faculty in Moscow Pedagogical University. Their report, their presentation is called The Role of Productive Thinking in Learning the Skills of the Future.
Коллеги, пожалуйста, вас не слышно, включите звук.
Dear colleagues, please unmute and you may go ahead.
Так, слышно, уважаемые коллеги?
Dear colleagues, can you hear me now? Yes, thank you.
Добрый день еще раз, уважаемые коллеги. Время бежит быстрыми темпами, и готов сделали сами.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much. What we did 40 or 50 years ago is today outdated. The role of the fourth industrial revolution, fifth technological revolution with computers and chemistry, internet, IT and mobile phones is quite new. And today our government, our country and the whole international community is beginning the digital transformation journey. Certainly, we are moving on from one area, from the second industrial revolution to the third industrial revolution, that is provided by the new internet technologies and renewable energy that provide a platform for the third industrial revolution. There are internet technologies, but the renewable technologies certainly are still waiting for oil and gas. Digital transformation, we are seeing the shift in old systems, didactical, pedagogical, and we're moving to digital deduction. We are moving on from Gutenberg communication platform to Zuckerberg's Facebook. And this plays an important role. We are moving on from the verbal to systemic, from systemic thinking to perceiving, understanding shapes and images. We are moving from analytical to systemic thinking, systems thinking, and humans are also changing. I'd like you to know such avenues of the future, such as collaboration and virtual collaboration. Today, we're seeing changes to the work culture. Some staff have never seen each other. Google, for instance, has an office, but Russian company Utkanos Platypus doesn't have an office. And the fact of competition in the digital sphere is a fact that we are now communicating, is a proof in the pudding of us using Zoom platform today. So deep virtual collaboration. I think we need to work with the context. If we work out of context, out of the same context, you will be misunderstood and colleagues may misunderstand your message, because perception is an active way of forming your impression of the world and not just systemic. You need to describe the purpose very precisely when describing goals. And I think in teamwork it is very important. Being able to work with examples. Don't be shy of using other cases. Use metaphors. The more metaphors and idioms you use, the more understandable you are for the members of the remote team. Visualization. For instance, you don't know Japanese and teenagers are speaking to their Japanese contemporaries using emoji keyboard and understand each other very well. So understanding each other is very important. So the tools for comfortable remote work are listed here on the slide. I'm not going to dwell on them. You may view them later. Second focus is transdisciplinary focus. This is a new focus. However, this ability, this is entering our lives. This is the ability to solve any challenge, going outside a separate approach or professional field. This is an ability to find common language with experts from different fields, not being limited by any language or other borders. Government has long united a number of industries into one, and today, in school and university, we're still examining many subjects separately. Tomorrow, it will be insufficient to have extensive knowledge in your field. You will need the knowledge of other fields that interact with the current given issues. What should be done today? Imagine that you're the whole system of skills and knowledge. It's very interesting to imagine the domain of knowledge. Please write down the skills that are necessary for the development of a given industry, with skills and knowledge that you already have, and you will be able to identify your gaps and what needs to be developed to solve a given question. Third focus is digital thinking. To see and describe challenges which are viable for solution using digital technologies. Being able to work with digital technologies and stopping to use paper sources and hard copies. Research have shown that in 10 years that children after 10 years old are using online technologies. After 16 and 17, most Europe 50% and most 78% in the US are using digital technologies. So the ability to use all the tools and opportunities of the modern world and implement them into your life for simplifying a multitude of complex tasks, of wicked problems, is important. And the key here is to understand which technologies tackle which problems and how they interact. So what should be done? This is a skill folio. This is the key strategy of development for companies. The digital competency profile, soft and hard skills, and on specific achievements, they select their personnel and structure individual vectors for professional development. Another focus is media literacy. Media literacy is a deep concept. However, everything begins with information sources. Transfer of information. Every person may act as a medium transferring information to other sources. This is a very important skill for the 21st century. This is a skill to analyze information from different avenues.
Identify manipulations, have critical thinking. First of all, understand various sources of media, and third, find the required information. Media space are based on the rules of storytelling. First, we select the topic, then develop the model of narration, then identify issue, problem, discuss conflict to culmination, and provide solution. So This I'm finished my presentation and ready to take your questions, but I would direct the listeners to Corbata physiotherapist therapeutics on the breakfast in Davos by Gref, and have more detailed information there. You can get familiar with this. Thank you for your attention. Natalia, you continue. Yes, but I need to turn on my screen sharing. Please give me permission.
Не получается, поскольку... Ага, так, сейчас, наверное, получится. Да, сейчас все будет. Сейчас, минутку. Скажите, пожалуйста, видно? Все видно?
Да.
Now we can see the screen. So my colleague, Professor Vladimir Prosverkin, touched upon relevant issues of digital thinking, special thinking, which has been formed in modern young people and pupils. And I would like to focus attention on the issue of development of productive thinking in the digitalization of education. During education, digitalization, productive thinking, and its creative thinking that really provides new solutions to problems is slightly difficult, is almost exhausted, and development of creative thinking in digitalization doesn't have enough attention. Digital technologies offer assignment for modeling, even generalization, but they are still reproductive, executive nature, and that's a big issue. Another problem that we also encountered while making studies with students, that's clip thinking of students. And this clip thinking is expressed that they rapidly operate short images, but the image of the world is like a patchwork and fragmented. They cannot perceive one topic and start consuming another, and the field of conscious of modern students become like a kaleidoscope of unconnected facts and parts of information. So this avalanche of information and visual information coming then from various sides leads to the fact that they are not able to learn and grasp this information and perceive this information. So productive thinking is not at a high level. Moreover, digital technologies use tests for assessments of knowledge and skills, and all our exams and practical classes are translated into the test mode where you can select A, B, and C, and these tests bring creative thinkers to narrow frame, like a narrow standard that was established when creating tests. So we cannot think how students think, how they generate ideas, how they come to create something new. So creative potential and resource we see within these digital technologies in education, unfortunately, is exhausted. And we understand that digitalization is overarching and it's not going to stop. But this gap in educational system requires this liquidation, and there is a task to find special educational technologies that would be aimed to form productive thinking. Can be implemented in digital technologies. And we encountered that modern instructors and carrier of knowledge and skills with this traditional position is not required by students so much. And there is everything online. When we offer some tasks that students don't plan to think, they ask Google OK and they get the knowledge immediately. And we as translators of knowledge and skills when transferring historical experience, following the terminology of Vygotsky, modern students are not very much interested in this. It's everything online and in digital technologies. There is more that we can give to them. That's why there is a task for instructor to move to another paradigm of facilitative, as we call it. It's a new paradigm of instructors' activities with a focus on so-called directive participation. It's not on saturating students of any age with knowledge and skills, but personal resources. It helps to work in there within their opportunities based on their individual experience. But for this purpose, I compare two paradigms in teachers' activities. For a teacher, even during digitalization, they need to create a special creative environment which has issues and no assessment and acceptance of opinion of everyone. And we focus on developing impact and building special psychological, pedagogical conditions for self-development at any age. So this is not a simple task, because for that you need to form a new position of a modern instructor that would have special thinking aimed for that the resource of development is inside people and have special qualities, and the tasks in educational process is different. To save time, I will not tell everything, but I think that colleagues already know it very well. But we say that we need to practice-oriented technologies. So as one of the resources to counter this clip thinking within digitalization of education, we offer a technology of image of thinking is based on work and capture information of artistic images of all the works of art, and it includes perception of world art, where artistic images is a good rich resource for development of creative thinking. And why we take pieces of art? Because it's multifaceted, it has better answers what the artist wanted to say. You look at it, no ready answers. And the process of understanding this is like a resolving creative task. It's also visual information, which is good with education digitalization and removes the gap related to activization of creative, productive thinking of modern students and pupils. So the basis of this approach is facilitated discussion, group discussion, and process of collective consideration, and components of facilitated discussion. And students have the opportunity to study according to this mode. And we have a group of students that learning this technology, and they say that that's what they were missing, to learn thinking, which they don't teach in the university or school. And it's all for processing of ready information, which is coming on them from various sites. And moreover, we made a study. And I'm not going to discuss slides because this is already narrow practical nature and specific definition of this program. But I want to say this personal oriented technologies aim to develop productive thinking. First of all, is used in our Moscow University, Moscow Pedagogical State University, and when teaching students of the Institute of Philology, Psychology, process of psychology courses, and it is also used in a number of schools and University of Nizhny Novgorod. So my colleagues have been actively implementing this approach for 17 years. And we made a pilot study. Not so many students taken part, but it happened this year. 65 students of the Institute of Philology of our university, and we measured the development of their creative, productive thinking by a number of diagnostic methods. And we concluded that rich resources actualized and components of productive thinking like variability and flexibility of thinking, like fluency, originality, development of ideas is increased in some cases 2 times. And this concludes that this technology is good alternative or as a complementary resource towards it offered by education digitalization. And to summarize it, what Vladimir Prasvirkin says and what I said, and try to come to some short conclusions, I think we can say that really digitalization was there and will be, but to prevent losing productive thinking resource, we need not one resource, but we need to find alternatives, use personally oriented technologies that will help modern students to learn the ways of operating with information, visual, audio, and that will help teach them create and creative thinking and enrich their social experience, aim to develop social intelligence as well. And I'd like to finish my presentation with words of Carl Rogers. Only person having a group of support, trust, and acceptance are able to real self-realization. And human factor plays an important role in education digitalization. Groups of support and trust are harder to find, and it will look special digital way. Thank you for your attention, and I tried to briefly elucidate these problems of developing productive thinking in an epoch of digitalization of education. And with my colleague, Vladimir Prasvirkin, are ready to take your questions. Colleagues, any questions to the speaker, to the speakers? So, if possible, I don't know whether it's to Vladimir or Natalia. So these were interesting reports. I'd like to ask about practical part. I understand how it can be used, and moreover, some elements are used in my course. How can you use in art and literature and history, biology, geography? But when you talk about special disciplines, is there any work done or forms of support? And I'd like to hear about that. Thanks. We've been thinking on this for a while. We have a good resource, and we have some work done using elements of this in mathematics lessons, because these schematics, these are visual incentives that have generalized nature, and whereas a lot of information can be captured and understood and interpreted. So using this facilitated discussion approach in mathematics, when studying mathematical and even physical cycle, we have this done, and myself only on methodology of teaching mathematics use this technology, but when studying courses of psychology, like age, pedagogical, social, and general, facilitated discussion is going well. And the materials will be changed and will not take artworks, but we'll have some visual cases, some mathematical tasks, and problem situations, so it can be on various subject level developed. So that's in general terms. Did I answer your question? So, can you give some references where we can read about it? Some things. I wanted to add and draw attention of colleagues who ask a question that we'll move away from text materials. It's a natural process. And one interesting study, when there was a large sampling of students, and it was 2019, and Kurpatov mentioned about that, where students having phones and without phones, and how the active part of their brain works. As soon as they take the phone, the active part of brain is switched off and thinking is stopped, and the other way around. Out of phone, in another room, you need to get 23 minutes. Then the active part of brain is switched on. And we're not always successful in this. Like in pandemic, high school students have 4 or 5 computers, and it's not good. I would even call it some digital disease in the future. Thank you. I have another question. Now we observe the trend among young people that they rely on digital technologies and Google and other sources. For example, they use some program of decision-making support, and they believe in this decision and don't think about algorithms underlying this. And therefore, they cannot interpret the results, they cannot give the right assessment this information. So how can we make them interested not to rely on this easy path and try to figure out themselves in this analysis, algorithms, and these approaches, some text analysis? If they don't have desire, it doesn't make sense to tell them. Well, that's what I was talking about. This process will be reinforced. It's a natural process. And what we said that we're going to lose it, yeah, it's a fact. It will all depend how teachers will organize it, and time management probably, and how they work with students. That's very important. How much will be for digital technologies and how much what you mentioned and what is missing? I would like to add really this moment of forming internal creative thinking is very urgent. And we need to look for additional resources. Well, we know from psychology there are 3 main areas when making internal motivation: not to take really standards and use algorithms without understanding how it works, so that they learn to perceive it. And
so the perception of the material they learned with digital technologies And social responsibility is very important, social motivation, social interaction, emotional interaction, and most important for senior classes and students is challenging learning tasks. So they have to understand, it has to be applicable, they have to understand the reasons why they need it. So we teach students to think critically, and then during the exams, they have tests. And everything we taught them is not useful. And they ask, why do we want that? We will just go through the test, through the theory, we will have some knowledge, and we have no need to understand how it works. So we need to change the focus, shift, so to understanding why it's necessary. Self-understanding. Natalia has presented. She is a designer. She designs the learning process. So this is a part of time management in digital pedagogy, in digital pedagogics today. So this is the era of digitalization of education, and all the students are asking for the return of offline education. Oh, what can be done? I don't think we'll return to this traditional process. Private schools and private universities will increase online, and they will take it for basis. They will have offline, but not government, not state schools. It's a sad picture. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? Svetlana Evgenievna, I'm risking to shift to pull the conversation one way, but I heard the comment that when a gadget turns on, creative part of the brain switches off. Maybe, perhaps, we need to propose some concepts to the gadget makers, to the electronics companies, so this doesn't happen. Maybe we should design the application so that the creative brain components, the cortex, are not switched off when the device is switched on. How do you feel about that? And of course, it's a first of all question for Vladimir, and I also would like to hear Natalia. Klaus Martin Schwab, the president of Davos Forum that I was quoting 2 years ago, said that AI leads to control, and the key is for people to understand the application, how to focus the AI for the benefit of humanity. What exactly what you're saying today? Unfortunately, the investments into business digital technologies doesn't provide the answers today, unfortunately. Regrettably, thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues. Dear colleagues, do you have any more questions? If I may, please go ahead, Oleg. I'd like to thank the speakers for a very interesting presentation. Do you follow any current trends in education? Do you feel that in the future we're going to get more intellectually independent young people, or will it be provide more opportunities for manipulation, and people will be dependent on the social media, their gadgets, and will lose the ability to critically process information? Well, I think this question goes in line with the previous. It all depends as to how far this future AI is programmed, who is actually doing the programming. And the president of the Russian Federation actually focused the attention on the fact that if we lag behind this development of AI, we may suffer serious setbacks in the future. And we are quite behind in electronics. So we are beginning a process of reconstruction and recovery. I don't think we will advance far along the process while oil and gas carbohydrates are going to slow down this process, as Russia is going to enjoy its own special path opposite to that of the development of the international community in general. And of course, the community is going to be very controlled. controlled until the internet technologies and renewable energies, basis for the foundation of third industrial revolution, are the basis, because then this will provide in turn horizontal management once oil and gas is gone. But this is a lengthy process. We depend on that. For this reason, I put forward that the community society will be controllable. And in this stage, frankly speaking, this danger is very high, and there is a trend that the critical thinking levels of modern students are lower, and productivity of their intelligence is quite lower compared to students 15 years ago. We do see such a trend. So the fact that they will be programmed with gadgets and are going to become objects for manipulation is a definite threat. I think it's a serious danger. And let's try to counteract this trends. Next year there will be a new book published, and certainly in this book I have described in detail these issues. Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to take part in this wonderful Congress, and certainly we are ready to take part next year or in the future. Unfortunately, I have to leave because I'm beginning the next class with students online, so using digital technologies. So thank you and goodbye. I hope to be able to see you later and further discuss the subjects professionally. Thank you very much, Vladimir and Natalia. Thank you for your interesting presentation. Thank you. Goodbye. Dear colleagues, we are at a point of a break in our agenda, and I propose you do not go away. Just mute your microphones and turn off your cameras, and we will see you in at 12:45, so at 1:45 Moscow time, which is in about 37 minutes. Thank you. We will recommence in 37 minutes. This meeting is adjourned until 12:45, 1:45 p.m. Moscow time.
Дорогие коллеги, я рада вновь вас приветствовать. Мы продолжаем наше пленарное заседание. Я с удовольствием предоставляю слово Сергею Ивановичу Кружилову, который должен сделать доклад «Когнитивные принципы системного подхода». Сергей Иванович, вам слово.
Да, добрый день, коллеги. Сейчас я запущу. Так. Так, ну и так я начинаю. Значит, тема моего сообщения – это попытка, значит, осветить когнитивные принципы системного подхода. Ну, интересным вопросом теории систем является вопрос, системность – это объективные свойства природы или это субъективные конструкции для анализа человеческой действительности? Ну, для того, чтобы ответить на этот вопрос, рассмотрим обобщенную модель взаимодействия человека с внешней средой.
Сергей Иванович, сделайте демонстрацию, пожалуйста. Там внизу F5 нажмите, Ctrl-F5.
Нажимаю. Вот так, да? Ага. Все, извините. Значит, так, сейчас я вот так. Значит, соответственно, эта модель включает в себя ощущение с помощью органов чувств неких сущностей, воспринимаемых в среде, восприятие этих сущностей с образованием единого образа, ну и распознавание этих образов перцептивных с помощью моделей, хранящихся в памяти человека. Значит, первый этап – это ощущение. То есть с помощью органов чувств человек способен ощущать свойства сущности внешней среды. Ну, в сущности, ощущение – это сбор данных о среде. Более интересным является следующий этап восприятия, который позволяет интегрировать собранные данные в единый образ. В основе восприятия лежит ассоциативная деятельность человека. И в первую очередь эта ассоциативная деятельность связана с важным принципом ассоциации человека – это контур-фон. Человек автоматически в силу программ, заложенных в его организм, выделяет в среде сущности ограниченные контуры. Ну, то есть осознание по контуру на большом расстоянии, когда еще не видно деталей, позволяло человеку распознать объекты, ну и заранее принять требуемые действия. Ну, вот в качестве примера видно, мы по контуру прекрасно отличаем мужчину от женщины. Здесь показано саккадические движения глаз, которые оконтуривают объект. Значит, таким образом формируется понятие объект и пространство. То есть в сущности ограниченный контуром – это объект, а все остальное, то, что не имеет четкого ограниченного контура, это пространство. Ну и, соответственно, в силу работы когнитивного аппарата мы можем утверждать, что наше восприятие является объектно-ориентированным и, соответственно, описывается в категориях, системных категориях объект-пространства. Следующим фактором работы нашего сознания является субъективность восприятия объекта. То есть объект – понятие относительное, и его восприятие зависит от точки зрения наблюдателя. Но вот границы сущности являются принципиально размытыми вследствие взаимодействия атомов любого объекта с атомами внешней среды. Ну, мы ощущаем эту размытость в виде специфического запаха объекта. Эта размытость хорошо видна при наблюдении объектов либо в инфракрасном, либо в ультрафиолетовом диапазоне. Понятия объект и пространство, они являются двойственными. Ну, то есть объект может быть пространством, поскольку что такое объект? Это часть пространства.
Objects may be spatial because, of course, partially they are limited by a contour, so they are part of the space. However, our cognitive functions take it as a whole, holistic object and processes it accordingly. Now, what is object and space depends on the eye of the beholder, eye of the observer. If we shift our focus from the borders of the object to the sum of its components, to the details, the object becomes space and the object will become the details instead. So the next important factor of the work of our cognitive senses apparatus is the association of the objects as the whole, in parts as a whole, allowing to form single images from groups of single objects. For instance, human shape not only includes facial features and body parts, but the hat and clothes and the tools they are holding. So our conscious, the world, the conscious environment surrounding us that we perceive is part of a structure, because a part of the sum total of associated objects provides systemic concept of structure. So understanding complex structures as single entities provides essence for the concept of system. In Greek, system means literally complex object. So the structure is also quite subjective and depends on the eye of the observer or an eye of the beholder. Here is Lookmaker's classic example that has two methods of perception. We can view the shape from the above or from below in other projection. So the perceived structural image is the information that has been processed by the human about the environment. So these images have shapes, and this is our cognitive senses apparatus is used for understanding and processing information. and data. Next stage that we are looking at is the stage of interpreting information.
Перспективный образ, информационно-перспективный образ.
And it is not a separate entity. Before reacting, we have to It is used using the cognitive models stored in human memory. These models are formed in a process of education with interaction with objects of the set type, and using this we identify objects. When we interact with an object, what else do? We develop the experience of interaction with an object. Having recognized it once, we can use these methods for interacting with it as a recognized known entity. So the concept of method is at the heart of a function concept. Function is also subjective. We learned from the theory of systems that same objects may have various functions in different metasystems. So the view of the beholder, of the observer, is key here. Another important property, attribute of our cognitive apparatus is its ability to abstract. We may perceive and process various objects as same, and also abstract objects, for instance, cup or an apple. All the properties that are perceived, processed by a person are generalized. For instance, red is a general concept that corresponds to the whole range of electromagnetic fluctuations in the spectra, narrow bands. However, this red may be formed through this color may be formed through the mix of purple and yellow that have different frequencies range and are not related to red. Now, perspective images are also generalized, and models are also generalized. So, in essence, a person is a being that works with abstraction of objects. So our ability to make objects abstract and generalize them using set criteria is another ability that we have. Particularly in the category concepts, there is a classification model. When using the cognitive model, we associate the concept with a class of object, and then using the actual concept, the symbol, we account for the whole sum of the total of this abstract concept that's related to the physical term. And important ability, human ability, is ability to visualize internal cognitive shapes and models. It's clear that information here is a shape, perceptive shape. Models here.
Также человек может визуализировать. Мы можем, например,
and we can remember, for instance, a face we know. We can recognize a person, recognize familiar shapes, and our cognitive senses apparatus allows us not only to recognize and visualize these objects, but also to combine them, forming the so-called chimera. This is an ancient chimera on the left, and on the right is a technical modern one. So this chimera is not only at the bottom of art, but also at the heart of all the technical design. It provides us ability, imagination provides us ability to provide artificial objects which derive from other objects. So at this stage, we have to discuss the duality of our intelligence. Providing the stability for our existence is the activity of all the intelligent cells of the body. Some provide cognitive functions at the consciousness level, at the level of processing images, and others work in the subconscious. In the subconscious levels, humans are able to process much more and receive much more information than in the conscious. Psychologists began researching this phenomena in the 20th century, and this phenomena has not yet been fully researched. Even serious attempts have not been yet made. It's not still unclear, this model.
So our cells has the ability to perceive and reasonably react to external information. They directly interact with the environment and able to perceive and process information the same way as neurons of our brain doing. And we also have memory, not only neuron models, but also muscle and blood memory, others. So the whole body is thinking in interaction with the external environment. So this model that we discussed, the image model, is in the basis of logical or systemic perception of the world by human, and it's a top of the iceberg. So main part of information about environment is done unconsciously. That's automatic action of our bodies and of our organs, is creative intuition and logical activities. So Greeks counteract this like in two categories: space and chaos. Space is so our subconscious is analogy of chaos, and our conscious that operates and systemically represents the world is an analogy of space. Accordingly, if we speak about cognitive thinking and logical thinking, its possibilities relative to subconscious are extremely limited. The complexity of structures of mental models that a person can represent do not exceed 7 elements. For most people, 3-5 elements. The complexity of perceptual models based on data do not exceed 20, and really 12-16. So in order to increase the complexity of objects, a person uses a hierarchical approach from perception of reality, and that's a transfer of attention from general structure to the structure with details and elements of these objects. So next, we can generalize the notions of reasonableness the following way. So reasonableness as a reaction of object to external information, which is the means to ensure existence of certain object in the environment. So it's not only animals and human, but also objects of nature. The notion of life can be determined as the form of existence of objects in the environment with disappearing form, existence stop. So the time of life of object, which is a widespread category from the emergence or birth of the object up to termination of its existence, the category of time of life is actively used to a large number of objects, molecular and atomic elements, materials, cells, organisms, and organizations, and to innovations and technical systems. So basically, widespread use of this term tells basically to all objects surrounding man is subconsciously used to a notion of life. In order to exist in the environment, any object should consume resources of environment and be able to protect of destructive influence. So rational object is able to ensure existence within this model, perception of information, recognition, and response to this information about environment impact. So the universal principle homeostasis postulates the ability of any object to retain stability of its existence. Whatever object we take, it tries to protect itself from an impact of environment and ensure its stability. And main means to ensure stability is adaptation. And what is adaptation is change in internal state of the object directed to counteract external environment. And that's the point of Chatelier principle that says that to counteract external influence of environment, the object should change its structure, the way to prevent this external influence. So on this example, we use a gas tank, gas vessel, the temperature and pressure increases, that prevents compression of this gas. So the same model interacting human with the environment and structures that we considered above. So stability and rationality, common sense, and are basic properties of all objects in the universe. So objects in the universe, they live and behave reasonably, protecting from destruction. That way we can say that all existing objects are life and rational. Each object has its form of life and level of rationality. And we had a great presentation today about Gaia hypothesis. It's not even a hypothesis, but a model that considers Gaia Earth as a living rational organism, and a person is only part of the system of this the rationality of minerals and plants and bacteria, including humans. And growth and development of planet goes with all these elements, like chemical and biological. Well, this theory has been a long time since Greek mythology, but in the modern life, it appeared in the 60s, thanks to foundation of Isaac Asimov, and then in the 70s, Lovelock, who introduced it in scientific base, and now this mere advocates of this hypothesis. So what I'm saying about this criteria, it's a normal and natural approach to consider Earth as a life and rational
В системе могут возникнуть
being. And
критерии разумности.
since the criteria of rationality is subjective, the system can have paradox situation, like who is more reasonable, a person or a cell. On the other hand, speaking about stability, it's clear that the organism is stable. It survives, and can the cell create an organism? And a complex organism can be created from cells, and the person, with all its rationality, cannot deal with this. So the approach of universal nature, we can reconsider the notion of emergency. So new properties in the system cannot appear from nothing. A combination of objects in the system only allows to enhance the properties or change properties of its elements. So example of that is artificial intelligence. So if we take an electron particle adequately and predictable and behaving in the environment, including electric field in terms of predictability and reasonable behavior, it enables to create transistor that controls the flow of electrons. And with this transistor system, we can implement function of algebra logic, like Peirce rule. Since this function is universal and can make all other logical operations and create various devices that can compare and compute and remember information. So based on these elements, it's specified as an object, and that's a structure. We can create a system of commands, some processor, and a memory of rational computer, and then teaching this learning of this complex computer enables them to resolve various issues. So it's based on rational electrons, and it is enhanced in any system. So let's connect it with development of artificial intelligence. So today, actively discuss the issues of artificial intelligence. Emergence of computer in the middle of the 20th century was perceived by many as a factor of new scientific technical revolution. Unfortunately, it turned out not exactly right like that. Although computers surround us from everywhere and we communicate with computers, write our reports, etc. But any instrument created by human to expand its opportunities. So why computer was created to enhance intellectual activity person, and the criteria, the results of using instruments in social practices. So if we consider computer like expansion of intellectual abilities, then its implementation in social area should ensure enhancement of intellectual opportunities, capabilities, and the person creates innovations. And if we consider what happened in the 70s, where computers actively implemented in social area, we see opposite picture. I mean, the rates of growth of civilization development start to decrease. For this time, no transportation means or materials were created, and the computers basically stayed without change. Accordingly, today, in the conditions of shortage, is the key chain of innovative activity are people, and with shortage of innovative people, we only hope on this artificial intelligence. So emergence of first computers led to discussion in scientific world about potential of artificial intelligence created, which is comparable with human intelligence. And it's been 70 years, but today there is no clear understanding what is artificial intelligence, and there is no consensus for computer to be able to think. And the results of this AI in social area leave best to be desired. And without these means, in the 19th and the first half of 20th century, person with natural intelligence achieved much more outstanding results. So there are two types of AI, narrow AI and general AI. So narrow AI is resolution of specific intellectual tasks. Do I have more time? Well, I didn't give you enough time when I planned my program, so I use my right and give you more time, so 5-10 minutes. So, and the general AI is intelligence capable to resolve specific tasks, like the blue computer won chess champion Kasparov, so that's narrow. And general AI that should be comparable to human in resolving any intellectual creative tasks. And its hypothesis of AI contribution, which is in line with narrow AI, means that machines capable of operating in the same way as a person can imitate its activity, emulate. And hypothesis of that machines are able to think. And the founder of this ideas of AI is well-known specialist on Turing. Unfortunately, very little time left. That he's the one who developed criteria of weak AI. So, expert test of Turing is that if a human expert cannot distinguish human behavior or machine behavior, that means that intelligence is equal to human. A long time studies in AI were within this paradigm of Turing that got the name good old artificial intelligence. So it was assumed that intellectual behavior, a person can be represented with a system of logical deliberations and based on conclusions. So if we consider a previous part of report, that's in line with our space, like logical thinking with visual images and signs that describe them. Unfortunately, this approach turned out not inefficient and didn't advance development of AI significantly. So there was a critique of this approach, and they started to say that this intellect based on the following assumptions: biologically, that cognitive apparatus is discrete, even in neuron networks is not so, and that thinking is a process of processing information in binary form, which is not so. All knowledge can be formalized, and unfortunately, we cannot deal with that. And what is happening in the world can be represented as multiple and logically independent factors and assumptions. So all these things turned out to be inefficient. So the attention of scientists were moved from logical systems to neuron networks. And this is transition of conscious activity from the top logical level to the level of modeling of neuron structures.
These networks are not logical. Are not necessarily logical. They are working on statistical principles that every time during learning changes the structure of this neural network. However, this approach also allowed us to recognize and improve the efficiency of the methods of recognition, however, still doesn't provide any breakthroughs in creating a powerful AI. Please allow me to wrap up on the approaches to AI that are key trends. This is instrumental AI, as we said, able to copy the functions. So second focus is human upgrade. So this is superhuman programs that connects and links the computer and human, thereby significantly increasing the intellect of both systems. These are programs realized today by Elon Musk, implanting electrodes into human brain, into his cortex, and thereby achieving symbiosis between human and computer. There is another eugenics program. This is also the development of genetic models that allow these models to impact human behavior, and using DNA gene manipulation allow for creating GM modified humans. There are very interesting critics of AI. Let me move on to the conclusion. This is my conclusion. Development of a powerful AI. Just a second, please. Development of a powerful AI is certainly possible, but only on assumption that physicalist hypothesis of the nature of consciousness is true. The key theoretical problem of development of powerful AI is the lack of a model prototype of AI. And of course, the key practical hurdle on the way to powerful AI is the lack of interest in its development with the decision makers, because they could lose governance, they could lose control for simple reason, computers becoming smarter. Another of the important consequences of wide adoption of AI would be, as was mentioned in the presentations today by the distinguished colleagues, was the reduction in the level of natural intelligence. Unfortunately, this can lead to human degradation by lowering the intelligence as a functioning, thinking human being. That's all for me, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions. Yes, thank you very much, Sergey Ivanovich. We have only one question. Alexander Ivanovich first. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I would like to only ask one question. What is the model of natural intelligence in your concept? What should it be so you could point it and say this is natural intelligence? What shape, which shapes and forms should it take? Well, it shouldn't seem, but actually exist. It should exist. It should be able to think. There is a very interesting hypothetical model. It's called Chinese room, when he shows that logical manipulation of the symbols is not a thinking. So what is thinking? Is an adaptational process. Is when a person interacts with an outside environment and changes the structures in such a way so as to behave responsibly, behave intelligently in this environment. This is what computers are lacking. And the next stage is modeling the unconscious, the functions of the unconscious, which allow to link to the external environment, and in parallel to that, let me stress that, conduct a huge number of calculations. A human being is a huge superparallel computer where every cell is a sentient being. Thank you, George. Georgy Borisovich, you have the floor. Thank you very much. George Klein is speaking. Thank you very much, Sergey Ivanovich. A great presentation as usual. Unfortunately, I was forced to leave for a second, and I may have lost something. So I'm now serving the role of somewhat inhuman intelligence. And the way I understand it, you declare intelligent any behavior providing for existence. So the logic, the intelligence of a stone, of a tree, because it exists, it's sentient, it's intelligent. Does that follow? Yes. And this sentience, this intelligence, does it allow us to attribute intelligence to this rock, to this stone? Yes, certainly, but there are different types of intelligence. For example, trees and atoms have different types of intellect. Everyone has their own ways of interaction with an outside world, with an environment that provide for stable, sustainable development. Yes, these are different methods, but should we call it intellect, or should we involve different concepts in each case? Intellect 1, 2, 3. Well, if we take a single united system, and if we say the whole world ecosystem is interconnected, we can say this level has certain intellect attribute following levels to following intellects to different levels. I see. So the concept of intellect here is being diluted. It's being no, it's not diluted. It's generalized actually. And if we consider the person intellectual, then the question is his cell intellectual, thinking, sentience? If yes, then we move down to molecules, and the question is in the borders of intellectual, whether we stop at the humanitarian view of the world, holistic view of the universe, and adopt a single method, or we say that the biblical model of animate, inanimate, sentient, and insentient, God invested humans with a soul, and animals are non-thinking, non-intelligent, and thinking comes from scientific terminology. Well, the next question, just for understanding, I didn't really catch everything. So the object is something that has a shape, is it? And if it keeps its shape not only in space but in time, however, and doesn't have a shape in space, does it? So what's that? Keeps its shape, keeps its form in time but doesn't exist in space. What can it be? Something that can be called the process of listening to a lecture, for example. The process is running somewhere, is occurring somewhere, and the object is listening. Well, it is happening in the spatial coordinates, but its coordinates are impossible to pinpoint. But certainly it's taking place in some space. However, its coordinates are indefined. George, you see, Georgy Borisovich, you see this auditory perception. Is he listening to an object or not? Dear colleagues, I'm sorry, we are really outside the schedule. We are going to enjoy a roundtable talk later. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We are going to certainly raise these questions at the roundtable. This is why it was part of the agenda. Sergey Ivanovich, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. And now, I propose we invite the next presenter from Spain, Sergey Yurevich, on the prospects of AI. Sergey,
yes, I'm here.
Please join us, Sergey Yurevich.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will run my presentation now. My name is Sergey Yurevich. I am president of International Frequency Sensors Association. More details about association I will give you during this presentation in appropriate contents. And before my presentation, I would like thanks to organizing committee for kind invitation to make this plenary, one of the plenary presentation of this very interesting conference. So welcome to my presentation entitled Industrial Commercialization and Business Perspectives of Artificial Intelligence. So I would like to start my presentation with Airbus's aphorism. Artificial intelligence is much more than a research field. It is a ubiquitous future technology with potential to redefine all areas of our society. So now we are living in this era where this prediction will be true. The contents in my presentation is the following. Artificial intelligence market overview will be briefly given. Then I will discuss briefly about some item of growth and restriction of the global market. Barriers for artificial intelligence commercialization will be also outlined. Artificial intelligence is one of the main technologies, one of the major technology of Industry 4. So this bridge also will be discussed briefly. At the end of my presentation, I will try to answer the question where to invest when we are speaking about artificial intelligence, about business perspectives. And finally, conclusions will be given. Artificial intelligence is one of the most important technologies of our age and has become a key driver for socio-economic development globally. According to modern artificial intelligence market research from Grandview Research Incorporation, published in July of this year, this market demonstrates very promising digits. So the global artificial intelligence market is expected to grow from $70.4 billion in this year to $733.6 billion by 2027 at a compound annual growth rate of 42.2%. All existing artificial solutions on the modern market can be divided on the three main groups depending on its nature. First, it's software. It means artificial intelligence applications and artificial intelligence platforms. So these components have market share approximately 4.9%. Next component is different kind of services. It has 40% of market share. And finally, hardware, which have only 19.1% of the global market share. Speaking about hardware, first of them It is not the standard computer which we are using every day. It's mean first of them a specialized chipsets like specialized central processor units, graphical processors units, application-specific integrated circuits, and other equipments. Here is some examples. For example, sensors with embedded machine learning processing or sensor hub integrated in one integrated circuit. Another example is motion detection machine learning core, and for example, 6-axis inertial measurement units made like integrated circuit, specialized integrated circuit. Speaking about special equipments, it's one good example, IBM Spectrum Storage for artificial intelligence. Another class of the hardware which exists on the modern market is supercomputers, especially designed for artificial intelligence purposes. One of the good examples is smallest artificial intelligence supercomputers, Jetson Xavier NX from NVIDIA, introduced on the modern market in the last year. It's really small one and cheap enough. It's only $300, but with very good and interesting architecture, very suitable for different purposes of artificial intelligence. It contains 6-core central processing unit and 384 cores of graphical processing units. Application of this Jetson Xavier specialized supercomputer in artificial intelligence are the following. First of them, a different kind of robots, embedded edge computing devices. High-resolution sensors also can be used together with these supercomputers. Sensors for manufacturing and logistics. Drones, portable medical devices. It's good application for these embedded computers. Smart cameras and industrial IoT systems. Main artificial intelligence technologies on the modern market are deep learning, machine learning, natural language processing, machine vision. So deep learning take 39% in the market share. Where we are. So it is possible to differentiate 3 generations of artificial intelligence. The first one, from 1956 to 1987, was related mainly pattern recognition. So the first generation of artificial intelligence. The second connected with deep learning and starting from the mid of 1990s. And the next coming and which started contextual reasoning. So we are here. Artificial market growth is driven by the following factors. Growing investment in artificial intelligence, research and development and technologies. Scaling rapidly artificial intelligence acquisition and funding. Adoption of advanced technology in industry verticals such as aerospace, healthcare, manufacturing, automotive, etc. Access to rich data sets. One of the very strong and interesting market growth factors. Progress in the profound learning and artificial neural network. And advances in signal processing. So a good example is machine learning and fast Fourier transformation as an example. So one of the interesting examples is connected with recent advancements in computer vision technology, artificial intelligence, and processing have led to advanced digital image and video processing techniques. So images and videos which are taken in low light or low resolution can be transformed into high quality video by employing these techniques. I will demonstrate you one example. Probably you remember the famous Lumiere brothers video, the first video. It was shown in 1986. Now it is scaled up to 4K using a machine learning algorithms. So before I run this video, I would like notices that probably Zoom will compress this video, but on the left side of your screen you will see the original. The original Lumiere brothers film is on the left side. On the right side you should see the high quality video, improved by the means of artificial intelligence. So let's try to start demonstration. Do you see the video?
Нет, не видно.
Нет.
No, we don't see it. It's a reference. It will open in your browser.
Just попробуй. Let's try another. And now? Do you see now?
Yes.
Yes. So on the left side, you can see the original of these films. It's fuzzy enough, with not good focused, it's not have good stabilization and so on. The right side should be really black and white, but very good high resolution video in 4K. So now we will continue with my slide presentation. Okay, speaking about investment, in June of this year, European Parliament issued the document Opportunities of Artificial Intelligence, where give some data concerning investments in artificial intelligence on the modern market. So, in China, there is 6,400 companies related with artificial intelligence. In Europe, 5,120, and USA, 9,000 companies related to the artificial intelligence. The number of startups in 2017 is 383, 726, and 1,393 startup companies was 3 years ago. Of course, now this number is growing. The venture capital private equity funding is more given into the USA than in China and after in Europe. Speaking about main artificial intelligence applications, it is banking and financial services, manufacturing, food technologies, healthcare, logistics and transportation, entertainment, real estate, e-commerce, travel, and tourism. So here is artificial intelligence and use outlook. And you can see some of the very promised manufacturing sector. It has only 10% on the global artificial intelligence market share. So what's the restriction? And why so promised sector has only 10%? But frankly speaking, from the absolute value, the digital is not bad, but 10%, it should be a little bit more in the future. So, artificial technologies is one of the major technologies of Industry 4. Now we are living at the era of the Industrial Revolution 4. Before we have had the first one with mechanization and the introduction of steam and water power in the manufacturing processes. It was started in 1784. The second industrial revolution connected with mass production assembly lines using the electrical power. It was started in 1870. The Industry 3 begins from 1969 with automated and production and computers and IT systems and robotics. And now we have smart factories, autonomous systems, IoT, and machine learning in the modern industry. Artificial intelligence is a key technology of Industry 4. It's connected with development of robotics and automation, industrial Internet of Things, advances in computational power, and use of big data. The following processes are used in the following technological processes of artificial intelligence are used in the industry, as well Industry 4. It is different robotic automation, computer visions, machine learning, natural language text understanding, virtual agents of the conversational interfaces, physical robotics, etc. But concerning the obstacles, there are several of them. Obstacles of artificial intelligence implementation industry is industrial data sets are relatively inhomogeneous and small enough. The quantity and quality of the training data are rather low, and it is necessary to spend a lot of time to obtain good data sets. Many industrial companies do not wish to transfer sensitive data, such as, for example, from production processes to a commercial cloud. And data exchange by industrial systems over the internet also poses a potential security gap. Speaking about major restriction for a global artificial intelligence market, it's necessary to mark the following. The limited number of artificial intelligence technology experts, lack of trained and experienced staff. Today, there are approximately 300,000 artificial intelligence researchers and practitioners worldwide, but now the market demands millions of roles in this area. Really? Wow. Okay, just will start it. Do you see now a presentation? Okay, thank you very much. So, the cost of implementation time of artificial intelligence projects also one of the main restrictions for global artificial intelligence market. The end users manufacturing segment is small enough, as I have told it before. From the business perspectives and competition point of view, the most preferable intellectual properties for investment are the following. New methods. So, new method is very important in every science, not only in artificial intelligence. So it means the method of measurement, the method of artificial intelligence network training, the new topology, and etc. The next important IPs is new algorithms. Novel adopted algorithms is also very interesting for the investments and investors. Optimal algorithms optimized according to the reasonable criterion, very important things, because of optimization criterion can be selected, like, for example, increase speed or decrease cost and so on. But more important, it should be reasonable and right criteria. Today, there are several applications on the modern market with products which was made on the wrong optimization criterion. For example, today we have a lot of spam filters. The manufacturers, the companies who propose this, positioned it based on the following optimization criteria. So our spam filters filter, for example, 85% of spam. Is it good? Some customers say yes, probably. Another company promised us 97% of spam will be filtered. But it's completely wrong and opposite criteria. The right criterion should be zero useful mail in spam folder. In opposite side, you must check every day the spam folder and collect and extract from there the really necessary mail that you are waiting. For example, some kind of replies and so on. So this is a good examples, the wrong optimal criterion which can be used at the spam filters based on the artificial intelligence. Another IPs is connected with new approaches to artificial intelligence. For example, human brain modeling, organic artificial intelligence, etc. There are, of course, several barriers of artificial intelligence commercialization. It is lack of well-defined direction from roadmaps, industry standards, industry associations. Multidisciplinary knowledge is required. Electronic design, software development, etc., in order to produce good product. Lack of focus on the customer's need. Fragmented market. There are many small companies and a few large players in the world. So, how to eliminate all these gaps, including the lack of specialists, including the lack of and gaps in commercialization, industrialization, how the Professional International Association can help it. So let me introduce and give some words about IFSA International Association, which serve the industry and academy during the more than 20 years. So, association was founded in 1999. The first IFSA president during the first 7 years was Professor Nikolai Kyrianaki. Headquarters was in Toronto in Canada during the first 7 years. Now office was moved to Europe in Barcelona. where is it operate till now. So, International Frequency Sensor Association is the finalist of the Association Award 2020 in the nomination in the category of International Association of the Year. The main activities of this association is the following. Publications. We publish journal, research journal, and books, including open access books on artificial intelligence and signal processing. IFSA organizes 6 annual conferences, different training courses and tutorials. Information dissemination is one of the main IFSA activities, including new product presentations, promotions. Association takes part in research and development project and standardization process. We have participated in 2 standardization process on IEEE standards. Technology and knowledge transfer is one of the main activities of the association, and sponsorship and media partnership, as well as among the association activities. Today, association has 750 members from 71 countries. Among them, you can see the following brands like ABB, IMS, Analog Device, Bosch, Caterpillar, General Electric, Honeywell, one of the interesting sensors-related manufacturers, Huawei, John Deere, Mazda, Texas Instruments, Tata, and TDK. %59 of our members come from industry, 40 from academy, and 1 from different kind of research centers. Most of our members are from Europe, then from North America. This segment from Asia is growing very quickly. Approximately 1 month ago, the 2nd International Conference on Advances in Signal Processing and Artificial Intelligence (ASPI) taking place. It organized by EFSA. It was in virtual format. Nevertheless, on the virtual format, we have approximately 60 papers from a representative of 23 countries. The researchers from Russian Federation was represented by groups led by Professor Svetlana Vasilievna Prokopchina. She organized a special session on soft measurement, intelligence in soft measurement. So here is some statistics of this interesting conference. We have got more than 100 submitted papers. 58 papers were included into the conference program from 23 countries, 16 European countries and 7 non-European countries. We have had 2 special sessions, 6 regular sessions, and there were 250 and more registered visitors. 70% of our presenter was from Europe and 30% from non-European countries. Several very interesting applications, artificial intelligence applications, were reported on this conference. First, text recognitions, handwritten text recognitions, Chinese text recognitions, and all document stamp recognitions were presented on the conference. Image and video enhancement, voice, face, and gesture recognitions, gastronomic tourism, very interesting area of artificial intelligence applications, soft measurements in gas and oil industries, in medical, cancer and diabetes detections, predictions heart and mental diseases, Bitcoin price predictions. One of the interesting new algorithms, very promised algorithms, which has been presented at the ASPI conferences, can be used for the future coronavirus mutation predictions and vaccine effectiveness determination. So the next conference, which connected also with artificial intelligence, devoted to automation, robotics, and communication for the Industry 4, and it will take place in February of this year, of the next year, pardon. So we will have good keynote speakers from NASA, France Telecom, University of Rome, and Chalmers University of Technology, Sweden. Professor Björn Johansson will present interesting presentation concerning the influences of Industry 4 on the economy and social aspects. So, some figures and facts at the end of my presentation. Based on the Microsoft and IBM researchers, 71% of executives believe that artificial intelligence will have a significant impact on their businesses. 50% of companies that rely on artificial intelligence within the next 5 or 7 years may double their cash flow and, of course, income. 64% of industrial companies have already started to invest in the artificial intelligence solutions. $3.7 trillion artificial intelligence will contribute to the manufacturing industry by 2035. So looks like the restriction in manufacturing will be overheaded. 36% of industrial companies fear integration and compatibility problem with artificial intelligence solution. So, conclusions. For the industrial use of artificial intelligence, it is necessary to consider concepts that include a distributed high-performance hardware alongside adopted algorithms. It is necessary to combine the knowledge of industry experts with expertise of data analysts and hardware developers. At first, investment must be done to new methods and novel, optimal, and adapted algorithms, which can be used in artificial intelligence. So, thank you very much for your attention. I have finished my presentation.
Большое спасибо за ваш доклад, Сергей Юрьевич.
Thank you very much for your kind presentation, Sergey Yuryevich. Colleagues, may I ask the first question? Do you consider yourself an optimist or a pessimist when considering the consequences of digitalization and implementation of these products?
С вашего позволения, я, наверное,
With your
отвечу на
permission,
русском.
I'll probably reply in
Так
Russian.
будет проще.
It will
Вы
be
знаете,
easier.
я отношусь, скорее всего, к
I
осторожным оптимистам.
consider myself a cautious optimist.
Значит, с одной стороны, конечно, оптимизм большой по
On the one
поводу
hand,
применения данных
optimism, there
технологий
is big
практически во всех
optimism on
отраслях.
using these technologies
От
in
B2B,
practically all
кончая там
industries,
B2C.
beginning with B2B,
В общем,
ending with
во всех
B2C.
областях
So,
мы ожидаем
basically, we
достаточно
expect
высокого прорыва, очень много
practically
интересных
all
применений и так
industries
далее.
to enjoy
Но,
breakthroughs,
естественно,
very interesting
всегда
applications
остается
everywhere.
проблема
However,
человеческий фактор.
the
Существует
human factor
определенная
problem
опасность.
always remains.
Естественно,
There is a
использование
certain
искусственного
danger,
интеллекта.
certain
Все,
risk in
естественно,
using
зависит от того,
AI.
в какие руки
Certainly, everything
попадают.
depends on whose hands are
Но общество эти
controlling
новые
these
технологии и для каких
innovations,
целей
these
они
new
используются.
technologies, and how
Аналогичная
they're used.
ситуация в
Similar
мире творится
situation
и с атомной
worldwide
энергетикой.
is happening
Либо
with
это мирный атом,
nuclear
либо это
energy. It's
разрушительнейшее
either
оружие.
peaceful
Все зависит
nuclear
от того, для
energy,
каких
atomic
целей, в
energy,
каких
or
руках
it's
оно
destructive
находится.
nuclear weapons, depending on
Так
the goals
что,
and on the
опять же,
hands it's
повторюсь,
in.
что я все-таки
So,
отношу себя
once again, I'd
осторожным
like to
оптимистом.
reiterate, I will mark myself as a cautious optimist. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? May I? Yes, Judge Kleiner, question, please. Could you please tell me, when assessing, measuring the effects of commercialization of AI that you quoted, what criteria were used when classifying hardware or software to AI field?
Ну, во-первых, речь шла именно, значит, об алгоритмах, программах, методах, которые используются сейчас и могут быть использованы для искусственного интеллекта. Значит, это машинное обучение, глубокое обучение, нейросети и так далее. Также, значит, определенная аппаратура, в первую очередь, это специализированные интегральные схемы. То есть критерий был, значит, использован по применению в определенной области, а именно в искусственном интеллекте.
Was for being associated with application in certain industries with AI capability. Many today classify as AI the algorithms that were known many years ago. For instance, extrapolation or interpolation, when you can recreate a curve from the points. Is it AI or is it not AI? How do we differentiate? So one of the slides I provided the key technologies used in this assessment. This is mostly text recognition, pattern recognition, machine learning.
Но говоря об интерполяции, экстраполяции, скорее всего, нет.
But speaking of extrapolation, interpolation, probably not. I also saw another question from Vladimir Polek. May I? Yes, certainly. Could you please tell me, how would you assess the prospects? Quite recently, the head of U.S. intelligence said that the key danger with China is not in the trade wars, but in the AI domain. Is a similar situation threatens the danger of same as we used to have with nuclear arms race? Well, this type of competition always exists. It has never stopped. Apart from military armaments race, there is still tough competition ongoing in the domain of scientific research, especially in AI research. And the situation regarding China is dualistic. On the one hand, we understand the real potential of China is quite high, is demonstrated in numbers and investments, and on the other hand, the approach is quite non-ethical, I would term it, in terms of
copyrights, в плане использования лицензий, официального использования каких-то наработок, покупки лицензий и так далее.
Usage of some copyright items and so on, buying certification. On the third hand, if I could put it that way, if you would allow, there is another area of competition, and this is competition of economic systems.
Китай — это социалистическая система. Китай — это, ну, скажем, я бы сказал, назвал ее даже больше постиндустриальной.
I would call it a post-industrial system.
Ситуация сегодня, например, с коронавирусом. Каким образом Китаю удалось лучше всего справиться с этой проблемой? Тоже с использованием искусственного интеллекта, кстати. Ну, кроме того, что вакцина у них есть, оказывается, есть, и они ее используют, это уже не секрет. Но вот ситуация с коронавирусом весьма очень интересная и показательная. Каким образом им удалось ее, так, по сути дела, минимизировать эти последствия? Удалось им это благодаря определенному приложению на смартфоне, которое четко отслеживает, где какой человек находился и в какое время. Она интегрирована в их общую систему, которая используется как WhatsApp, как платежная система банковская и так далее. Но если, например,
banking system, and so on. For instance, imagine a situation when a flower shop salesperson has caught COVID-19. You can clearly identify who exactly contacted him at which periods. You can send these people messages that they are restricted to home quarters and isolate contacts. And you can isolate not just everyone uniformly, but targeted contacts. And no one has an idea to go outside during lockdown because it will be immediately recorded with clear consequences. European and US system has taken this situation adversely as a violation of civil freedoms and human rights. But here the socialist system has demonstrated its advantages over the current existing market economic system we have in the West and in the States. So there are many interesting aspects of competition, not only in the military domain, but also in the political and scientific. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comments. Now, dear colleagues, we will move on to the next presentation. It is my pleasure to introduce Igor Perko, Slovenia, Maribor. Igor, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Svetlana, I can hear you.
Да, очень приятно. Я рада вас видеть.
I'm happy to see you. The presentation is called AI Technology Implications of the Business Workflow.
Okay.
You have the flow. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank Professor George Kleiner and Professor Svetlana Shepetova to invite me to this great conference. I really like the title, System Analysis in Economics. Basically, in today's session, I'm carrying the flags of, let's say, three organizations. First is my affiliation, that's University of Maribor, Faculty of Economics and Business in Slovenia. The second one is the World Organization of Systems and Cybernetics. And the third one is the System Society of Slovenia. Okay, now let's go to the motive. Please, can everybody see the presentation? Yes?
Да, видим.
Okay, great. So let's see if we have the motive. Well, we tried to analyze the artificial intelligence technology impacts on business workflows. And as I mentioned, I really like the title of the conference because we were trying to invoke some of the systemic tools to do that. So basically, let's see if this can be done also by using systemic tools. First, we tried to put together some backgrounds. I hope you are familiar with the viable system models. We tried to use that one. Business performance management, social responsibility concepts, and artificial intelligence technology. Those are the backgrounds. So if we go to viable system models, which were first introduced by Beer in late 20th century, if we explore systems, sometimes it's really important to analyze the structure of the system, right? And the viable system model provides us a very neat, standardized option to do that, invoking that each system has 5 subsystems, and the subsystem 1 is the operational units, which may be more than one. Subsystem 2, 3, 4, and 5 are basically the management part, comprising of information channels, knowledge management processes, environment sensors, and subsystem 5 is basically used to take decisions. So this is the standard tool sets to evoke the structure of the system. The business performance management tool is used to somehow analyze the processes that do occur in an organization. And what they say, there are approximately, let's say, the main processes are 4: planning, execution, measuring, and then adoption, right? And it's not about, there are 2 shortcuts, business performance management and business process management. We're using the business performance management, which focuses on the implications of the processes to the organization. The main idea is organizing the processes in a way that they can actually support the business goals. Now, to support that, we also invoke the system dynamics-based interactions modeling, which explains that, if we have a relationship between multiple stakeholders, subsystems in the system, their relationship is defined by their interactions, right? So, and this is very interesting because it's a dynamic process which does affect the structure of the system, right? So, and is, on the other hand, supported by the structure of the system. The third concept, as I mentioned, is social responsibility. Social responsibility is used to expand business goals from profit, which right now we are facing, and which is one of the, I think, major issues in today's business orientation, to transparency, accountability, respect for stakeholders, ethical behavior, respect for the rule of law, respect for the international norms of behavior, which is very important, especially in the closed environments, respect for human rights, and respect for the environment. Now, these are not, you cannot pick one of them and say, well, I do apply to this particular goal. No, it involves a holistic approach. And it's one of the characteristics is that it supports interdependence. That means that the system in its environment is responsible for the changes in the environment it exists. It's a very important concept. And frankly, the good part with that is that it is encapsulated in one of the ISO standards, ISO 2600. The bad part is that ISO 2600 is a bit narrow. So, it should be expanded more. But this is one of the concepts we have used in our systemic analysis. And yes, well, of course, the last one is the artificial intelligence as the great game changer. Yeah. Now, artificial intelligence, that's a definition by IBM. You may agree with it or not. Will come in like 3 forms, 3 development stages. The first one is single narrow artificial intelligence. That is, the narrow artificial intelligence is capable of addressing one complexity, one problem. It can predict weather. Yep, and that's it. Now, general AI, which is not really emergent yet, can address multiple complexities. For instance, if we talk about the weather, it can also understand your position on the weather. And therefore, because it understands the complexity of the weather, that's the one problem, the complexity of your perception of the weather, which is very important because if I'm locked down in my apartment, I don't really care about the weather. If I need to go somewhere, for instance, to my office, then the weather becomes a relevant factor for me. And the artificial intelligence of the general kind understands multiple complexities and is additionally equipped with self-regulation mechanisms, which are very important in self-adjustment to the situation, and does not really need a person to adjust some parts of the artificial intelligence technology, which with narrow eye is still the case. Okay, and this is the artificial intelligence type that is emerging. And then in the end, we have the next meta level of reasoning type of artificial intelligence, also called super artificial intelligence, which provides a picture of the whole system and understands the particular subsystems in the system. And I'm really afraid of meeting one of those, because this is the kind of artificial intelligence that will surpass our understanding of the world we're living in. But luckily, it's not really here yet. Okay, so let's talk about capabilities of this artificial intelligence technology. Well, first of all, it can learn patterns from data, and those can be unsupervised or supervised. It can represent knowledge. It can reason. It can interact with people or other machines, and this is particularly important in the industry of 4.0, where machines can, really easily invoke artificial-based communication channels to interact between them. But this is growing beyond that, because artificial intelligence is at this time also affecting the communication between a machine and a person, and also communication between two individuals. Automatic translation is at our doorstep. Of course, there are constraints. First constraint is human-based. It's how to define a problem that artificial intelligence should tackle. And usually we miss there. We use problems which are either not relevant or not solvable by artificial intelligence, and thereby the large number of artificial intelligence-related project failures. The second one is data quality. And frankly, data quality at this time is far below the expectancy of requirements, the needed requirements for the artificial intelligence to run properly. The size of the data is too small. The complexity of the data, the width of the communication channel, is the variety of the data, if you want, is too low for artificial intelligence. Of course, it does exceeds the personal capacity of people, but for successful data artificial intelligence, it's just not there yet. We're still facing algorithm inadequacy. And last one is the result interpretation. It's really hard for people to understand the results of artificial intelligence if they're not really properly interpreted. And sometimes we just tend to forget that. Okay, so these were the four backgrounds. Oh, by the way, if you would like to see the presentations or use it on your mobile phones, you can see the QR codes there. If you take a picture of that, we'll come back to it. From time to time, this will show up. You can just have it on your mobile phones. Okay. So let's explore the method to actually provide system analysis and where to put artificial intelligence in business processes. Okay, so first one is identify existing organizational structures. You remember viable system models? Well, this is what we would like to use here. So yeah, let's try using viable system models to identify the existing organization structure, right? The second one is examine interactions in the system. Why is this important? We would really like to see the complexity and dynamics of these interactions. Because if we would like to pick up those interactions which are currently producing stress in the organization. The idea is to reduce the stress in interactions in our organizations by using artificial intelligence. Then we need to look at the data, because if we have a problem with the data, I'm sorry, but it's part of the feasibility analysis. If we don't have the proper data, then artificial intelligence cannot be applied. So this is part of the feasibility. And then also the importance and effects on business performance should be evaluated. Yep. And not only the data feasibility part, but also the algorithms availability are to be assessed to address the feasibility of including artificial intelligence in supporting one of the processes in an organization. You know, it's not like, okay, we have this AI and we will put it in our company and everything will run smoothly. Sorry, we need to pick the processes we want to address, see how to put artificial intelligence in there to make them run better, and we have it. Okay, so this is the first part. And the game is relatively simple by now, because if we put artificial intelligence in an existing system as is, we can only expect optimization. We can only expect higher dynamics. We can only expect removing of bottlenecks, and that's it. Okay, now we are not addressing the original issue an organization has. Now let's talk about why organizations are using profit as the most important KPI. Because it's simple. Because you're only following one main goal, and all of the subsystems in the organization, all of the participants in the system can focus in achieving that goal. And it's really easy. The complexity of the processes is reduced enormously. So this is great. And if we only focus on profit, we can optimize the processes, streamline it. You can see how value chains are streamlined these days, only to focus on the final profit. So you can really optimize processes. Now, let's switch the game. What would happen if the organization would widen up the organizational goals? Let's say we will not only address profit, we will address multiple goals. And this is where the social responsibility concepts come into play, right? So there is a set of goals which, by the ISO standards and by quite a few researchers, is to be followed. So let's expand those goals. What does that mean for the existing streamlined processes in an organization? It means stress, lots of stress. I mean, really, especially if the complexity comes from top. So we have, let's imagine that top management decided to follow not one goal, but 7 or 8 goals, and tries to communicate that with the people and sub-organizations in the organization. It delivers a maximum amount of stress for all the processes which were streamlined and are not being streamlined anymore. So I propose not to do that. basically, if we don't have AI, stick to the simple profit-oriented organization because it makes it viable. If we do decide to widen the goal set, then we can try to see, okay, can we use artificial intelligence to support the processes in achieving them? Okay, then if we do that, then the next step should be identify the gaps between the current and desired state, obviously. Plan the newly formed business processes, so streamline them. And when we have the plans of new processes, then we can develop artificial intelligence-based structures to support the processes, basically involve the toolkits who we can place in our organizations and actually do the work, right? And then we can redefine the existing organizational structures. It may happen then that artificial intelligence will take over some of the complexities which we had in the system just to make the all processes going smoothly, safely, have quality control, all of that. And then examine the effects. And please, this is not a single process. It's a repetitive process of redesigning. So let's not redesign the whole organization in one step, because that's basically very dangerous. We should use multiple approaches, multiple times, multiple reflections, and learn from the process. Okay? So this is the method, how to do it. Can we somehow think about that? Is it wise to use it? What we should think about is that organizational structures' capacity is limited. They can only address a certain amount of interactions, dynamics, and complexities. Basically, we can have a large amount of relatively simple interactions, right? But we can, on the other side, have some interactions which are extremely complex, and therefore the number of those interactions should be limited. If we have an example, we have a salesperson who can in each day talk to several customers, and that's relatively a low complexity with high dynamics. And on the other hand, we can have a strategic board of the company deciding on developing new products or expand the operations of the company. And this is highly complex, and thereby interactions dynamics in this field is relatively low. But each person can only carry so much. Right, so we need really to think about limitations to the capacity of people and sub-organizations. And exposing an organizational structure with too high interactions, dynamics, or too high complexity just results in stress, which on short time it may be feasible, but on long time it really hurts the organization. Okay? So, the proposal is to increase the artificial intelligence technology effects in reducing the complexity on all levels. And please, if we do that, please try to think from bottom up. So let's not reduce the complexity for senior management and leave the operational management and the operations not use the complexity, because that will result in the complexity level on different levels will not stay in its limits. So this is something we should think about. Okay, well, I'm talking gibberish now. It's really, I don't know if we are still on the same page. So let us try to have an example. a relatively simple one, a relatively one I think we should be some kind familiar with. It's if we go to the financial institutions, they are facing a risk of probability of default of the clients. So if we go to the process of evaluating probability of default in the business operations, and this can be in the financial institutions or regular business organizations where some companies pay their bills and some do not, right? The probability of default prediction is used in multiple subsystems. If we just go very briefly through that, you see on the level, the VSM level means that it's on the bottom level. So on the operational level, that's 1. On the next level, it's 2. And there we have some also level 3 structures. Okay, so business bank officer, back office, and it's basically in the planning process because the process is loan acquiring. Also, auditor is involved, credit rating service is involved, and those are from the VSM level 2, but still in the planning process step. And banking loan administrator, which is on level 1 in planning loan acquiring. Now, we have tried to elaborate on the interaction dynamics we discussed before and the interaction complexity. And for instance, a business banking officer has a very high interaction dynamics and very high interaction complexity talking to the client, right? So basically, this is why we need plenty of those. We need plenty of business banking officers just to reduce the number of cases for them, right? And what we use is probability of default prediction, right? And this is basically the planning step. That means loan acquiring. Now, the next step is debt repayment. So when a client pays its debt, right? And for business banking officer, this is execution plan. Bank office, business intelligence, that's measuring, right? And this is a relatively simple process for each of them. And we do use probability of prediction to do that. Okay. Now, interestingly, the probability of default is also used by the assets liabilities planning. That means that you are basically planning your liquidity, right? And it's on level 3. So basically, that's management. And, in this part of the process, the treasurer, the back office, again, business intelligence officer, credit rating service, and executive management are involved. And they all use effects on liability prediction. Okay? And then there is the third process, which is the most inconvenient one. That's basically debt mitigation. So if a customer is not paying its bills, what do we do then? And this also involves business bank officer, back office auditor. In the number here is related to the viable system models. So if we look at the 5 is always the management, right? And what they do here, it's a correction mechanism, measure, correction mechanism, mechanisms in the business performance management step, right? And we can also see here what's the interaction dynamics. And the AI capacity is basically what we use here is optimization algorithms, rescheduling simulation. And frankly, this is not something we have projected in the future. That's analysis of the current processes. We use those already, right? We can. There is a reference below that. PERCO 2017 behavior-based short-term invoice probability of default predictive is quite accurate. Okay. So this was the results of the step 1. What comes next? Now, the next comes organization goals expansion. What if banks were not only profit-oriented? What if the banks would actually care for the clients? Right? So then, in this case, the bank would not only observe the probability of the client paying the debt or not, it would also try to see what the client is working. So how many employees are there? Are there some existing operations which the client is performing? And most importantly, how the client is infecting its environment. So what does it do for the customers? What are his effects on the natural, social, or urban environment? Is this client good for the environment, or is it maleficent? Does it do something for the research development, and so on? So basically, trying to find out a broader picture of the client. What happens if we try to implode that? I'm sorry, but the poor bank clerk will say, well, I'm sorry, I will not do that. It's too much. I can't manage the complexity. So interaction complexity is really increasing. And thereby, of course, organizational stress. So let's avoid this organization goals expansion at all cost, because this is really, really stressful for the organization. But on the other hand, come on, banks at this time are focused in making profit, not in their original goal, which is supporting the economics and supporting the people in their operations. The original goal of banks was that. And right now, they are focused only on making profit. They don't really care about anything, about the effects of a client on its environment, but they're only focused in achieving and maximizing their profit. Okay? So let's put that one into play. And let's see if we can now use artificial intelligence to solve the riddle. Okay, let's assume that we have a business banking officer, which is on level 1. In planning process, basically, we have loan acquiring. The interaction dynamics is still high, but interaction complexity now is low. Why? Because we have loan impact and operational feasibility prediction, and the artificial intelligence does not only provide us a number of probability of default 0.96, but it basically prescribes interaction. The artificial intelligence can have the ability to prescribe, to understand the complexity of the company, because it loves data. And on the other hand, understands the goal set of the organization, the goal set of the business bank officer in this case, and it can basically prescribe his activities. So thereby, his interaction complexity is low. And do we need additional structures to support the quality of the process? I'm afraid not. So the whole complexity of the process can be reduced considerably. Okay? Then we have the next part of the process, which is debt repayment. And frankly, not much changes here. We have probability of default prediction and maybe some preemptive or alerting. So if the system can identify issues with the client, yeah, well, in this case, we can have some alerting just to be on the safe side. And for the treasurer, again, in the process of assets liabilities planning, this is the one we have before. We can use artificial intelligence capacity in portfolio optimization and again, interaction prescription. Now, there's the interesting part. Imagine that we have two companies, two clients, which are very similar in their probability of default assessment. And one of them really does produce something for its environment. So it has positive effects on the society, on the environment. It employs in its operation many people, and his results are really good. And on the other hand, we have another company with similar probability of default, but really lacking all those fine, soft things. How should the algorithm decide which company, which client to finance, try to solve, or which one can, well, basically shut its operation? I don't know, but it depends on the financial institution, on the bank goal set. So this is something that can be adjusted according to the bank goal set, and this is where artificial intelligence can really step in, because it's a lot of data, a lot of interactions, and this is where artificial intelligence is good, and people, I'm afraid, are limited. Okay, and well, the last one, which is the most horrible one, is debt mitigation. And here again, artificial intelligence can, be used to reschedule simulation of what will happen if we decide to use this strategy for this particular customer. It does not, if client is in probability of default decline, it does not mean that we should close it down. Now, why I'm saying this? The issue is that this kind of problems have emerged in the past, but not only for small companies, not even for large companies. In EU, for instance, we had this horrible strategy for failure, where EU Commission decided to cancel Greece. I don't know if you were aware of that, but based on limited knowledge of the system, not systemically going into that, they just decided that they can cut their losses with Greece by providing very strict limitations to Greece, and thereby, Greece is still in very awkward and very hard financial situation, which may have not occurred if they try to invoke systemic thinking. So this is something which is very important on all levels. Now, let's go to the technical part of that, and then I'm nearly finished. Yeah. So we again have these 4 processes. Let's see which artificial intelligence processes are invoked there, and let's inspect a little bit the data availability. Do we have the data for that? So, what do we need from the artificial intelligence? We need in step 1, we need general AI, because we have multiple complexities. We have impact analysis, feasibility analysis, bank perspective analysis, and frankly, from the AI perspective, we still don't have this mechanisms involved. We still don't have a general AI. Okay. Now, if we go to the inspect the data availability, to do operations like that, that means that we need, not for one company, for one client, but for all clients, an active business data sharing, which at this point of time is not present. So this is a major drawback. We cannot do that unless we really have an active business data sharing processes established. So, frankly, as we can see, we can enlist business banking officer support in the future. Currently, it's not available. For step debt repayments, we can use simple narrow AI, predictive analytics, which is already there. Needs some adaptation, needs some recalibration, automatic recalibration. So this is something we can do, but frankly, this is already here. For the treasurer support, basically we have assets liabilities planning. Again, we need general AI, which means optimization, bank perspective analysis, loan customer, direct and indirect analysis. This is basically where we decide what are we going to do to make the company or the financial institutions liquid, basically have enough funds, and whom to contact to repay their debts. This is where the decisions come from, not from the banking officer, right? And for these complex decisions, we really need general AI. And again, we need active business data sharing. We don't have that. It's like, we can use the concepts of Industry 4.0, but puts them in the environment of the business 5.0. Okay? And then, again, in debt mitigation, we are using simple narrow AI simulation analysis, establish active business data sharing. So if we put all of that in the retrospective, in two major points, acquiring a loan and deciding which loans, how to address different loans, we need general AI, which is out of our reach for now, but very important is that we identify those issues and see if they can be addressed in the future. Okay, so what can we see out of that? The AI technology it provides a more holistic perspective on the activities. It has the ability to do that. It also has the ability to flatten the organizational structure. It has the ability to increase the process dynamics because it simplifies it. It removes the complexity out of it. But the problem is that, well, I'm sorry, we are not there yet. Now, frankly, when I started, I said, okay, let's examine an organization from the structure point, from the dynamic point, and that results in a whole lot and very many interactions. And we could only elaborate one proposal for one process. So there are many more. Okay. And yes, we are concluding that with the references. There are a few references. Again, if you decide that you would like to have that, again, just use your mobile phone and take a snapshot of this QR code. Okay. And in the end, well, these are my contacts. I can be found in Maribor, of course. I am also Director General of the World Organizational Systems and Cybernetics, and by saying that, I'm a co-chair of WOSC 2021 Congress, which is organized in next September, end of next September. And it's going to be organized in Moscow, in the Institute of Control Sciences, under organization of Institute of Philosophy. Okay, so I'm very happy to be in Moscow next September. Hopefully the COVID situation will allow us to meet there in person. And I'm proud member of Slovenian Society for System Research. Thank you for your considerations. I would like to ask you, are there any questions, comments?
Да, но мы немножко задержались, поэтому, коллеги, пожалуйста, буквально один вопрос.
Yes, dear colleagues, but we're slightly running over schedule. So we only have time for one question, and then we go to a 3-minute break. And then we'll go to a 3-minute break. I think we have a Zoom bomb or something.
Игорь, это не в вашу сторону.
Okay, can you hear me?
Коллеги, вы меня слышите? Светлана, can I ask a question?
Игорь, да, Игорь, здравствуйте. Очень интересный доклад.
Igor, hello, a very interesting presentation. Could you please tell me, Sberbank is opening the AI Institute in Moscow. This is related to the fact that Sberbank has changed its logo to Sber from Sberbank and is now also part of various institutes of development in many sectors, also in the service industry, expanding in various economic sectors. How do you view this phenomena? Someone gate crashing, Zoom bombing, and saying this is not interesting at all. Dear colleagues, could you please exclude this person from this conference for this outbursts? Thank you. Were you able to hear my question, Igor?
Yes, I could hear the question. The issue is that, frankly, I do come from Slovenia, so the financial status of the status of the financial system in Russia is not my real expertise. So anything I say might be wrong. Okay, I think I heard some noises. So it's really hard for me to assess the Sberbank policies. I'm afraid that I will need to pass on the answer of the question. It may be inappropriate or ill-informed. I can see a person asking.
Да, Георгий Борисович, давайте мы оставим это обсуждение на круглый стол.
Let's leave this discussion for the round table, just a short 3-minute break, and we will continue this meeting, this discussion with a famous to all Wasserman, Georgi Wasserman and Gary Kleiner and Judge Kleiner. Technical organizers, I'll ask everyone to please mute everyone's phones and please only unmute when raising hands, apart from listed two. Except Anatoly Alexandrovich and Georgy Borisovich and Svetlana Evgenievna. except for the three hosts. Please mute everyone. I may be muted, so the interpreter may also be muted now.
Светлана Евгеньевна, вы еще здесь?
Да, я еще здесь. Угу. Слушаю.
Вы сейчас можете включать свой микрофон, да?
Да, могу.
Ага, так, отлично. Так.
Анатолий Александрович, здравствуйте.
Георгия Борисовича я сделал с организатором. Кто еще должен быть?
Анатолий Александрович. А вас?
Это вот пользователь под именем Авас, да?
Ава Сермон, да.
Анатолий Александрович, вы меня...
Светлана Евгеньевна, у вас микрофон выключен сейчас.
Я говорила Анатолию Александровичу, приносила извинения, что мы планировали встречу в другом формате, но поскольку я неожиданно заболела, то пришлось все перестраивать.
Сейчас обстановка такова, что выражение «неожиданно заболел» выглядит...
Ну да. Я тоже должен принести извинения. Дело в том, что неожиданно оказалось, что мое участие в другой конференции сдвинулось на час раньше, поэтому у меня, к сожалению, есть возможность беседовать только примерно до 16:15. Но я надеюсь, нам этого хватит.
Хорошо. Ну, может быть, это будет не первая, в смысле, не последняя наша встреча. Первая, но не последняя. Я на это надеюсь.
Тоже надеюсь. Напомните
That's not going to be our last meeting, I
Я
hope.
боюсь
Remind me the
потому
topic
что у
of
меня
our
подряд
conversation.
их несколько.
I have several in a row. We'd like to find out your opinion about issues related to intelligence, natural, artificial intelligence, education, and how intelligence impacts education and digitalization.
Ну, попробую.
Okay, I'll try. Maybe you say your vision first, and then we'll ask you a
Ну,
question.
наверное, так.
Yes, probably so.
Я постараюсь кратко изложить,
I'll try
чтобы
to
больше
briefly
времени на
explain
вопросы осталось.
so that we have more time for questions. Well, welcome to this conference, and thank you for taking part in conference in South Federal University on interdisciplinary economics. And well, we had to talk with your artificial model as a recording, but it was very interesting.
Ну, сожалею,
Well,
но
sorry about
тогда
that.
получилось, что
But then it turned
одно
out that
мероприятие,
one of the events
которое планировалось в
that was
заочном
planned
формате,
in absentia
неожиданно разрешили
unexpectedly
провести очно, и мне
was allowed
пришлось
to
туда
take place online.
выезжать.
So I had to travel there,
Ну и из поездки я никак не мог
and I
выйти
couldn't
онлайн.
get in line from this trip. So, Svetlana, when are we going to start? Can we start? There's one question. I'm working on some technical issue, and we'll start. So, artificial intelligence, education, digitalization. Keywords. Colleagues, we continue our meeting. We are approaching the culmination of our conference, I would say, and we'll have one of the most interesting moments. So, two intellectuals of high level great thinking, and they will discuss the issue that is concerning all of us: intelligence, education, and digitalization. Anatoly, the floor is yours. I'd like to add between these two persons as a great woman that we are able to speak with her help. Okay, I'll try to start from general point for all these three areas. In the 60s, outstanding Soviet philosopher Edmund based on studies of several decades of experience of work of Zagorsky, of foster home for blind children, and now it returned its name, Sergei Verhofstadt. He proved that intuitively was known earlier, but no reliable proof existed. Very few. Earlier we could have doubts of that. Sorry to interrupt you. We have interpreters interpreting ongoing interpretation in the panel below.
Ближе к правой части.
Closer to the right part.
Должен быть значок глобуса, перевод.
Should be a sign of globus.
К сожалению, у меня такого значка
Unfortunately, I don't have it. I don't see it. It's next to screen demonstration. Share. There is a translation function you can select to the right from screen sharing.
Вот ни правее, ни левее от крупного кадра у меня никаких значков такого рода.
Нужно его найти, Анатолий Александрович. Это очень важно, потому что если вы его не включите... В правом верхнем углу, верно?
Да.
А в самом низу экрана, там, где у вас основные инструменты, там, где включить микрофон, включить камеру, вот в той же горизонтальной панели должна быть иконка перевода.
Security, participants, chat, share screen, record, leave. Все, что есть.
Странно. Видимо, у вас действительно какая-то более старая версия Zoom стоит.
Да не знаю, у меня автоматически вроде бы все обновляется.
Светлана Евгеньевна, ну на ваше усмотрение, но я просто боюсь, что у переводчиков будут проблемы, потому что они будут одновременно, вернее, у тех, кто смотрит английский канал, будут проблемы, потому что они будут одновременно и русскую, и английскую речь слышать.
Ну, у нас другого выбора нет, давайте действуем так.
Извините.
Давайте,
Честно говоря, даже не знал, что тут несколько языковых каналов бывает.
Ну, давайте переместим фокус внимания с перевода на оригинал и на его источник.
Да, я думаю, это важнее. Я думаю, Анатолий Александрович, сейчас не будем тратить время на поиск.
Прошу прощения.
Sorry about that.
Действительно не знаю, что можно сделать.
But I don't know what I can do.
Небольшие паузы, чтобы переводчики могли...
Maybe I make some pauses.
Вот. Итак, Ильенков доказал, что все, что мы называем нашим сознанием, не встроено в нас изначально, а развивается по ходу жизни,
With the
по
progress
ходу
of life,
взаимодействия закономерностей,
as a consequence of certain regularities that can be studied and understood.
И если вы знаете
And
эти
if you know
закономерности
these
хотя бы в общих
regularities, at
чертах,
least in general
если
terms,
умеете
and
выводить
if
из
you're
них
able
хотя бы
to
простейшие следствия, если
derive like simple conclusions,
представляете себе
and if you imagine
механизмы взаимодействия
mechanisms of
закономерностей,
interaction,
вы уже
regularities,
знаете
you
о мире
already
очень
know
много.
a lot about the
И
world.
когда у вас такая картина есть,
And when you have
каждый
this
новый
picture,
факт,
each new
который
fact
вы узнаете,
that you find out
вкладывается в нее как в
is
пазл,
included it as in puzzle.
дополняет ее.
And with blind and deaf children
Приходится
have
вырабатывать
to develop
методы
methods,
целенаправленного
purposeful
обучения, опирающиеся на те
studies
чувства,
based
что у
on
них
these
сохранились.
feelings that they
И поскольку
retain.
эти методы
And
работают
since these
медленнее, то
methods
удалось
work
подробнее
slowly,
отследить
it was
весь
able
процесс. Так вот,
to track
почему
the
я об
whole
этом говорю?
process in
Потому
detail.
что из
So
этого
why am I
сразу
saying
же
this? So
следует очень важное
as an
положение
important
для
provision
всех предложенных мне тем.
for all
А
these
именно,
topics,
что
and specifically
образование
that
должно быть
education
нацелено
should be
на формирование
targeted
целостной
to
картины мира.
form
И,
a
кстати,
holistic
должен
picture
сказать,
of the
что еще
world. And by the
когда
way, I need to
я
say that when
учился,
I was studying,
образование, хотя не
education,
декларировало эту
although
задачу,
didn't
но
declare this
фактически ее
task,
довольно
but
эффективно
basically
выполняло. Но, к
efficiently
сожалению,
performed it, but
где-то к середине
unfortunately, somewhere
70-х
by the
западное
middle of the
образование
70s,
начали
Western
ломать
education
под задачу разрушения
was
целостной
broken to
картины
destroy
мира,
the holistic
а с середины
view of
90-х
the
это
world, and
моровое
from the middle
поветрие
of
добралось и до нас.
90s, this world phenomenon came to us.
Ну, почему так? Это
So why is
отдельная
it so?
тема.
It's a separate
У меня
topic.
есть несколько
I
публикаций,
have several
посвященных
publications
объяснению
dedicated to explanation
причины этого
of the
несчастья.
reasons
Но
of
в любом
this
случае
mishap. But in any
причины
case, the
достаточно
reasons
серьезные, и
are quite
полностью
serious.
покончить с этим несчастьем, боюсь, удастся
I'm afraid
не раньше, чем лет через
we can't
10.
get away with it earlier
10,
than in
потому
10
что
years.
примерно лет
10
через
years,
10
because in 10
накопится в
years,
мире
the world will
вычислительная
accumulate
мощность,
computational
достаточная для
power
управления всем
sufficient enough to
производством
manage
всего
all
мира
the
как единым
manufacturing
целым,
around the
и что
world,
еще гораздо важнее,
and which is more
планирование
important than
всего
planning
мирового
of the whole
производства
world
как единого
production
целого.
as a
А это повлечет за собой, естественно, множество
whole thing. And
перемен
And
во
this will
всем
bring a lot of
общественном устройстве, в том числе и в
changes
задачах,
in
стоящих перед образованием.
social structures,
Это
including educational
первое.
task. This
И,
is
кстати, из
first
этого
thing.
сразу же
And by the
следует,
way,
что все реформы в нашем
all
отечественном
reforms in
образовании за последние
Russian
примерно четверть
education
века,
for
а
the
то
last
и
quarter
3
century
десятилетия,
or 3
следует
decades
забыть как кошмарный
should
сон,
be forgotten
вернуться
as a
к
nightmare
классической
and come back
организации
to classical
образования.
organization
Я имею в виду не
of
технологии,
education.
там
I
типа
mean, not
опорных
technologies, but
конспектов,
some basic concepts,
цифровизации и так далее. Я имею в
digitalization,
виду
etc.
задачи, стоящие
I
перед
mean the
образованием
tasks
и
of
вытекающие
education
из этих задач построение учебных программ.
building
Второе, что отсюда следует,
educational
что
programs.
искусственный
Second
интеллект
is
не
means that
будет
artificial
конкурентом
intelligence
естественному, а
will be a
будет
competitor to natural,
взаимодополняющим
but will
инструментом.
be mutually
Именно
complementary
взаимодополняющим,
instrument.
потому что
Mutually complementary
искусственный
because
интеллект будет пользоваться
artificial
плодами
intelligence will
естественного,
use the
так же, как естественный
fruits
плодами
of natural.
Ну, из чего я делаю такой вывод?
So why am I concluding
Искусственный
that
интеллект,
artificial
если
intelligence,
его
if
создавать
we create it
не как решение какой-то
not
узкоспециальной
as
задачи, вот, скажем, в
narrow
середине
task decision,
60-х,
like
когда я начал
in the middle of the
готовиться
60s when I started
в
preparing
программисты,
to become a software engineer,
считалось, что без
I
полноценного
was considered
искусственного
without full,
интеллекта
complete
невозможно
artificial intelligence. It's
построить
not possible to
систему
build a system of
распознавания текста,
recognition of
хотя бы
text
печатного. А в
with
середине
print text.
90-х
And
я
in the middle of the
уже в
90s,
качестве компьютерного
me as a
журналиста брал
computer journalist, I
интервью у руководителя
interviewed
разработки
heads of
лучшей на тот момент, да, пожалуй, и
development at that
сейчас системы
time,
распознавания
the system
текста,
of text
которая
recognition
обошлась вовсе без искусственного
that
интеллекта,
was
хотя,
dealt
конечно, не
without
обошлась без
artificial
понимания
intelligence, although without
закономерности речи,
understanding
то
of
есть
regularities
закономерности
of
интеллекта
speech and
естественного. Но
natural
даже если
intelligence.
предположить,
Even if
что
we
мы
imagine that
создадим
we'll create
разносторонний искусственный интеллект, или, скажем, если мы точно скопируем
multifaceted
интеллект естественный и будем это
artificial intelligence or copy
мы же
natural
это сделаем не ради
intelligence
того,
and
чтобы
replicate it,
разместить
will not
этот
do it
искусственный
in order to
интеллект в
deploy
искусственном
this
теле.
AI in
В
artificial
искусственном
body.
теле значительно легче и приятнее.
Artificial
То есть в
bodies,
естественном
I mean,
теле,
in natural body,
извините, я оговорился,
sorry,
в естественном теле
that
значительно
in the
легче и
natural body
приятнее
is easier
создавать
to
естественный
create
же интеллект. Значит,
natural
искусственный интеллект
intelligence. So
будет
that means artificial intelligence
взаимодействовать
will
с миром
interact
иначе,
with the
нежели
world
естественный.
otherwise.
Будет постигать его
So
иными
artificial
органами чувств,
AI will
будет
interact with surrounding
воздействовать на
worlds
него иными
in a different
инструментами.
way to the
И
natural
значит, если
intelligence. It
даже
will
он
use
изначально
different
будет
sensory
точной
organs, different cognitive
копией
perception,
естественного,
and
то
if
развиваться
originally
будет
it is an
совершенно
exact
иначе,
copy of the original, it will
по-ильиному.
develop completely different in
А
an alien way.
это, в свою очредь, означает, что
And
ему нужны
this
будут
means
другие
it will
ресурсы, и
need different
физические, и
resources,
информационные,
physical and
нежели людям. Он не
informational,
будет поэтому
compared to people.
конкурировать с нами за
He
один и
will
тот же
not
набор
compete. It
ресурсов.
will not compete
Но
for the
думаю,
same
если он
resource
будет
set.
действительно
But I
интеллектом,
think
он
if it
будет
will have
понимать
real
полезность
intelligence, it
объемного
will
взгляда на
understand
мир,
the
то
use,
есть будет
the
взаимодействовать с нами
usability
не
of
менее
a
охотно, чем
big
мы с ним.
world view, and will interact with us, not
Соответственно,
less willing than
если
vice
говорить
versa.
об искусственном
And
интеллекте не
speaking
как о
of
решениях
AI,
частных
not
задач,
designed for
важных
solving
для
specific
человека,
private goals
а как о чем-то
important for
вполне
people, but
полноценном,
about something
разностороннем и
completely
самостоятельном,
holistic,
то
independent, and
такой искусственный
multifaceted,
интеллект будет
such an
нам
AI
другом, товарищем и
will
братом,
become
как
our
говорилось в одном
friend,
из
comrade,
лозунгов
and brother,
советских
as one
времен.
of the Soviet era
Ну и,
mottos
наконец, что
has
касается
proclaimed.
цифровизации.
And as for
Цифровизация, конечно,
digitalization,
весьма полезный
I think
инструмент,
digitalization is quite a useful tool,
очень разносторонний.
a
И,
multifaceted,
скажем,
very
то, что
versatile tool.
я уже почти 2
And the
десятилетия
fact that for the last 2
почти
decades,
не хожу по магазинам, а
I
заказываю
have
все
not
на дом,
been
это, конечно,
visiting
очень
shops,
приятная
have not been
сторона
shopping,
цифровизации.
but
Но есть
using home
стороны
delivery.
и не
It's
столь
a great part
удобные.
of digitalization, but
Например,
there are other sides which are
попытки
not as handy.
перевести
For
все
instance,
образование
attempts to
в
transfer the whole
дистанционный
education
формат
vector into
возможны
online distant
только на
format,
фоне
possibly
популярного
only
сейчас
in the
догмата
background
тоталитарной
of a
секты
popular
либералы,
today
что
dogma of a popular
здравоохранение и
liberal sect
образование – это
that
сфера услуг.
healthcare and education
На
is
самом
also a
деле это,
service
конечно,
industry.
никоим образом
No,
не сфера услуг,
certainly
хотя
it
бы
is in no
потому,
way
что
a
самое
service
дефицитное средство
industry, at
производства
least
человек,
by the fact that one of the
просто
most
потому, что
deficit
все
means of
остальное
production is a
гораздо
man,
проще
because
добыть
everything
или
else is
создать.
much easier to
И
derive or to
значит,
create.
образование и
And so,
здравоохранение – это то, что в
education and
советское время
healthcare
называлось
was in a
группа А –
Soviet
производство
era called
средств
Group
производства.
A,
И
means
если
of
смотреть с точки
production.
зрения
And if we look at
производственных
this from the
требований,
viewpoint
то
of
опять же
production
становится ясно,
requirements,
что все
it also
реформы,
becomes clear that all the reforms
продиктованные тоталитарной
which were
сектой
dictated
либералы и в
by
сфере
the totalitarian
здравоохранения, и
liberal
в
sect
сфере
in
образования
healthcare
очевидным
and
образом
education
пагубны,
are obviously
просто потому,
harmful,
что ключевые
if
догматы
only
этой
for the
секты
reason that
выработаны
key
в
dogma
интересах
of the sect was
не
developed in the interests
производственников, а
of not
торговцев.
the production,
А
not the
у
producers,
этих
but
двух групп
traders. And
совершенно
these two
разные
groups
методы
have
деятельности
used
и,
completely
соответственно,
different
разные
modus
требования к деятельности.
operandi and completely
Но
different requirements are presented to each.
в частности, не
In
учтено
particular,
в этих догматах, что
this
образование
dogma doesn't
это еще и
mention that
социализация. Это
education
еще
is
и
also
обучение
socialization.
человека
This is
правильному
also
поведению в
teaching
среде
people to
равных
behave
себе.
correctly
Это очень
in a
важно в
medium,
среде
in an
равных себе.
environment of equals.
В
This is an
семье мы,
important point.
например,
Of equals.
находимся
For instance,
в
in a
основном
family,
в
we're
вертикальных
usually
отношениях,
in
а
the
не в
vertical
горизонтальных.
hierarchical
Даже если у
relationships, not
вас хватает
horizontal.
братьев и
Even
сестер,
if you
все
have
равно
enough brothers and sisters, enough
взаимоотношения с
siblings,
родителями
your relationship with your
важнее, чем
parents is still
взаимоотношения
more
с братьями и
important
сестрами.
than your relationship with brothers or sisters. It
Поэтому
takes precedence. For this reason,
очное образование – это еще и социализация. Ну, в рамках
personalized offline education is also
сам
aids
термин
socialization
социализация
within the
не
framework
имеет
of the
смысла, ибо
liberal sect I
эта
mentioned.
секта, в
The
принципе,
term
отрицает
socialization has
понятие
no
общества как
concept
единого
because
целого.
this sect
И,
doesn't
соответственно,
accept the
отрицает
concept of society
все
as a community
закономерности,
united
возникающие на
whole.
уровне
So
общества
it rejects
как
all the
единого
patterns
целого.
which arise
Так
at
вот,
the level of
в этом
general
плане, в плане
society
социализации и
as a whole.
цифровизация
And in this
не
aspect of
живое
socialization,
общение, хотя бы
it will
потому,
never, digitalization will never
что
replace real life
в
communication,
цифре
if
гораздо
only for the
сложнее
reason
заметить
that
невербальные
digital
сигналы, исходящие от тех,
that
с кем
digital
вы
form
общаетесь.
makes it much harder
И
to
это
notice the
осложняет
informal
общение.
body
Вот,
language, the
например,
vibes
я
coming off your
довольно много
counterparts
времени
in a
изучаю
dialogue or
дискуссии на
conversation. For
форуме. Ну,
instance,
сам в
I've been
них
studying forum
участвую
discussions for
редко,
a
но
very
для
long time.
моей
I
нынешней
take part
работы
rarely, but in my
политического
current work
консультанта и
of a political
публициста
consultant and publicist,
важно эти
I think
дискуссии
this is
изучать. И я
very
вижу, что
important to
накал
study and
страстей
research
там
these
гораздо
discussions.
выше,
And I
чем
see
при
that the heat
живом
of discussion
общении.
is
И
much
связано
higher
это как
compared
раз
to
с
live
тем,
face-to-face
что не
communication. And
видя
this is related to the fact
полностью
that
реакцию
without
собеседников,
seeing the
вы
full
полагаете,
reaction
что они
of of your counterpart, you suppose you're under the impression they're not paying enough attention to you, and thereby you you increase the intensity of the conversation, loud raised voices, obscenities, and so on. So digitalization in regards to the sphere of education is extremely dangerous. Digitalization is certainly dangerous in self-education, since the internet is full of completely different data and information, true and false. It is full of some of designed falsifications and erroneous statements. And if you don't have this holistic worldview, you don't have an opportunity to separate, to distinguish the true from the false, to see the grains of truth. And you are risking, without you're risking by using Google or Yandex to find completely false information, since a lot of critical links exist, dubious links exist to this data, but however key search algorithms used by the search engines are guided by the number of links to a given page. So, digitalization is a useful tool, but we have to understand very well that this tool is in no way should be the only one. This is the key points from me on all of these subjects. If you need additional comments during the Q&A session, I will do my best. Valentin Borisovich, George Kleiner, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to thank Anatoly Alexandrovich Wasserman for his address. I enjoy his presentations in any format because it's as if they've been cut from the same slab of marble. They're a single body from beginning to end. I'd prefer granite. It's probably more like granite, according to the famous catchphrase. Yes, probably granite, but I'd like to dwell on some important considerations proposed by Anatoly Alexandrovich. First is what a person receives at birth, and what did Professor Valentin Ilyakov has actually determined. Is a person really a tabula rasa, a clean slate, and does everything he understands is owing to his communication with the external environment, whether slow as with the deaf or normal as with or with everyone else. This is subject of many viewpoints and interpretation, but going by the same thesis of the world unity that Anatoly Alexandrovich has mentioned, I think it's a more appropriate viewpoint, according to which each of us, after birth and before birth, and during birth and after birth, is a link, a certain link in this chain of the united unity of a single entity, world community entity, the system, and if so, our relationship with our central nervous system and so on are a result of certain knowledge that was invested into us by the Creator, nature, no matter whom. So in this case, we are the object of imprinting of original knowledge and original data about the surrounding world. Later on, as a person learns by using his cognitive senses, touching his hands, moving his hands or feet. He receives additional data, clarifications that he sees his finger in his mouth and thereby develops. But it's important to understand that the biggest and probably the biggest part that he got was received at the moment of birth, because there is a huge long chain of transformation, of evolutions of animate and inanimate nature, and this provides us reasons to suppose that AI will ultimately and probably from the very outset exists in a person. This artificial intelligence is the integral part. And while we speak of AI, we have to understand that what the AI does to this small immature person is so powerful that no Wikipedia, not even a large Soviet encyclopedia that opposing to Wikipedia never contained such a number of false statements which are termed knowledge. No other source of information except for the evolution already contained in a man cannot even compare natural intelligence and AI. This viewpoint is argued by Roman Dan Brown, the novel of Dan Brown, The Origins, that speaks of a powerful supercomputer that was able to reproduce the evolution from inorganic to organic nature. Conservat drops to life person. It was able to recreate the whole chain of evolution in a few hours, but that was science fiction. The point is, the reality is that evolution that each of us experiences before birth is much more powerful and incredibly more complex, that can be invested into the database of AI. And for this reason, I agree with the statement that, well, I'm not a dissident, AI dissident. I'm more of a intellect romantic, but I think that the word intelligence is first of all applicable to the situations which are related to evolution. This link is sometimes broken, and I think this is incorrect. AI is only an extension of a human arm, but definitely not a replacement for a person and even separate parts of him. And this is what I had to say on the correlation of natural and artificial intelligence. And now let's move on to the education. I completely agree with Anatoly Alexandrovich in saying that that calling education a service creates a lot of doubt. Liberals, neoliberals, whatever is the creed or term, I'm forced to stick to the same viewpoint because I have no choice. Any product is either a product or a service, and there is no third. No other is given, because education is definitely not a product. You cannot buy it. There is no geometric allocation for it, so it's a service. But who is receiving this service? And this is where the difficulties begin. For liberal track, it becomes learning for the students. We can look further ahead, not only to the students, but also to the parents of the students that try to get them into university, and even further to the community at large and the country, the state. The state is interested, normal state is interested in educated people. And this is why an educator that enters the faculty and teaches, he does a service to the students, but however, they're not sure of that at the moment, and he also does a service to the community, to the society at large. Sorry. And another point related to the educators, professors, faculty staff, and students. What is the difference in educating online, like today, through the computer, using networks, and in live audience? What is the difference? There is no people, there is no live audience. Actually, when the lecturer is communicating with the audience, with the students, he's not speaking to one student except for specific cases. He may address them in turn, but his main counterparty is the audience. And there is a unity, singularity, which was created during his lecture that he is addressing, clarifying with different students some different points. And if this audience is missing, and it is missing on online education, then his counterparts in this dialogue is a different story, and it's a different system. I completely agree that this type of education is inherently flawed. Socialization is certainly important, I don't argue that, but I would like to focus, to bring your attention, trying to develop the concept of artificial educator. Many today would like to replace a professor with a processor and replace some lecture recordings on an interactive reviews, feedback, some interactive conversation with a student, same as same as we get automated calls telling us pre-recorded and replying to pre-recorded messages. Now getting us to talk. I think this is a tunnel. I think this is certainly a dead end. This is not the way of the professor, but artificial student, artificial schoolboy, and artificial learner. If a live person had this electronic friend that didn't just help him find answers, but would teach together with the same speed that is comparable to human speed, well, then such electronic co-student companion could play an important role in quality of education. But I think this could be envisaged in the shape of a game. And people, especially young people, need friends. Sometimes it's a dog, sometimes it's an artificial dog, sometimes it's a doll, and so on. Electronic student, well, I think co-learning, I think that's perspective. Also, there are some other aspects that we could discuss. I will probably touch upon one of them to return the floor to Anatoly Alexandrovich. Well, another cardinal difference.
Another big difference of natural and artificial intelligence, main problem that cannot be resolved by artificial intelligence is to show transition of quality into quantity into quality, as the big data and reading sensors not able to transverse the boundary of quality and quantity. Quantity turned to quality with the evolution that of conscience that I started to mention, subject to people's intuition and inconsistencies, and with all these factors that are inside us, like randomly, as Svetlana mentioned today, that she's suddenly fallen ill, say that suddenly didn't fall ill. So subject to all these unexpected things, this transition of quantity to quality will not be captured by AI. So Laplace picture of deterministic world that can be included in the computer, but actually it's already been archived by both physicists and lyrics. Thank you.
Так. Ну, если позволите,
So, if you allow,
тоже
I
прокомментирую.
will comment
Что касается того, что мы плод эволюции, и
regarding
эта
that we are
эволюция
product
привнесла
of
в нас
evolution,
очень
and this
многое, да, это
evolution brought a
несомненно.
lot
Но
to us.
если
That's
вы
without any
посмотрите на
doubt. But if you
новорожденного
look at the newly
ребенка
born
и,
child,
например, на
and
новорожденного
for
теленка,
example, newly
вы увидите,
born
что
cow,
теленок умеет намного больше.
see that they are able
Не
to do
значит же
more
это, что
things.
мы,
It doesn't mean
так сказать, плод эволюционного
that we
регресса.
are
Это
the
только значит, что эволюция
product of
избрала для
evolution
нас другой
regress.
путь.
Means that the
Насколько я
evolution
могу
has
судить,
selected a different
по
path for
опыту
us, and
не
judging by the
только
experience of
людей, но и многих других животных,
people
чем
and
больше
other animals,
ты знаешь к
the more you
моменту
know by the
рождения,
time of birth,
тем сложнее
the
тебе
more complex, more
осваиваться
difficult
в
for you
непривычных обстоятельствах, вне
to feel
тех
comfortable
условий,
in
где
unusual
проходила эволюция.
situation, in the conditions where
Человек,
evolution
в
happened.
общем, наиболее
Human
универсальное
being is the most
животное, и, в
universal
общем,
animal,
мне представляется, что
and it
именно
seems to me
поэтому
that that's why
именно это связано с тем, что
this is
эволюция
related
для
to
нас
the fact that
избрала путь
evolution has
не
selected for us the path
врожденных данных, а
not
возможности к усвоению
the born
данных
data, but
извне.
the
И
capabilities of
этой возможностью
learning
мы
data from outside, and
пользуемся
we take
очень
advantage of
активно.
this
Даже те, кто вроде
ability, even those
не хочет
who don't
следовать
want to
завету
follow
Бисмарка, только
Bismarck,
дураки учатся на
and
своих
only fools
ошибках.
are
Я
learning on their
предпочитаю
own
на
mistakes, and
чужих,
I
так вот
prefer
эти
to
хоть
learn on
на своих
other people's
ошибках
mistakes, and
чему-нибудь учатся.
so
Ну, за
I can
исключением
learn
разве что
something,
сектантов,
except
которые
maybe members of
предпочитают
sects
вообще не
that
замечать
prefer not to
свои
notice
ошибки. Поэтому
their mistakes.
современную версию
So the
либерализма,
modern version of
построенную
liberal
на
is
вере в
built on a
благотворность
belief in
неограниченной свободы
the
личности без оглядки на общество,
benefit of
я и
unlimited
называю
freedom.
тоталитарной сектой.
I
Эта
call
вера приводит ко
totalitarian
множеству несчастья, и
separation.
остаются в ней только
It
те,
brings to a lot of
кто
unhappiness,
эти несчастья
and only those
свои и
stay
чужие игнорируют.
who
Вот.
ignore
Но в
those
любом случае то, что мы высший на сегодня плод
unhappiness. And
эволюции,
since
вовсе
we're
не
highest
означает, что
product
мы
of evolution, it doesn't
должны
mean that
с
we have
самого
to,
рождения
from
знать больше,
the birth, to know more
чем другие плоды
than
той же эволюции.
other
Именно
products
потому,
of the
что
same evolution,
мы пошли
because
путем
we
универсализации, а не
go towards
специализации.
universalization and not
Вот так мне
specialization.
представляется
That's how it seems to me.
соотношение
This ratio, this
врожденного и
relation of
причина того соотношения врожденного и приобретенного,
born
что
and
описал
acquired,
Ильенков.
what Ilyankov described. I would like to compliment here. We don't know what we know. Socrates had a different opinion. He thought he knew that he didn't know anything. And we not always know what we know. Sometimes unexpectedly it's coming up that when we say that what a calf knows and what a person knows, we don't understand human beings, and regarding calves, it's beyond understanding overall. So the question is, what is knowledge? Whether they can be reasoned, and it's a difficult question. It's not easy to say that we don't know anything at birth and we know something else. So this word knowledge or gnosis is the result of a later development and more likely related to those priests who thought they had this sacred knowledge. That's about notion of knowledge. And regarding totalitarian sects, those who ignore their errors, unfortunately, we have too many sects like this in our society, and the leadership is not recognizing mistakes. It doesn't say that they are sects, but it says about certain character of thinking. They don't make mistakes, like the bosses are not late but delayed. The leadership is not making mistakes but just moving ahead. I think it's time for questions. What do you think? Yes. Colleagues, please raise your hand. Those who want to ask a question. We switched off mics, we had non-standard situations, so only raising your hand can do it. But we didn't switch off hands. Mikhail Stepanovich, professor at University of Management. I don't see him for some reason. He's here. He raised his hand physically. He raised his natural hand, but not artificial hand on the screen. So, Tatiana, switch on the mic. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you. Very interesting conversation. I have a question. What do you think is a COVID-19 pandemic? Is it the opportunity for mankind to learn something, to learn new style of, new mode of thinking that would enable to get out of this situation, crisis of mankind, or is just an emergency, an accident? What is your attitude? Well, I really hope that the pandemic will teach those who don't want to study. And the current system of global allocation of labor is based on a narrow specialization of countries, and it used to be promising in the beginning, but in practice it led to many economic catastrophes and deadlocks, and the next great depression that since 2008 is generated by the narrow specialization of whole countries, because large part of people, citizens of this, is displaced from any public useful activities required by others, and productivity of labor per one inhabitant is going down while we watch it. Then the quarantine measures then by the epidemic disrupted a large
технологических
number of
цепочек и
technological
привели
chains
к громадному
and led to a huge
экономическому
number of
обвалу. И я очень
economic
надеюсь,
downfall. And
что
I hope very much that
пандемия
the
послужит
pandemic will serve
последним толчком к
like the
отказу
last trigger
от
to
этой идеи
reject
узкой
this
специализации.
idea of
Грубо
narrow
говоря, все,
specialization.
что
And roughly
страна
speaking, everything
может
that the
делать
country can
сама
do
без
to
каких-то
produce itself
катастрофических
without any
затруднений,
catastrophic
она и должна делать
difficulties,
сама,
it should be done
чтобы как можно больше
so that
технологических цепочек
more
замыкались не
technological
глобально, а
workflow
локально.
chains are
Есть
closed
и
locally and not
другие
globally. There are other
возможные последствия пандемии, скажем,
complications of
возвращение
pandemic,
к
like
той системе
return to the system
здравоохранения,
of
которую
healthcare
в нашей стране
that
называют система Семашко.
was called in this country the
Это
Mashka
система,
system, and this
ориентированная, во-первых,
system oriented
на максимальную профилактику
maximum
путем
like preventative
охвата
measures and
всех
all covering
граждан
all the people and
диспансеризацией и прочими
dispensarization
заблаговременными
and
наблюдениями
advanced
и
observations
плюс к тому содержание
plus
резерва
having
медицинских сил,
reserves and
достаточного для
medical
быстрого реагирования на
forces
катастрофу.
able to respond
Будут,
fast to
наверное, и
catastrophes,
какие-то
and
другие
there will
положительные
be
последствия,
other
как это у
positive
Грибоедова Скалозуб
consequences,
сказал.
as Griboyedov said.
Пожар способствовал ей
The
много
fire
украшений
contributed
о Москве.
many decorations
Так,
about
но я
Moscow,
назвал то,
but
с
I call
чем связан в рамках своей экономической аналитики.
that I related within economic analytics. I would like to add and agree with something, but first we got away with this pandemic and of the understanding about sustainability of the world. It turned out so vulnerable and fragile. We used to think it was so stable. We had universities and our children will go to school, and many a lot of understanding around the world for hundreds of years or thousands of years, and it turned out to be so fragile, and possibly it's not so, and we cannot travel and we cannot visit, and the human society notion is inseparable from each other, and this notion of society started to destroy, and this is very unpleasant consequence of the pandemic. Now, related to division of labor, different opinions that will be globalization. Even today, it was said when computer power will reach high capacity, then it will be managed in a single manufacturing system around the world, and I think it's a utopia. Maybe it's not scientific. The world is based on combination of variability and homogeneity. We are different people, and this makes our society beautiful. At the same time, we are homogeneous and we are people and we can understand each other. We are empathic, and this combination of variability and homogeneity is spreading to all systems, including international division of labor. there should be countries and states, and that ensures variability, and there should be context between them and understanding each other that ensures this. So that COVID split countries, I agree with Anatoly that it put question about existence of countries as complexes that they can produce without stress, should be produced. That's how it should be. Combine variability and uniformity in all. And we shouldn't put together all universities and to have one big university with progressive and modern methods. We shouldn't do that. Universities should be different. And that we rejected production of, sometimes consciously, sometimes it turned out of a production of many goods and services, put Russia on the brink of danger. And now we're trying to offset it somehow, import substitution, but economic development should be comprehensive. And each country should strive, big country like Russia should strive to ensure the life of citizens full scale.
Извините,
I'm
насчет
sorry,
разнообразия
regarding variability,
вспомнилась легенда,
diversity, I remember a
что
legend
вскоре после
that
революции
soon after the
кто-то
revolution,
предложил
someone offered
ради экономии средств
in order to save
государственных
state
слить
funds
большой и
to
малый
merge
театр, а заодно
small
к ним добавить
Mali and
еще и
Bolshoi theaters and then
художественный.
add the
Вот. И тогдашний народный
arts
комиссар
theater. At that
просвещения,
time, the commissar of
епархию
education
входили и театры,
who overseen the
Луначарский
theaters, Lunacharsky,
закрыл это предложение
closed
одной
this
фразой.
offer with
И
one
как мы
phrase and said,
этот объединенный
and
театр
how
назовем?
are we going to
Большой
call this
малохудожественный?
Bolshoi Mali
Вот. Ну,
художественный?
а что касается
And regarding
разнообразия, вот
diversity,
о названном мною сроке накопления
that I mentioned,
вычислительных
the
средств,
time of
этот
accumulating
срок как раз и определен тем,
computational power, it is
что
determined
надо учесть все наше
that we need to take
разнообразие,
account
а для
all
этого
this
как раз и нужны
diversity.
очень
And
большие
for this,
вычислительные
we need a
средства.
lot of
Это не
computational
значит,
power.
что
It
в
doesn't mean
чем-то
that
мы будем себя ограничивать,
we'll
наоборот.
be
Я назвал
limiting ourselves.
срок, когда
On the
мы
contrary,
сможем
I
все разнообразие
pronounced the
своих
time scale when we
потребностей и возможностей охватить
can
единым
cover
целым. А уж
all
как
our
дальше разбираться с этой возможностью, это тема
demands
отдельных исследований.
and how to do it further. It's a topic of separate studies. And may I say, an episode related to that time that you mentioned, speaking about this project of merging all the theaters. There is a novel, Dmitry Bykov, orthography, that tells it's a fantasy, it's not clear. That Bolsheviks, in order to ameliorate so that workers can learn faster, they decided that better not to explain the rules, but just cancel orthography.
They just decided to cancel grammar. Never mind how you spell a cow with an O or an A, it's regardless of the subject matter, and this will end the battle of illiteracy. So according to the novel, or to this novel by Bykov, having lost the centralized power over grammar, the society saw it go to different regions. Regional heads have appeared, And they said you'll use the grammar that we will provide. You'll use the spelling we provide. So the uniformity in spelling became didn't serve uniformity, but actual diversity of spelling. And this is a good example of what happens when this borderline between uniformity and this is lost. Yes, this is not fantastic. This is how Ukraine and Belarus were created. And I won't go into details, but I have seriously studied this question because I was born in Odessa, occupied by the Ukraine. And I know that Ukraine and Belarus were created with these methods. Can I provide the floor to Mikhail Stepanovich? Dear colleagues, thank you very much. A very interesting discussion. First of all, I have a question for Mr. Wasserman. He used the context that people are the crown of creation. I have a question, hence. What is the foundation for such latent understanding of man as the crown of creation, as a jewel of creation? And I'd like to support George Kleiner in saying how a person, you said how children are different. And in my work, I used to observe small children, and I had an absolute conviction that they are aware of everything, they understand everything, but they don't have enough command of hands or feet or body or language and cannot speak out. And in this relation, what is your position on Plato's saying that soul is eternal and it remembers everything, and all we do ourselves is just recall it in stages? So this type of consciousness. Well, my earliest personal memory belongs to about 3.5 years old. There are other earlier memories, but I have not probably remembered it correctly, but had reconstructed it according to the descriptions, the later descriptions by my loved ones. And after 5 years old, I have a constant flow of memory, based on which I draw the conclusion that before 5 years old, I had not formed yet a very important psychological mechanism providing the actual capacity for stable memories. And this is the reason why it is very hard to discuss any theories related to migration of souls to internal intellect, even what is called internal literacy. It's usually a result of reading quite a large number of well-published books in childhood. This is also noticeable from the fact that this generation who read books that were published mostly in a shabby way, inherent literacy is encountered much more rarely than in my generation, for instance. And let me explain why I consider man a jewel, human crown, a jewel of creation, according to the sum total of his capabilities. It's clear that some of the capabilities are much better developed with other animals, but on the sum total of the above, in all the vectors of his activity, no one has yet overcome a person who was able to overtake the man. And whether it's possible in the future, I'm not sure. When speaking of evolution, the unit of measure is 1,000 millions of years. George, Georgy Borisovich, would you like to comment? Anatoly has commented, well, I think the audience would love to hear your opinion too. My opinion on the following is much milder. My position on this is much more mild. I'm not sure if a man is the crown jewel of creation. I allow, and by the way, brothers Strugatsky had described it in their science fiction novels. It is possible to see another type. Yeah, I think they called it not people, but popol, that actually exceed human skills and capacities. They were super people. And the man, apparently, human being, is apparently a very powerful apparatus for accumulating different types of development. This is what Anatoly Alexandrovich has mentioned. Certain animals exceed others in terms of height, in terms of strength or speed, but integration of all of these capabilities is integrated in a human being, in a man. And this is evolution is constant. And this is why we have to tread very carefully on this subject. Today, we heard an attempt to attribute intelligence, consciousness, not only to people, to animals, but separate objects, and not inanimate objects such as stone and earth. Whether Earth is a sentient being, this is also being discussed. It's important to note that all of this falls into the concept. I think, Mikhail, you have been researching this line. The unity of things. The world is one, but how do we draw the right parallels between different events, between different manifestations? When we ask what is a system, this is a multitude of elements and links, but where do we draw the lines, the borders between these elements? This string of this link between them, is it actually a dividing link, or maybe it's a joining link? What is a divider then? Where is that spatial plane that divides them, that contains it? We're people. Look, we have name, we have a surname, and everyone knows. So there are systems for separation of concepts, and the uniformity and the versatility, the diversity of the world is contained in the elements and identifying the connections between these elements. But according to the theory of duality, however, we could draw conclusions that links could be called conclusions and conclusions could be called links, where we could connect new elements. However, the concept of united world unity, despite its uncertainty, provides us ability to exist, and even, I would say, make money, earn money. Because this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to catch logical patterns which surround the surrounding world, and we hope that this unity will feed us into our days. May I ask a question, please? For both Anatoly Alexandrovich and Georgy Borisovich. Alexander and George, how would you define intellect, intelligence? This is the key question of our times. Anatoly, in my viewpoint, intellect is the complexity, the sum total of all knowledge and skills to use this knowledge.
Меня, например, очень
abilities to
часто
use it.
попрекают,
For instance, I'm
что
often
я
accused
много знаю,
of knowing a
но
lot,
совершенно не умею работать с этими
but
знаниями. На самом деле
all of
я,
this
как,
body of knowledge
собственно,
is completely
любой участник
completely useless.
интеллектуальных игр
However,
знаю
as
гораздо
any
меньше,
participant of
чем кажется
intellectual
со
games,
стороны, но
I
зато
know much
думаю
less that
гораздо
seems
больше,
from the
чем
side.
кажется со стороны. Но это специфика именно
But
этого
this
вида
is
спорта.
the specific of
И,
this type of intellectual sports,
соответственно, для меня интеллект — это в
the game
первую
quizzes.
очередь именно
And for me,
умение
intelligence
пользоваться
is
знаниями, ну
an
и по
ability to
возможности
use this knowledge, the skill to
создавать
use this
новые знания
knowledge,
по
and
результатам этого использования.
being able to create new knowledge according to results of using your skills and abilities to peruse it. I would allow myself a small clarification. I think that a clever or an intelligent person is considered when there is a task, an important problem is being solved, the person does it effectively and quickly, we say he's intelligent, regardless of him using his knowledge or his ability for logical deduction. This is his own inherent business. But this gives rise to the concept that I had long argued regarding intellect as an ability to solve challenges in various spheres, in various fields. And my position was that I said it's not just ability to problem solve or to answer questions, as the colleagues do in intellectual quizzes, but it's the knowledge, the ability to set goals, to set the questions, to ask the questions. What is it about? You look at the outside world, you take certain sphere and say, this is the goal I have in this sphere. I have a pool here, it's filled with water, 2 pipes, what's the speed and when, and this is your... And you created some sort of system thereby. You took it out of the environment, whether it's an imaginary or a real swimming pool. And hence, it follows that my intelligence exists not only to determine how quickly will the swimming pool fill, but to set this expression, to set this goal. And if I'm able to set it, to solve it, and once again set a new challenge, after solving every challenge, a new challenge rises, a new goal rises, and intelligence is the ability or the capacity, if you will, to exist in this chain of solutions and goal and challenges, knowledge and lack of knowledge. Every goal, every task is lack of knowledge. I don't know when the swimming pool will fill with water, and it's negative. I'd like to know. It's another push for my intelligence. So processing knowledge, lack of knowledge, initial intelligence, later stages of intelligence after problem solving. If we use terminology we'll understand, I'll say that intellect is the ability to work with systems. Thank you. And work with them. Thank you. Anatoly, Alexandrovich, last question from a student. Could you please answer a question from one of our students? Dear speakers, my name is Lana. I am a student at the Financial University, Faculty IT and the Big Data Analysis. If you would please allow, I'd like to ask you 2 questions. They may seem quite relevant, but for us students, they're very timely and important. First question is from my faculty mate. This is your your position on distant education. Maybe you could give us some pros and cons of distant education and whether you think online education is the future. And the second question is how, for me as a student, to organize myself correctly, how to motivate myself into self-learning. Thank you.
Ну, я действительно уже говорил о
Well, actually,
дистанционном
I had already
обучении.
touched upon the
Это
online education.
главное его достоинство в его доступности.
Its
Вы
main, its key
можете
advantage is its
обращаться
accessibility.
к
Its availability. You
лучшим
are able
учебникам,
to turn to the
к
best
курсам
textbooks,
лучших
to the
вузов.
courses of the
Ну, а
best
главный его
world's
недостаток,
universities. But the key
собственно, главные
disadvantage, the
недостатки
key
уже
flaw,
отмечены.
have
Во-первых,
been noted.
отсутствие
First of all, it's
социализации,
the lack of
и, во-вторых,
socialization,
отсутствие обратной
and
связи.
secondly, is the lack of feedback.
При очном обучении
During
вы можете
face-to-face
напрямую
education,
обратиться
you're
к
able to
преподавателю,
directly
а он
address your
может
teacher,
даже
and he is able to,
по вашему выражению лица, по
according to
вашим
your facial
жестам,
expression and your
понять,
body
что вам
language, he
понятно,
is
а
also
что
able to
надо
understand
разъяснять
and receive
дополнительно.
feedback from
При
you on what is clear
дистанционном
and what needs
обучении
further
всего этого
clarification.
нет.
It is all
Ну, а
all of
как
these links are
себя
missing with distant
мотивировать
education.
в таких
Now, how do we
условиях,
motivate
когда
ourselves in
нет
this situation
обратной связи, нет повседневных
without
проверок?
feedback, without
Полагаю,
daily checks?
для этого надо прежде
I
всего
think,
помнить,
first of all, we
что
need
вы
to remember
учитесь не для
that
того,
you are
чтобы
learning
потратить время.
to
Ну,
spend the
когда я
time.
учился, это было 5 лет.
When
В
this was
nынешних
5 years, it was the term of education, was the
баллонизированных,
period of
не приведи Господь,
university of
вузах
education.
4 или 6
Today,
лет.
we have 4 or
Но в
6
любом
years
случае вы тратитесь не,
in
то
the
есть вы учитесь
non-privatized
не для того, чтобы
universities, but
потратить
you're not
это
learning
время
to
впустую, даже не для того,
waste
чтобы
this time.
потратить его на развлечение.
You're
Вы
not even
учитесь
learning
для
to
того,
entertain yourself,
чтобы
have fun.
понять, как вам
Instead, you are
во
learning
всей дальнейшей
to
жизни
understand
действовать,
how you
в том
should
числе,
act
как вам
and
в
live the rest
дальнейшей
of your
жизни
life.
переучиваться.
Also, how
Поэтому
you will be able to
воспользуйтесь
retrain throughout
временем
your life.
дистанционного обучения
So
еще и для
use the
того,
time of distant
чтобы
education
разнообразить
also
свои навыки
to
обучения в
give
целом.
diversity to
Чтобы
your education
не
skills
просто
in general.
учить то, что
So
вам задавали,
not just to learn the
еще и
material
активно
you're given,
искать
but also
что-то
to
новое хотя бы
actively
в
search
течение
for
того
something
времени,
new,
что вы
at least
экономите
during
на
the time
поездках
that you are
в ВУЗ и
saving
обратно.
on your commuting to university campus and back. Oh, I agree with that, says Judge Kleiner, and I'd like to add a comment. One aspect, knowledge that your teachers are bringing you, whether it's an real life audience hall or give you online, this is part of the educational context. It's important not just to know, but to understand. Understanding is a higher level compared to knowledge. And where is understanding derived from? Understanding is surrounding knowledge. There are theorems, facts, there is allocation of points, but understanding, comprehension lies in looking at the outside of this body of knowledge. Why do we introduce corrections? And if it's not constant, what is the theorem wrong? And then we look for something else. And the search for true understanding of the essence of what is contained in what is called a theorem. So, what can a student actually do?
Или нет? но у него освобождается, может быть, некоторое...
I don't know whether the students have some free time, but they have some freedom. And in these conditions, it's possible to move from knowledge to understanding. And I need to say, as a grown-up, as speaking with other person, regardless of age, I exactly understand whether there's knowledge and understanding, which is less obvious but more important. Thank you. Which we'll have to let Anatoly
Да, оно
for
должно было
another
начаться
event. Yeah, it should
в
have
18 часов,
started
но вот неожиданно
at
сдвинули на
6, but it
17:15.
was shifted to
Там кто-то из предыдущих
5:15.
участников сообщил, что не может приехать.
Понятно. Нам, конечно,
Okay, it's a pity we
Мне
are
тоже
glad to
жаль.
see you, and we have very interesting conversation, and we have many questions, but we hope that you will
Тоже
sometime you
надеюсь.
will take part and consent
До
questions to
свидания.
Anatoly. Thank you.
Ну, дорогие коллеги, я предлагаю
Dear
продолжить
colleagues, I suggest we continue to ask questions to Georgy Borisovich and discuss issues of natural and artificial intelligence. We have at least 1 hour for us to discuss these important issues. I see a raised hand.
Ефим Иванович, включайте микрофон.
Алло.
Turn on your mic, please. Yes, we hear you. I'm asking Efim Naumovich to switch on the mic.
Ефим Иванович, пока не слышно вас.
Так, слышно меня?
Да, слышно.
Can you hear me now?
Наше обсуждение.
I would like to go back to the issues of natural and artificial intelligence and ask questions and to Georgy and others question that for a long time natural intelligence was formed under the influence of people's needs. People survived thanks to intelligence if they were able to satisfy their needs. And starting with ancient Greece and Aristotle, we moved to thinking, and we know that Aristotle and Plato shared this thinking, theoretical and creative and practical part. I will not go into details, but when we approach this issue of artificial intelligence now, there is impression that when trying to model it, simulate, we exclude at least two important things. First, related to the needs and demands, and I haven't heard that within AI they were included. And second component, which I haven't heard whether it's embedded or not, that's emotional components of artificial intelligence. So if we have specialists on AI, I would like to address this question to them and to all our community represented here. And they have some conflicts here. Maybe I dramatize the situation. If you have any answers, and I would listen first of all to George. And I think you are not talking about artificial intelligence, but about artificial being like homunculus that needs energy and saving for survival. It's a different task. Well, we know well in history, like semi-fantasy stories when this person was created, artificial person was created, and this artificial person was supposed to have this artificial intelligence, which is at its core. And we need to remember those fantasy writers of the 50s that paid attention to this. And this AI that was in their stories, like Isaac Asimov, they were interested not to be switched off energy sources. And there was connection with electric sources. But it seems to me it's important to understand whether we want to create artificial human being with emotions and happiness and anger and striving to continue themselves and their generation. It's not about artificial person, it's about artificial mankind, reproduction, etc. So the task that you mentioned is like forming artificial mankind, and to some extent people try to resolve it like those who create robotic armies with these soldiers supposed to feel like anger when they're killed, the neighbors are destroyed, but that's creating of artificial people and not artificial intelligence. And I would like to detach from this task. And I think it's also unresolved for the same reasons that I mentioned, as we need evolution from inorganic nature to our organic life. I don't know which way, coming from space or with chemicals on Earth or nuclear chain reaction. In any case, this is modeling of life and not intelligence. Colleagues, you want to contribute on this or ask next question? Efim, you want to say something? We don't hear you. Please turn the sound on. We don't hear. Okay. Now, I'd like to thank George for his response. I understand that the following position: artificial intelligence is possible without emotional intelligence and without human needs. It's purely creation related to setting and resolving goals. I admit that it's possible if it's a unified position, then I have to understand it as a mainstream. Although if there are other positions, I would be glad to hear it. Thanks, George, anyway, for responding to this question. Let's figure out with intelligence first, and then artificial homunculus. Okay, I don't object. Thank you. Vladimir Agafonov raised his hand. Please switch your mic off, on.
Не слышно пока, Владимир Анатольевич.
No sound.
Нет, нет, слышно. Сейчас слышно.
Okay, now we hear you. First, I have a question to Georgy Borisovich about AI. Regarding question of EFM, I need to know that if without emotions, then it's not exactly intelligence. If we follow the formulation that art is emotional information, that those relieved of emotions, this AI will not perceive art. It will not be art for it. So it's not exactly AI if we want to mean the fullness of expressions. And the question to Georgy Borisovich is the following regarding AI. It's a fair position that there is no emotional facet here or the feeling. I would ask, is it possible to create something new? Is it possible by AI or not?
Вот одну секундочку. Это вопрос, да?
Это вопрос.
Да.
Привожу пример.
It's a question. I'll give you an example. As artificial intelligence can create a new sports. We're talking about healthy lifestyle. Is it possible to create something new? And what is new? I think it's possible. And these were dealt by the artificial systems as were called expert systems. And unlike databases that present us some data received from sensors, the expert systems were not limited by the data obtained. They required and they offered new types of data. Roughly speaking, the database is a table, spreadsheet, like with a name, date of birth, place of birth, and that's a database for universities, let's say. And what about base of knowledge base, and having this database and having the tasks and essential characteristics, but the tasks should be set. Yes, we need to set the tasks and let the intelligence do it, whether it's artificial or not. I don't object. It should see it. It should point me to what I don't see, and it's possible to do, and also regroup moments of various sports and announce about the new sports. So it's possible. Something new is possible. So intuition has nothing to do. Regarding art, here it's essential. As art, as it seems to me, as unlike intellectual activity, it's a sphere of the people, of human beings, and all the rest. Of course, you can teach, compose music, specify algorithms, and make poem sets possible, but it's not going to be art. It's when creating new, intuition takes part, where you rejected intuition of AI, and creation of something new is intuitive process. Well, it depends. Creating a new picture, new new arts, although imitation is possible, but creating new classification I would call AI here. Well, in principle, you can select new elements and create new interactions between them. Possibly, yes. Yes, if you have this box of elements. Okay, we have students among us, and they also ask opportunity to ask questions.
Да, спасибо большое, Светлана Евгеньевна. Я студент
Thank you. I'm a student of High School of Management. And my question
Мой вопрос скорее этический.
is more ethical, but it directly relates to the topic. So, digital epoch with comprehensive implementation of AI in life of people, in particular education, we're talking about, but apart from improvement, administration and automation of education, it is used as a subject of learning. Like last year, administration of the region in Belgium signed a contract with a British platform of AI, which personalizes teaching at school and university in simple language. They replace teachers with robots. So the question is, in your opinion, is it dangerous for people with creative thinking, maybe geniuses? Well, AI cannot take into account everything. There will be certain discriminator missing.
Тут надо все-таки
Yes,
молодые, я имею в виду
you are young people, I mean students, and fashion is very important. It influences us, even older people, including intellectual fashion and clothing and behavior, and words and terminology. And nobody can get away from it, but you shouldn't be a slave to that. And fashion, it's important not only to know, but understand. So we need to understand about certain novelties. So when we say that it's possible to use AI platforms and connect to studies, yes, it's possible. And it will be a natural and inevitable process. But when we say that this process can replace the learning process, including education, upbringing, and emotional commutation, falling in love, certain teachers, or hate, on the other hand, and it's not possible to replace it. Therefore, I call you to understanding that has a big element of critical attitude and challenging. We heard many reports about AI today and about its influence on commerce and its application in management. It's all right, but still I cannot catch what they call artificial intelligence. Internet of Things. I have a switch on my wall and a lamp on the ceiling, like I push it and here is IoT. And they say it's a cable. Well, what if it's not cable? What's the difference? It's not AI. So when we say what exactly is bringing a real AI, even not so much resolution, but setting goals, and then we come to the essence.
Well, and also, as was previously said on a number of occasions, learning is the work of a person with a person, or working of a person with a person, and a person through an audience. interpersonal education. We talk to an audience, we gather in halls, classes. It laughs or it rejects our jokes. And this is how, so not only socialization, but actual becoming a man happens. No computer can replace that. Thank you very much.
Спасибо.
Vyacheslav Vyacheslav Maracha. Very interesting discussion. Thank you, Svetlana. I would like to provide a comment and ask a question. The comment is straightforward. In my opinion, and first of all, I'd like to say that it would be good to first deal with the concept of intelligence. I think it's impossible to achieve without turning to philosophy, without reading Professor Ilyankov that Anatoly Wasserman has mentioned, Immanuel Kant, Descartes, Kvinsky, Aristotle, Plato. I used to teach logic for 3 years. And logic, of course, is a highly mathematical discipline. But when I used to prepare for my classes, I have read a lot of literature. And the difference of a good logic from bad is very easy from the level of his philosophical culture. And I think this also has to do with AI experts. Same could be said about AI experts. And there was an issue debated here of emotional intelligence. All the philosophers I mentioned, for them, emotional intelligence is nonsense, is a blank square. Open Descartes. Intellect, intelligence, and emotions are separate. There is no emotional intelligence that exists. But if you want to discuss emotionally colored statements or creativity, well, you need to coin another term. Please don't confuse the people as a general message. And the question I have to ask, because our conference is called Systems Analysis in Economics, the question is about AI at the cross-border of economics. Stafford Beers and Raul Espeja's project in Chile about automated governance of agricultural sector. A similar job was endeavored here by academician Globushko, jointly with former world chess champion Anatoly Botvinnik. Anatoly Wasserman has mentioned similar change, but on a more global scale. Georgi, George, do you think this goal is solvable, this problem is solvable? And if so, what type of intelligence of AI is necessary here? Narrow or advanced AI? Which goal? Automated management of agricultural sector nationally and possibly worldwide? Well, regarding worldwide, running the whole world, I have already said that, in my opinion, it should not include the whole world, because we need diversity. Also, diversity in styles and methods of management, and understanding the goals. One, Russia and Belgium and African countries, they're completely different environments and ways of management. It's impossible to integrate them through artificial changes, through introducing some artificial variable. These are qualitative changes, and if we speak of managing the agricultural sector of the whole world. I don't think this is something to strive for. And if it will be reached, this will bring this agricultural sector, this economic sector, and the whole world to the brink of disaster. And regarding the goals, regarding the project of Glushko and his team, it was quite a big team. They were speaking of automated intelligence. And automated, they meant man-machine interaction. So automated management as a theory, system of automated management, it is certainly significant and it played an important role and continues to do that. However, the systems of automated management are much more important for the economy. Today, this issue takes a new significance. The subject of management has seriously differentiated. We used to speak of controlling machine tools, then technological lines, assembly lines, then logistical processes. Today, we have differentiated the subject matter, and now we have people equipped with big data. Processes have grown more complex and intertwined. And in this case, the field for development of automation, or if you will, call it artificial intellectualization, the field is quite extensive. And in Igor Perkov's presentation, a lot has been said about that, about the interesting goals that could be solved in the sphere of economics using more widely automated algorithms, devices, and systems. Thank you, George. Thank you, Georgy Borisovich. Alexander Ivanus asking for the floor. Thank you very much. Svetlana, I would like to also enter this discussion. What is AI? It's when I open my computer and enter the words. The world is flat. Earth is flat. And then I leave it for overnight, and then I open it in the morning, and he says it's not flat, it's round. It's like the screen, isn't it? Yes, of course, because in essence, this is what I expect from AI. This is generation of new knowledge. If I go to bed writing the earth is flat, in the morning I'll wake up, the computer will correct it. And that's the job of AI. And what do we see today? The most goals are being solved, addressed today. They have previously been solved already. It's given over to machine algorithms because they work well with big data. And secondly, they use bigger speeds. And this advantage should play its role here. And such games, such activities such as chess, it's an old game where not much could be expected from a machine. Driving cars. How long has a man been driving a car? I think everything is quite clear with that. There is a replacement of something a person already can do, or recognition. Voice recognition, for example, it's already a known science. And I view this as a teething sickness, as a teething. When first we saw an engine appear, it was put on top of a cart, And that's what we used to see in early renderings prototype vehicles. And this is the level where we're at now. We're solving old goals using new capacities. But however, we should instead focus on new goals, which are associated with strong AI, associated with generating new knowledge. I think its intellect can really manifest itself there. And I'd like to express an idea that there is Ziegler's principle that as a cornerstone of evolutionary process lists speed. So the systems with a higher speed will dominate. And what we call AI has got great capacity of speed of communication, data processing and transfer. And here we need to add high-speed complex problems that require high-speed capacity. And this is where I see the field related to generation of new knowledge, because it's always a very difficult, labor-intensive process using intuition and everything else. And this ability, this capacity of the systems we call AI could play an important role that is important. And in my opinion, new knowledge is, first of all, new senses, new context, and it's new semantics. So I realized we need that semantic core as a basis, foundation for this new context, so new logic. So we create new logics, we're creating the semantic core, and thereby create new knowledge. My presentation on the subject took place yesterday. I presented that I proved that this is actually possible, and demonstrated 3 examples that have already been done. 3 cases and points. This was done by my colleague, Mr. Nikolai Kazalich, my colleague and mentor, who solved the problem on the same basis, using the same method. It was a concept of developing a device which would allow to maximize the ratio of signal to interference. And the computer developed a completely new formula, a completely new formulation of what this device should be. And this was developed. This is an example of what is actually AI. Unfortunately, Nikolai has already passed away, but I continue this course and these projects with other colleagues. Secondly, we have taken Marx's teachings, added value, higher labor costs, and we have linked it together through and established the system of relationships, thereby discovering the semantic core. And it turned out, we discovered that Jacobi method allows us to interpret it, invert it, and we'll get a mirror, a complete mirror structure of Marx's Capital and his Politeconomics. And within this structure, it will be possible to create a society which would enjoy advantages over the one we have today. And other goals, such as long-term forecasting, how are they changing? The further is the forecast window, the longer term it is, the more verbal data is compared to numerical, so more words than numbers. And the gravity center should be shifted from this numbers to data that works with verbal content, and we could use and research the semantic core of how it's joined, and thereby develop new contexts, new logic. We're doing it, solving this goal today in developing new technological prototypes. And today we see these prototypes being created in new semantic cores. If it forms a semantic core, that means it will provide a new scientific direction. And if its entropy is increasing, then this field is doomed to fail. So the approaches that I mentioned, where AI should solve such challenges and goals, I think this is where the AI actually is, because this is its true purpose. Because I mean, solving chess problems is great, is very useful. It must be scaled and deepened. However, we also need to look at more complex challenges. And continuing on Valery Anatolievich's words, I would like to say that new knowledge that consists of two components. First is information, data, and second is using this information. So emotions and feelings are the human basis, the pillars supporting this, based on feelings and emotions. This creates consciousness and the basis for creation of this semantic cause. They may fall apart in places, but the basis, the emotional basis, it does exist in them. So briefly, this is all for me. Alexander Ivanovich. Thank you very much. This was very interesting. Now, please allow me to provide the floor to Maxim Rybachuk. Next, we're going to hear from Igor Pirko and Vladimir Polek. These are the three I see. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I have a co-host status, that's why I cannot raise a hand. I had to contact Svetlana personally. I would like to continue on a subject raised by George Kloiner on systemic intelligence and say a few words about systemic structure of intelligence. I think it is no secret for anyone that for quite a long time we have been working on the development of system economics theory and its application. In our view, it could be also applied in this field. And these outcomes we are now using for developing the intellectual theory of firms. So how can we structure intelligence in terms of social economic systems? There are different kinds, environmental, project type, and object type. So object type has applicable intelligence responsible for problem solving. Median environmental is social or cultural, and process is technical or functional, we can call it. And as project intelligence, we have the creative element. Now, when we look at any socio-economic system and take AI, which is represented on the one hand by technical capacity, and on the other hand, natural intelligence, which is represented by skills and knowledge of people, the question arises regarding the rational borders between the two types of intelligence. I have looked at these correlations, but in my opinion, AI and natural intelligence ratio is 30 to 70 in the object sphere. For environmental, median is 10 to 90, and process-based 70-30, project 30-70 is the ratio.
So these are relations and what could be implications. They are influence on the size of the enterprise and difference in these types of intelligence and relation, and they influence the functional activities of enterprise. And actually, it's hard to perceive and listening to it, but I think these ratios can be determined this expert way. Well, this is probably invitation for discussion.
Спасибо большое,
Thank you, Maxim. Igor Perko, please switch on your mic.
Thank you, Svetlana. Well, no, frankly, I don't expect to receive an answer, but based on the really constructive and interesting conversations now, I would like to open something. Well, people tend to learn from two sources. From two sources. Basically, first one is the framework of rule sets which we get to apply. And second one is experience learning, where we actually learn from experiences. Now, people have developed several methods of dealing with the conflicts from which occur if the rule set and the experience are not aligned. We can invoke, for instance, cynicism and many things. But what may happen when the artificial intelligence uses these same two sources, basically the rule set that is set and the experiences which are going to be in conflict with the rule sets? Now, this is something that we may deal with in the future, because it may result in unexpected behaviors of the artificial intelligence-based technology. And I think it presents a risk that will be really hard to handle. And as again, I'm not expecting an immediate direct answer to this, but I would like maybe you to reflect on that, and maybe in the future to get some kind of answers to this dilemma. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's very interesting. Maybe you say something before I give the floor to another participant. Well, I would like to say that Igor just touched upon very interesting issue that relates not only to AI, but to our life, but artificial intelligence. It's about a compromise and a trade-off, and this notion is hard to formalize. We can weight various outcomes, but how to find the coefficient of this weighting, how to find the right proportions between decisions made today and the field which is going to open as a consequence of these decisions tomorrow. How to find a compromise between various people and between the past and the future, between the present and future, between the impact of various trends. And this task of finding a compromise, it seems to me, represents still unresolved page in development of AI. This also relates to compromise between the rules and experience data that Mr. Perko mentioned. And that's a really important issue, so I fully agree. Well, then I give the floor to Vladimir Polak. Turn on the mic. Good afternoon. It's a very interesting discussion. I would like to point out now that Georgi acts like from the movie Matrix, which is about AI. And the topics that we discuss, and this image of Matrix. When AI can move the people to endless sleep and manage the world is close to reality, and there's a point of singularity which is coming that some theoreticians are saying where this scenario can become a reality. And I mentioned about the intelligence of US intelligence chief that speaking about a threat of Chinese AI. It was another thesis that Chinese make experiments on equipment their soldiers with various intellectual means and create some special divisions and units. And in Israel, this topic is also advanced actively, and they create these bio-robots, as we can call them. And it's our future. And this is a bifurcation point, is coming closer to us. So if a human being, in my opinion, and the opinion of international expert group that develops this approach, in order to avoid this development, people have to deploy their super abilities, and idiomatic thinking, where our psychologists and colleagues said about that they use this inspirational and intuitive thinking. So focus on this and not only logical thinking, in order to be able to avoid the situation in the future when the intelligence we develop their logical capabilities may exceed logical abilities of humankind and human. And those things that you mentioned, and when you speak about evolution, maybe this can be the prospective way of evolution of humankind. Another thing that was mentioned about cars and animals, and Harari in his book about the future relation between human and AI said that human can be in the situation where animals appeared like under the people where they were fed and but without freedom and taken advantage of. Now about education, about electronic assistant of students, and possibly more promising way would be electronic assistant of the teacher, would release of like routine work like writing reports, as you said, and the teacher would become a tutor and would be able to speak not with the audience of 100,000 of students, but would be able to build individual trajectory of student development, which should be the purpose of education and teaching, like identifying life missions and capabilities of students. Thank you very much.
Владимир Сергеевич, да. Значит, да, я...
Vladimir, yes, I agree what you said. Electronic assistant of teacher I think it's already done. It's those who equip schools with computers and equip medical offices with dashboards, and as a result of which, unfortunately, like it happened with automation, the number of people and their labor costs don't decrease, but only move into another mode. And about tutors, well, there is a Ministry of Education, but about children is mostly on commercial organizations. And I think this computer Tamagotchi and for a child of 3, 4, 5 years would be useful, and I think they already exist. And I can say by myself that in my school years, even before school, I was dreaming about a friend like this who would live with me and study and learn and play, and even I would agree to electronic friend. Okay, Georgi Borisovich, the child Tamagotchi exists, and I think, but they don't perform their role, which is important for humans. A main idea for kids to take care of them, just to press a button and to feed and change clothes and put to bed. I think more important is to build relations between people and to take care not about electronic toys, but about the people who are close to you, your parents and brothers, sisters, and grandparents. And in this regard, there's formation of socially responsible personality of people, but not with electronic. I have big doubts that electronic assistants can be friends of people. Well, it shouldn't like counteract these toys and parents and grandparents, and of course they need to be cared about. They need to communicate with children. It's not a contradiction, but sometimes it is missing. And here the computer of your level may be useful, as well as computer for playing chess. Of course, you can find someone to play with, but it's not always possible. And the level is not different, but the systems that would enable to get uh, pleasure from playing chess is also useful. Colleagues, any other questions? I've seen 2 hands raised, but they disappeared.
Пожалуйста, Томсет.
Please, Fabian, turn on your mic. Fabian, he doesn't hear. Can you help him?
I think that's done it.
Okay, Fabian, the floor is yours.
Okay. I have here a book by I.A. Richards, who was one of the cyberneticians who attended the Macy conference. And he came up with the idea of feed forward. But nearly 30 years before, when he wrote this book, The Principles of Literary Criticism, he says, a book is a machine to think with. So if a book is a machine to think with, he is actually starting to evoke the concept of artificial intelligence before the computer age by having books which we then interact with. He also then gets involved with the development of an artificial language called Basic English, which was a simplified form of English where you restrict the vocabulary, and relating to some of the discussion about using semantic processes by creating reducing the variety in a language so that it's more easily learnt by a variety of people, you can then create a means of communication. So I think perhaps this differentiation between the digital forms today and the previous forms which people work with before can actually dull our understanding of how people have conceived of machines and the way in which when we talk about artificial intelligence, how it's understood. And looking at John McCarthy, when he started off with the Dartmouth College Conference, he subsequently reflected, he came up with the term artificial intelligence because he wanted something, a terminology that funders would understand and like, and start financing this as an area of study separate from cybernetics. So already within that, there's a complex social relationship going on. And therefore, when we talk about artificial intelligence, I say it's very much determining how those relationships can proceed in the future.
Фабиан, вы закончили выступление?
Да, я говорю, что я
Fabian finished. Yeah, I would say that I would like to thank Fabian for very valuable comment. Colleagues, thank you. Yeah, I see Mr. Agafonov raised his hand. Not? We don't hear you. Turn on your mic. It's on. Now we can hear you. Good. I would like to go back to this link of AI and society management. I'm not saying about myself, about society governance. We spoke about it from two sides. Vyacheslav Marachan said about and Georgy Borisovich. So what Vyacheslav said, I would like to know that the object of management became more complex, and in terms of society becomes more differentiated and diverse, and there's more attention to quality of life of people. And is it possible with take into account the diverse interests with AI? So we can talk about going of quality to quantity in reverse mode. All research cannot be automated. When there are universal application forms provided, then you process it and get some scores. It's a matter of time, and this decision making becomes key, and it can happen with using highly artificial intelligence decision making, and with diverse interests would be either delayed or not complete. So this position that about unified management under machine and AI, and there will be unified like single government, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't have justification, because that differentiation of society is evolving. And what Georgi said about evolution, to connect these algorithms underlying decision making by AI would be delayed, and would be, and without speaking about emotions and intuition, etc. So the position of Vyacheslav Marachan would answer no, unlikely. And what Georgy Borisovich said, I can only enhance it because variability is increasing, And the place for AI is narrowed down. That's what I wanted to contribute. Thank you. Владимир.
Да, вас слышно, Георгий Борисович.
Да, ну хорошо.
Вас слышно.
Коллеги, есть
Коллеги,
предложение сохранить свой...
Colleagues can keep your intellect.
Сколько? Через 15?
10 minutes until the end, until the break in our agenda. A break is very welcome. Very good. We will meet at 5:30 p.m. Moscow time, 1730 hours Moscow time, to wrap up this conference and its outcomes at the round table. See you. Please do not leave, do not go away. Just turn off your cameras and please mute your mics.
были напомнительные в начале. Да, да. Да, да. Ага, да, хорошо.
Начинаем, Георгий Борисович. Вас не слышно, Георгий Борисович.
We're about to begin. Dear organizers, please unmute George Kleiner. Thank you. Dear colleagues, not just you, we have some participants. Yes, certainly, certainly. 41 people in the audience. Well, dear colleagues, it is with sadness and also with hope we're approaching the last stage of our marathon. I have no other term for our 3-day journey across the domain of systems and using systems analysis in economics. And I must point out that the informative content of the last 3 days, the emotional, the intellectual, and also the friendly element of which was unprecedented. We heard some extraordinary presentations and addresses at the roundtables in the sessions which dealt with the body of knowledge of problems, the applied problems, relevant problems related to education, running various events, carrying out different projects, down to the fundamentals of life, I would put it. This was all done at a high level using modern approaches, using philosophical, metaphysical tools, as well as mathematical and systemic. The reports presented in the plenary sessions require most serious of follow-up and analysis. I'm very proud to be able to study them. However, in a modern world, as Alexander Ivanos correctly said, speed is of essence compared to goal setting. However, in this world, it is harder to find time for deeper learning, or as I mentioned during the discussion with Anatoly, panel discussion with Anatoly Vesserman, comprehension, understanding. Nonetheless, our conference had created us a great foundation, a good background for learning new methods, new knowledge, entering new problems, dealing with the new tools for solving these problems. It is a great pleasure that this conference was attended by the most prominent scientists of Russia, representatives in the field, prominent representatives of Western science from UK, US, Slovenia, Spain, Israel, and other countries. This was very welcome, and this continues my idea of uniting us not only during this conference that is biannual, the conference called Systems Analysis, cybernetics and soft measurements that we run annually in the Financial University as well, conferences on the heritage of Alexander Bogdanov, which we held once, which I think was quite successful in my opinion, and we hope to renew in a year's time. And between all of these events, that
А с другой стороны, прямо так мелькают перед глазами, что не успеваешь
for sometimes seem very rare, and sometimes they seem so fast that you don't have enough time to commit to each. Across all of these events, there is a line running, the idea that we are not alone. And I mentioned the idea I had of creating an electronic friend. And somebody said that electronic friend is good, but an old friend is even better. And we are in the same field of interest. We work in the same field of interest and research of systems. What is our difference from other scientific communities? There are a number of such communities in many spheres of human life. However, I should point out that only within our community we can connect the depth of human activity, analyze it from top to bottom, trying to search and detect common patterns in the object of various sizes, various purpose, various locations. However, sharing something in common, sharing common elements. This combination of diversity and uniformity. Science, it should be noted, looks for uniformity. What is a pattern? The law. It's something that takes place today, then continues tomorrow, the day after, and so on. On the one hand, it looks for patterns, and on the other hand, it looks for diversity and learns to separate the two. And this is why we have scientific classifications, typologies. And this is also an important part, the same as the search for patterns and analysis. Our work and our reports today and over the last days saw reflection of these key vectors. I'd like to remind you of some of the presentations we heard during the plenary sessions today, day before yesterday, and so on. I have adopted the risky role of being the first speaker in the conference, giving the welcoming address, and have taken the honorable address chair to discuss the role of organizations which would combine in a spiral this progressive movement that was taken from Gramsci, Beck and Cohen and their followers, and cyclical movement also, which was born based on the sequence of the transition of the leadership baton from one economic subsystem to another. This was the first presentation, and I'm grateful to the audience for being able to comment and provide feedback. Yuri Popkov's presentation was highly interesting, former director of Institute of System Analysis. As you know, there is no such legal entity, but systems analysis remains as a vector, it's a scientific field, and Yuri is the head of this. He presented a very interesting concept of randomization from pinpointed comparisons to compare the waves of the trajectory. There was a very interesting mathematical solution element, which is, and also some methodology for systems analysis. Karen Madjan, as assistant professor of the faculty, as assistant professor of the faculty of Professor Krzyzhev. Great, thank you. Outlined his understanding of the economy and economics as part of the society. I think Karen was of a different opinion about the location and the role of the economy, and this provided for deep philosophical comprehension and a reformulation of context and concepts which we encounter daily. Mike Jackson and a number of his colleagues from the University of Hull in the UK had delivered their presentations and outlined the outcomes based on the research of the creative work of Alexander Bogdanov. Thank you very much. Thank them very much for their creative choice and for their presentations. This is a huge lesson to us. If our colleagues in the UK are into researching this question, I think we should also be definitely doing it. It should be our mandate. And we also heard Svetlana Sergeyevna telling us about freedom, human rights, interrelationship with God, motivation, other important subjects which were related to practically all types of human activity. She continues her research in this area, and we are going to hear the results of this research soon. Grigory Nasonovich Fedelman, who reaffirmed his credentials as a practical expert, told us about a system he presented called 100.1. It's a correlation between the leader of the organization and everyone else. He discussed this the structure of the system that had to be addressed in case of problems, and also analyzing the activity of the leader which allowed the system to function in such manner. Igor Gundarov, next in his wonderful presentation, as usual, despite not being an economist, provided a fine analysis of the economic miracle, its opportunities in Russia and other countries, its results. It is being discussed. We heard a report from academician Kantorovich dedicated to economic miracle and its outcomes. Where should we look for this economic miracle? Well, first of all, we should look at it in the Russian people that enjoy great opportunities for development. I think they should be focused in the right channel. They should be channeled into the right track. Gerald Mitchell was next. Sorry. Once again, he delivered his address about his presentation about systems marginalization within one of the sessions. And this was a very interesting subject that demonstrated the transformation of society, periphery, creation of groups on the periphery, which he calls marginal, and also looking at the problems of inclusive integration of these groups into community society life. Some very interesting examples, some very interesting cases we heard from Gerald. Today, unfortunately, I haven't heard a presentation about Gaia brain evolution from George Mobus. George is also a long-time participant of our attendee of our conference. And Nikolai Dragobitsky also represented his very interesting structurization of management systems, its roles and functions and structural components. Such a deep analysis was finally delivered. Oleg Lavrushin devoted his presentation to trust. This presentation sparked a lot of interest from me and also some mixed feelings, probably from layman's viewpoint, since I'm a member of banking activity. Well, I have my deposits and my wages go into banks. And quite recently, I became a textbook example of a loss of trust, of a deception of trust, when I did not pay attention to some parts of the contract in small print. And as a result, it cost me about 50,000 rubles, which remained within the coffers of Rosbank, and they probably needed it. And this requires more empirical research, data collection, and such questions as whether you trust banks, the government, the people. I do not trust these questions. I think every person understands such questions differently, and that's why it's very complex, very difficult to compare these responses. If you describe a specific situation, do you trust your neighbor in the elevator with you? Would you trust your wallet to a man who might misappropriate it? This could be interesting. But what Oleg mentioned, but Oleg's work reflected a huge huge project which was conducted by his department, one of the departments of the Financial University. Flexible thinking development with young people was addressed in Prasvirkin and Malatsova presentation. It was a very interesting subject. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend, so I cannot comment. Sergei Kruzhilov made a significant, important presentation in terms of cognitive human perception, in terms of how we understand and perceive the world, and what does intelligence actually mean, in his opinion. It's a big philosophical system which deserves respect and development. Follow up. Mr. Yurish from Spain gave us the results of the association on the commercial application of AI. I think some great outcomes, very useful data, and it only remains regrettable that this results, this research didn't also apply to Russia. Igor Perkovits from Slovenia told us about his important scalable approach to AI, many examples in the most pragmatic of senses, applications, and also problems that could arise in the that are still not researched enough in the applied nature of AI, and so had marked a wide field for following up for development of this field. Anatoly Alexandrovich Wasserman, who has kindly agreed, being a great intellectual, a carrier of a certain culture of narrating his worldview, within the framework of which his views are delivered in a very finished, complete way. I'll term them as a monolith that are very hard to dispute. However, separate discussions. The discussion was very interesting, and you heard parts of it. I'm very grateful to Anatoly Alexandrovich for taking part. This has significantly deepened our erudition and the depth of world understanding. And of course, the round table that concluded the conference also addressed many important questions, subjects, and many of our colleagues delivered important comments and also told us about their continuing work in this field. This is all for me as a member, as a participant in the plenary sessions. Svetlana Evgenievna, would you like to add something on the other sessions I did not take part in? Well, I propose we go by sessions because the round tables took part parallel to section number 7. So let us please provide the word to Maxim Alexandrov, and he is going to tell us about the more on his session outcomes, please. I think George would be able to better reply. Dear colleagues, please allow me to comment. I really enjoyed the presentations in the first sections, beginning with a presentation by Alla Nikolvanova, who was asking about the values of separate systems, relations to the country, to the social, to the community, and all the presentations were highlighted by not only their depth analysis, but also by the views of the authors. I'd love to publish all of these views in the Economic Science of the Russian Federation magazine that I have the honor of being the editor, and where I'll be expecting your articles, research, dear colleagues. Thank you very, very much, Georgy Borisovich. Second session, moderated by Sirota Yefim Naumovich and Mr. Ivanus. Is anyone going to tell us about the work of the session?
Александр Иванович.
Ну, может быть, они отвлеклись. Давайте к третьей тогда перейдем.
Maybe they got distracted. Are they here because there are issues with mics? Third section was presented by Gennady Sherbakov and Roman Alexandrovich. Gennady is here.
Микрофоны у всех выключены.
Mics are off.
Ну, давайте, коллеги, я, может быть, тогда... На самом деле, я со всеми...
So, actually, I spoke to all of them yesterday.
Поэтому детально содержание
And some participants of sections I cannot tell you in detail, but at the level of emotions, it was the same as you had, Georgy Borisovich, and by the way, Alexander Ivanov, as Colin, they noted very good.
Все, сейчас это хорошо.
Я уже хотел с вами творческую дискуссию провести. Нет у нас лучше, чем у вас.
To have a creative discussion. If you want your mic on, you need to raise your hand so that we can see. Alexander Ivanov, please turn on the mic.
Светлана Васильевна здесь, да?
Да.
Это хорошо.
Svetlana is here. So while Alexander is getting connected, I'll say that we had very deep reports and important issues were raised. Socioeconomic development and public administration was Lepsky report noted. Reports of our foreign participants were also noted. So, Alexander, did you connect? You hear me?
Нет, Александр, давайте говорите.
Значит, у нас было несколько докладов.
So we had a few reports. First, Vladimir Lepsky about system analysis, the basis of forming new paradigms in economic cybernetics, and he briefly told about this, the history of the issue, and explained new paradigm that he developed, and said about the principle of consistency, a main world trends, then cognitive approach, linguistic approach, subjectivistic approach, and personal knowledge, and evolution of science knowledge, this rationality. Overall, he touched upon issues of integration of AI and offered this methodological paradigm of the third order. Next was Sergei Kalpachov. He said about microeconomic efficiency and integration of high-tech industries in global supply chain, and considered a few trade system of added value and global value chains, share of imports, import component, showed how they operate, and criteria of efficiency. This comparison of various countries for trade and added value. And he also noted high-tech industries and chemical pharmaceutical industry. And thanks to this outbreak is very important that Olga Brejak spoke about creative potential of systematic measurements. She spoke about importance of mechanism of management and what prevents creative potential in education, discussed corporate universities, and the issues of brain drain. Dmitry Dranov, human capital management, systematic approach, human capital of enterprises were considered, sources, advantages, economic growth drivers, human capital components, and four subsystems, and how they work on this.
Jim Scholes.
Yes, Jim Scholes spoke from the UK. He said about experience working in complex organizations, considered the issue of understanding of this issue and deep understanding, possibilities of changes in the process, and the essence of so-called wicked problems, and gave definitions related to risks and problem situations. for management, certain recommendations. Then Gumarov spoke. Marat Faridovich about areas of model instruments in economic system management. He defined these model instruments and evaluated its relevance. I guess the topic of his thesis and intellectual system of activities management, then consider grouping of elements in mega system, decomposition, and graphical schemes of decision making subject to resources.
Александр Иванович, может быть, у нас время...
Alexander, well, we have little time. Maybe some generalized assessment. It's hard to get out of my hand, but these were very essential presentations. They wanted to explain essentially. People were happy, questions were asked, it was active. And I would add about the speakers. Speakova, followed by Dorian, Maracha, Kruzhilov, and myself. That's it. Thank you very much. So, briefly, without disclosing the content, yes, will not disclose the contents. I hope authors will disclose in their publications, but the list of speakers is in the program. So, Svetlana. Your mic is off.
Клавиша пробел перестала работать. Геннадий Анатольевич, включите микрофон, пожалуйста.
У меня микрофон работает. У меня работает микрофон. Меня слышно? Да. Ну, кратко, по секции номер 3, она рассматривались проблемы внедрения системного анализа в решение проблем госуправления. И я так, тематика была разбита по отраслевым направлениям в первую очередь. Хотел бы отметить доклад Татьяны Михайловны и дальше развить тему Добровский Александр Николаевич. Они рассмотрели транспортную отрасль, ее проблемы, региональную дорожную политику. Достаточно получилось два совершенно подготовленных различными исследователями доклада. Они, по сути дела, такое достаточно серьезное рассмотрение исследования серьезного вопроса. Далее были рассмотрены проблемы энергетики, тоже вот отдельный блок можно, энергобезопасности. Сергеевна выступила с этим докладом. Финансовый рынок был представлен докладом Натальи Дальше можно было бы еще следующий блок рассмотреть. Это проблемы непосредственно предприятий. Вот как раз этот блок представила Григория Михайловна. Она рассмотрела вопрос цифровизации системы малого и среднего предпринимательства в России, проблемы перспективы развития. И также немножко с другим акцентом, в целом на промышленность, предприятия, прозвучали доклады Павловны Светланы Витальевны, которая рассмотрела эффекты государственной политики структурных изменений в промышленности. Был интересный доклад моего со-модератора, который мониторинг информационных постов в социальных сетях, как действующий инструмент бизнес-аналитики 4 класса. Назывался так доклад.
Fourth
Была
power,
представлена очень интересная, на мой взгляд,
mass media,
методология подсчета, а также
interesting
формула подсчета
methodology of
значимости информационного
measuring
повода. То
coefficient
есть
of
достаточно
information
интересный,
event
новаторский метод,
rating.
с
It's
большим удовольствием
interesting,
послушал.
innovative
Ну и
methodology,
закончил наши дискуссии.
and we completed our
Да, извините,
discussions.
Соловьев Аркадий
Sorry,
Константинович
Arkady
по проблемам
Solovyov
пенсионного
about the
капитала в
issues of
условиях
pension
глобальных
capital,
рисков. Такой фундированный
the
доклад,
global
очень
risks,
интересно, много было интересного,
many
даже
interesting
что-то
things,
новое получили.
something new,
Информативно и содержательно в
very
плане
informative,
ценности исследовательской. Ну и завершил
valuable
я
research, and I completed
вот эту часть работы
this
с
part,
секции докладом «Коронавирусная рецессия
section
в свете
about
системных политик
coronavirus
и развития
recession
экономики», где я рассмотрел, ну, так
and
скажем,
economic development,
экономические
where
реалии
I considered
нынешнего
economic
периода и
realities
во
of
что вливается
current
все,
period
что происходит сейчас в мире, именно с
and
позиции
implications
экономиста, в первую очередь.
from the point of view of
Вот в
economist.
4 словах или в 4
So that's in a couple of words. Marina Abramova, I've seen you here. Good evening. I'm listening very carefully from the first day our section of system analysis of monetary area, and I called all the participants to contact Paris. Physicists and lyricists and lyrics, we were all related to relics, and it's just a system for another system. So I asked to become slightly nerdy and schizoid, and they agreed that those changes happening in monetary systems, they form the basis for further changes. And we had 14 reports with foreign speakers, and we had people that were just listeners and asked questions. And intuitively, we split into several functional subsystems. So briefly, for each subsystem, in the beginning, were issues related to monetary system development, and I reported about implementation of digital ruble as a digital currency of central bank, and my colleagues also started this discussion: what will happen with the monetary system if the digital ruble is implemented. And for those, this is not electronic money, it's not digital, it's not cryptocurrency, it's a special currency that can be issued and distributed blockchain and will be emitted by central bank. And Jan Valger presentation from the Netherlands was interesting. We discussed the risks of blockchain as related to the monetary. Now, further intuitively, nobody dragged each other, and we start discussing banking system issues, and the speaker presented new concept of the bank where we disagreed. It was a discussion. In particular, he offered to nationalize banks to create this confidence that Oleg Ivanovich was speaking about, with which Georgie agreed, and we said that it was not right because there are banks of development that are not profit-seeking. And Anna Dubashe spoke with the concept of values as a goal for modern ecosystems. And there was discussion whether there will be banks or ecosystems, 3-4 that will replace the whole banking business. Again, it's a discussion item, and second subsystems that was discussed, the budget system. Olga Makashina spoke, and it seemed to me very interesting about the independence of budget subsystems. And the questions were asked how they can be called independent if practically 84% of budgets are not federal, and different level get donations from federal, get subsidies from federal budget. Interesting presentation about tax system, and was a presentation of Журавлева. Systemonomics and taxonomics. It's unusual, and I ask if the word taxes plays for the word loans or banks. Will the principles of tax system stay the same? And we started discussion. Another question about foreign currency system. Agreed about international financial system. We agreed that it was not a system, but a combination of countries allowed. And there was a proposal about using informal institutions and what is needed to get out of one polar world financial system. Non-standard approaches are required at regional level, but didn't go further, and probably we need some further studies. And another presentation of Anton Kuzmin, who proposed a method based on system approach to determine the value of currencies. Ask him that probably many people applied to him what will happen with the exchange rate of the ruble, but fundamentally can be considered. We tried to be a little bit schizoid because part of issues were very hot discussions and gave the impetus for development of other studies related to monetary area that are interesting, and each of us thought what is money and what process take place, and we have not resolved them all, but tried to make section interesting, and Sergei Kruzherin was co-moderator. Thank you, Marina, for this elaborate summary. Next session was moderated by Ivan Nikolaevich and Anatoly Solovyov.
Да, Дороговицкий включил.
Да, Иван Николаевич, мы вас видим и слышим.
Прекрасно. Коллеги, очередной раз вас приветствую.
Colleagues, welcome again.
Не могу так
Unfortunately, I
доложить о работе нашей секции.
cannot report about our section work because if the first half of the day we more or less coped in those gaps
Либо дополнительными вопросами, либо
that emerged, like either with additional questions or own considerations, then the second half
почти провалилась. Я вам так скажу, что
almost collapsed because we announced a break
перерыв до 16:00
until 4 p.m. and after that we listened to another presentation. Then I summarized and we finished. And we had 6 good reports where we listened with pleasure, and they were related to industrial specifics and the subjects of among this was about evolution of entrepreneurship. It's dealing with it since 1995. As view from the past to the future, it was interesting. It was purely verbal. There were some opinions and considerations, not supported by any formal things, I mean simulations, models, or trends. Regarding second presentation, Anatoly Afanasyev, classical representative of the School of Central Economic and Mathematical Institute, he presented two mathematical models as gas production in two main regions and growing coronavirus, both urgent issues. There are some issues with accuracy of models, especially related to some when some process reaches its peak. Next presentation was Vashinkhanov, was fully based on presentation of previous conference that I didn't know, so questions I asked, I didn't get clear answers. As some behavioral economics and clusterization, decisions in the regions, it is so theoretical and so far from our real life that unfortunately I didn't understand, and the public thing either, although and these answers remained open, and we agreed to close it either within our personal meeting or meetings with our at our workshop. Anatoly was co-moderator, the section of ecosystem of, and he honestly admitted that he has not achieved those results that he expected by the beginning of our conference, but his understanding of system paradigm and those issues that within this paradigm related to ecosystem give us hope that these prospects in the near future in our conference dedicated to Bogdanov, this issue will be closed.
Нас проинформировала про инвестиции в медицину, то есть это был некий ликбез, который нам позволил, ну так, более сориентироваться в области медицины с точки зрения и самой медицины как лечения людей, и с точки зрения медицины как отрасли промышленности. Ну и там, к сожалению, картина не очень...
However, both show this allowed us to gain some understanding of the field of medicine. However, the picture is quite dim. And we looked at medicine as healthcare as an industry. I also reported about the first initial results of successful work of our session. But out of the 4 speakers, unfortunately, we were missing some people due to technical difficulties, and we tried discussing the issues on the agenda, but after 20 minutes, nobody came, and I announced a break until 4 p.m. And we heard from Dmitry Kim at 4 p.m. We heard him, and during the discussion with him on his work, we finished the work of our session. We expected Trukhanova also until 20 minutes past 5, but she did not join us, unfortunately. Speaking frankly, I'm not satisfied with the work of our session, and moreover, the people in my session were accidental laymen, and not many of them have any relation to our university, our faculty, and the subject. They did not have any responsibility in terms of coming at the right time, attending and presenting their work. We will definitely look into the situation, Nikolai. I have called some people already to find out what happened, and we heard that they had urgent commitments in their places of work, in their main place of work, which prevented them from attending. So we're not going to force anyone, but if they want to be participants of the conference, they will do stand reports as a video recordings, which we'll place on the website. I think this is a good solution, says Nikolai. Ivan, we will come forward. We will put forward an initiative to create a blacklist, and we will blacklist the participants who disappointed our expectations without good reasons. We are going to be especially strict towards these people. Yes, we're certainly going to improve the system so that it doesn't happen next time. Dear colleagues, we are going outside our agenda. Now, Svetlana, would you be able to briefly tell us of your work, of your session? We had a very successful session. Reports during the session were had strong mathematical foundation. Almost all the reports had strong mathematical research in background. Nikolai Bogomolov, econometric systems model based on acoustic sound forms. Bauman's University, Vladimir Ovsyannikov, about the product life cycles. And each presentation was also different in a way that the mathematical solutions proposed were presented in by way of examples. We heard such reports from Alexander Zhugov, three great reports, three great presentations related to mathematical constructions and economics was made by Yuri Korolev, the moderator of our session. Bauman's University showed their very interesting research on neural networks, on economic entity management. My presentation had to do with general theory of measurements of systems approach towards some core issues such as singularity and systems changes, systemic changes. Also, from the mathematical viewpoint, it is very good that all of them were created using systems approach. And I have noted many, however, those I avoided to mention, those I failed to mention, were also highly interesting. Also, a remark in regards to the round table. In my opinion, a very fortunate solution would be to unite AI and natural intelligence into synergy and harmony. And this way, AI could help humans enjoy more opportunities to share information, process information. And we have another two examples. I will be very fast. Next is about toys. But, however, a very interesting teaching aid. I had first seen a prototype of electronic toy globe which has AI, and this AI is part of the globe, and you can, looking at the globe, you're able to zoom in on the countries view its history and geography in interesting 3D films and fantastic shapes. Very interesting and very well used by children in their learning process. I used to dream of that when I was small, and this is AI which can help anyone that is learning geography or history today. And another case in point was creating hobots. Hobots are the small soft toy robots that know a person very well and can be companions, having knowing human needs. They can collect information through mental links in the future, mind you, we don't have it yet, and propose few optimal solutions. These are all the results on the round table. Thank you very much, Svetlana Vasilevna. Thank you very much for taking part in the organization of our conference, for inviting our colleague from Spain, who in Spanish, who first in pure English and then in pure Russian gave us some very good, very interesting insights regarding the globe. Bulgakov already described it in his famous novel Master and Margarita as Azazelo's globe, the devil's globe. That's very useful. Now, dear colleagues, I was moderating the 7th session. I was very fortunate. All the 10 presentations were great. They were interesting, insightful presentations on the subjects which were important for all of us. This session was dedicated to systems approach in science and education. I couldn't highlight any one separate presentation as best, except for one second-year student, Krotov Grigory's work. Grigory Krotov, who was interested in systems methodology, and his work stood out because it was done by a very young man. In terms of that, it was very insightful. It was on par, and it was done by a very young man of the new generation. Also, the round table was held dedicated to the memory of Yuri Adler. Yuri Adler was a man who lived his life dedicated to the ideas of perfection, quality management, high quality, providing high quality enterprise management, and he passed away not very long ago, on the 12th of November, coinciding with the annual Quality Day. That's a coincidence of sorts. So the round table was held in a very warm atmosphere. Over 50 people gathered around the round table, and all of his ideas were remembered together with Yuri Adler. I think that this part was very successful, productive, informative, and I'd like to focus the attention of all the participants that we had video recording of all the sessions. We had simultaneous translation of all the sessions. All this information will be uploaded at the official conference website. And if you weren't able to look up any of the presentations because you didn't have the chance at the time, you'll be able to do it at a later time. I would really like to thank all of our team, the conference participants. I would ask you not to judge us strictly for any drawbacks in the conference organization, but I'd like to outline Beach, Mr. Grigory Krotov, Gennady Beach, Grigory Krotov, a group of volunteers. There is a large number who were connecting in their school breaks to help us and provide support during our sessions. All of them are the people who, despite many difficulties we had performed really well in these conditions, considering, because frankly speaking, it was really great. I'd really like to thank translation agency, Da Vinci, that provide Da Vinci translations, that provide a simultaneous translation for 4 parallel sessions and other sessions, and simultaneous translation during the event, and also our volunteers and assistants and staff who helped us to streamline all of our linguistic operations. I think because we were together, the team, this conference was an absolute success, despite difficulties. And dear colleagues, I'd like to thank the heads of the sessions. I'm not going to list them each separately. All of them we love dearly, and I have love and gratitude deserved from all the members of the conference. Yeah, I will list them by name. Yes, please. First, George Kleiner. Next, Rybachov Maxim Alexandrovich. Second session, Yefim Sirota and Ivanov. Alexander Ivanov. Sherbakov, Alexander, and Roman Lin. Fourth session, Marina Abramova, Sergei Kruzhilov. Session 5, Dragobetsky, Ivan, and Anatoly Solovyov. Section 6, Svetlana Prokopchenko and Karablov Yuri. Session 7 is Mylova Marina and myself, Shepetova Svetlana. And of course, the warmest words, the kindest words to Svetlana Evgenievna Shepetova, who had self-dedicatedly to a full degree without sparing herself, had given all the energy to the organization of this important conference. Let's thank her together. Let's put our hands together for Svetlana. Dear George, thank you so much. And I'd like to thank you in return, because I feel that your love to systems analysis, your wisdom, your mentorship and support in general, not just as a faculty head, but as a close friend, a person who can tell you something very necessary in the hardest of times. I'd like to thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We'd like to wish everyone the best of health, well-being, success in everything, and see you again in the fields of systems analysis. Thank you. Thank you all.
Спасибо.